Alright, that was fun. Yeah, sorry, any Floridian Voshites. Your time has come. It's over. Yes, that was Disco Elysium. Hey, hey! Leave Florida alone? No. Guys, I went down such a research rabbit hole the other day. Related to my, the game that I want to make. Because I was thinking like, in like a post-apocalyptic scavenger kind of society, how the fuck would you make bullets, right? And I ended up like spending multiple hours just researching like the production processes for like the whole fucking history of bullets, you know? Um, yeah. Are you on a watch list now? Nah, you can reload ammunition pretty easy in the States at least. Primer's the hard part. Okay, that's what I was thinking, right? Okay, can you just fall with me for a second? Modern smokeless powder. You can't really make that like in a scavenger society. It's too chemically complicated. The stuff that you make modern bullets with, right? Black powder you can make. The Chinese were making that back in the before Christ era, you know? You can make that with like sulfur. You can get that. Like you can make that. Um, which means every time you fire a bullet, the inside of your gun is going to be coated with about like half a gram of oil, which is great. You know, you're just gonna have to clean. Yeah. Um, yeah. So that's cool, you know. Black powder's so unreliable. Yeah, that's what you have to do, right? That's yeah. But the real problem is the primer, right? So the primer is like the little bit at the back of the bullet that like explodes when you hit it with the hammer. Like when you pull the trigger, the hammer goes click, and then it hits the thing, you know, inside, and that activates all the powder inside. So how do you remake the primer? And you can do it with some older chemical processes. However, what if you had a fucking electric primer? What if you would go through like old spent casings and then you would drill a hole through the pre-existing primer in the spent casing and you would thread like an insulated copper wire through it, just like half an inch of it. And that way and you would modify the gun so that instead of driving the hammer forward, you would just like send a charge through like a big plate at the end. How about that? How dope would that be? That'd be so fucking dope. Wouldn't it be easy to make crossbow bullets? Shut the fuck up and follow me for a second, okay? So you could have black powder bullets being fired with an electric primer, okay? Now imagine you have a battery pack on the gun and you have a hand crank to charge the battery. Holy shit. You could have the Wasteland Scavenger Deluxe, the black powder, breech loaded, single shot, uh, electric gun that's crank powered. How fucking cool would that be? Oh my god. That'd be cool as shit. I've never even seen that level of like, what would you call it? Chronological anachronism in a gun construction game. Harder than you think though. I know it's hard. Trust me. I looked into it. You guys get me, right? Only 18,000 cranks before I can fire. Actually, it wouldn't take that much. It'd be doable. Um, yeah. How y'all doing? How about a drawing? It's yeah, doing good. Yeah. Had other ideas, you know. All you need is enough of a spark to ignite the black powder. Yeah, but you can't get a spark to ignite the black powder reliably in the spent casing because of the way the primer is. You'd have to have some kind of like flash pan inside the gun. I'd have to do more research. Don't worry about it. Chat wants you to know that's what killed Abe. I know. I do read chat. I always see chat. With this kind of a USB-C port too for fast charging. I literally think okay, from what I read, if you have a wire running into compressed black powder, you can ignite it with 5 watt seconds. I think that you can charge a battery with a hand crank to 5 watt seconds without, like, not too much. Um, Maybe like a couple of minutes per enough energy to ignite one shot. And if the battery could hold enough power for multiple ignitions, and you had, you limited the ampage. Um, yeah. Okay, enough. How are y'all doing? What about firing with piezo ignition? Type of ignition used in portable camping stoves, gas grills, and some lighters. Piezoelectricity is the electric charge that accumulates in some materials in response to mechanical deformation. I don't even know about this. What would the material? Wait, what materials would be necessary? What 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 materials are vulnerable to piezoelectric charge? It takes next to nothing to set off black powder. Well, yeah, it's flintlocks, right? Um, How do you not know about this? It's just quartz and a hammer. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for not knowing about piezoelectricity. My apologies. I'd done hours of research on the specific process of reloading bullets, the exact way you recast lead into a fucking mold, how to rebuild primers, and the chemical processes for creating nitric acid and modern primer materials, but I forgot about the piezoelectricity. My apologies. Jesus Christ. It's a good thing that this fucking hypothetical post-apocalyptic wasteland scavenger has a fucking doctorate in physics and chemistry so that they can properly, like, parse all this information out, you know? Jesus Christ. Okay. God. Just use a crossbow, nerd. Crossbows are also cool, but not as cool as guns. Guns are cooler than crossbows, and nothing is cooler than a hand crank battery powered um black powder single shotgun. Oh hell yeah, Galley. I hope it goes well. You gotta send pictures, of course. Okay, stop. We're getting too deep into the weeds right now. Which is cooler, gun, crossbow? You fucking you people think that crossbows are cooler than guns? Crossbows are cool. I'm not saying they're not. But like really? Yes, and we are right. You guys just don't appreciate the kinesthetic pleasure. I'm just imagining like an isometric 2D game where your guy brings out like a breech loading lever action rifle that when fired kicks up a giant cloud of black smoke, and then he starts furiously hand cranking a battery pack on the side. This is just such an unimaginably like bullshit technology. It's so fucking funny. Like the idea of someone like okay, black powder crossbow, true. Chat, you're so easily swayed. You people fucking suck. Vosh, you're wasted on this, people. I know. I know that. Couldn't you have a battery pack charged by you walking? I think that would require, like, better technology than you could get as a wasteland scavenger. Or at least not reliably, right? Like, a hand crank battery is pretty simple, I think. Um, Chad hasn't considered the poetic brilliance of rifling. We're never getting ahead with this goddamn stream. I need to take control. I need to seize the horns. I need to pretend that this stream is it's too early to be this horny. Let's just move on. Okay. All right, lads. We got some new info fresh off the presses, you know? It's coming from twitter.com.cov, of course, which is the most reliable source of information. This story, thankfully, also contains a link to a news article, which really reinforces its legitimacy. New. A Ron DeSantis appointee has just resigned after photos emerged of him wearing a KKK outfit. Nice. DeSantis appointed him to run Florida's only predominantly black county. Nice. So as we can see here, we're out here partying with the boys. For some reason, we've blurred the faces of people who are hanging out with someone dressed as a Klansman, which feels to me like enough of a moral indictment that I personally would feel comfortable just leaving their faces in there. But whatever. So yeah, we got the Klansman over there. Fantastic stuff. Let's be honest, everyone in Florida has worn a Klansman outfit. Maybe like 30%, but those people probably shouldn't be in office, right? Not the best state. That's why God's punishing it right now. Anyway, so yeah, DeSantis appointed the guy. This isn't the first time this has happened. This is the article. Go over that in a second. Florida Secretary of State Mike Ertel resigns after Halloween blackface photos emerge. Now, my man over here, I love me some edgy comedy. 2 months later, a government official, that's our man, dressed as a Hurricane Katrina victim. Honestly, I'm mostly offended by the lack of effort. It looks like shit. This isn't even like shoe polish. This is like, what is this? Did he just rub his like face against his car exhaust pipe for a bit? Like what? Like really? So is this just human feces? Did he just shit in his hand? Of course, obviously, maybe we can appreciate the transformation more when you realize that, he's actually the whitest human alive. My God, barely any lower teeth there. Man, I genuinely don't know. I feel like he almost looks better in the blackface. I want you to understand this is just me insulting how he looks here. Um, I don't know how much of it is an age poor. It's just like, I don't know. He has no soul. Well, yeah, obviously, demon and human skin. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, oof. He's rocking the lipstick at least. Well, because it's blackface, right? So he's doing the big red lips and the blackface, and this is like the hair people or the sometimes people with the fluffy hair. They have the what do they call it? What is it called? When they like sort of contain it with is head wrap? Bandana? No, when it contains the hair, not do-rag? Is it a do-rag? Fuck, I forget. Whatever, you know what I mean. And then he resigned. Good fun. Anyway, back to the current main story. I don't know where, like, blackface versus KKK costume lines up exactly. I feel like the KKK one's probably worse. Do you think if the Ron DeSantis Ku Klux Klan appointee met up with the Ron DeSantis blackface appointee that he would burn a cross on this guy's lawn? Do you think we could get them to get kind of like an in-act minstrel show, basically, where like they're both running around? Um, yeah, that would make sense, I think. That'd be good. I'd be here for that. Wow. Okay. I really don't know how to make this interesting or entertaining for you, but I need you to know that I don't clean my monitors very often because I'm a lazy piece of shit. And while scrolling down right here in this position, there is a black dot on my left monitor that is right over the upper lip of this guy, the Ku Klux Klan guy, swearing in. It is the Hitler mustache, and it's lined up right here. I don't know how. Like, you don't have to believe me if you don't want. Like, obviously, it's too stupid of a thing to just like randomly bring up, but like right here, like it's perfectly lined up. That's actually incredible. Um, Take a picture? No, 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 no. I don't care that much. Also, the dot isn't that big, and also, I don't want you guys judging how dirty my monitor is. Okay? No, I'm not. Nope. You could believe I'm a liar. Yeah, editors, leave it in. Okay? Um, Gadsden County religious leaders are demanding a local commissioner and Governor Ron DeSantis come forward to address allegations the commissioner resigned last Friday after a photo surfaced purportedly showing him wearing a Ku Klux Klan Robin Hood, which had been a Halloween party years earlier. Jeffrey Moore, a Havana resident and former Department of Revenue employee, was appointed by DeSantis and oh, I want to say this right off the bat, by the way. It being a Halloween costume is not an excuse, just to be clear. Yeah, I'm going to be straightforward with that one. This might be like a totally arbitrary bias on my part, but like I actually feel like I might be willing to be more charitable to somebody who dresses up in like a Hitler costume for Halloween as an edgy dipshit than somebody who dresses up in a Klan costume. Maybe because I feel like people dressing up as Hitler is like a standard boilerplate, I'm edgy, pay attention to me, kind of like template that I could see a lot of annoying guys doing. Whereas, at least from where I grew up and in my mind, like, the Klan hood has zero comedic value. Like, literally none. There's literally nothing there outside of, like, just even approximating, like, even being in the ballpark. Maybe that's, like, the legacy in this country because the Nazi party was over in Germany and, like, the Klan was here. So I don't really know. That's just a bias I have, I guess. Abruptly resigned from the post in Florida's only predominantly black county. Moore, the only Republican of the 5-member board, also ended his campaign for the District 2 race, which was decided in November general election. Oh! I didn't realize that he was also up for I didn't realize that he was also up for a current race. So he didn't just resign from his current position, he dropped out of the race. Oh yeah, that's true. Hitler is a person, whereas the KKK hood is an ideology. That's true, yeah. Dressing up as Hitler is like, haha, I'm Hitler. But like there's no haha, I'm anything if you're in a Klan hood. Like you're not anyone. They deliberately wore hoods to hide their identity because they were pussies. Yeah. Tracy Stallworth, a pastor who lives in Moore's district, said the photo appears to be him, but we're going to formally ask the truth. We deserve that. It's obviously him. He resigned immediately. Nobody would resign immediately because a photo emerged of a guy who looks like you 20 years ago or whatever, wearing a Klan hood, Vosh, if the blackface dude had to resign, why is Trudeau still standing? Well, because that's a different person in a different country. I mean, because not all things always happen the same way always. I don't know. I will say, however, that not that I'm defending it, but I felt like Trudeau's behavior always came across more as like the condescending, callous disregard of the elite. Like just doing whatever they want and treating issues of import as just like costumes or aesthetics to sort of mock. Kind of like the sort of like sneering liberal disregard for the concept of there still like being work that needs to be done. Whereas I get the feeling this is more motivated by like just fucking hating black people. That again, just my opinion. That's my guess though. This feels like it's just fucking hating black people. The Trudeau thing felt more to me like an ultra wealthy socialite just obliviously trying to like win like ha-has throughout. But again, I'm just pulling together threads, just feelings that I have. Not saying it's good when Trudeau did it, not at all. Anyway, he resigns. Moore did not respond to questions about his resignation, the photo, or the KKK outfit. In an email to the Tallahassee Democrat, he said he was, quote, in the middle of hurricane preparations and would be in contact on Tuesday afternoon or Wednesday morning. As of late Tuesday afternoon, he has not replied. I love that. Sorry, I don't have time to answer questions about my Klan background. I'm preparing for a hurricane. And he's not lying, I don't think. My God. Let's take a look at Gadsden County real quick. Because I think it's important to, like, note, it's not a coincidence that these officials that DeSantis appoints are, like, massive racists. Not only is he, like, okay with that sort of thing, I have a feeling that he's probably, like, biased towards selecting those people for positions of power. DeSantis is a pretty explicit white supremacist and fascist. He's far more so than Trump, I think. Trump seems to be driven predominantly like by ego satiation, whereas I think DeSantis. I think that DeSantis. Okay, to give it like to make a distinction here, I don't think Trump would derive pleasure from sending like trans people to death camps, but I do think he would derive pleasure from the crowds of people applauding him as he announced that he was sending trans people to death camps. I think Ron DeSantis would derive pleasure from the death camps, if that makes any sense. I think that a lot of what Trump does is done for like kind of an aesthetic satiation of his personal, ego, and I think that DeSantis is a more, I guess, a higher level demon, if you know what I mean. And to that end, obviously, DeSantis is weighted by his political biases, one of which is being a racist. And it is not at all a surprise to me that he would favor and prioritize racists when giving people positions of power. Gadsden, sorry, is the only majority African American county in Florida. Vosh, Trump would be pro-trans for applause. I genuinely think that he would. In a different world where you still had the same Trump, but like there was no political in for being reactionary, I think that you would have like the legendary progressive Trump. Um, we love our AGPs, don't we, folks? I'm just kidding. They're not real. I can't do a Trump impression at all today. He would do like TTTT language, but he would do it like on a world stage, and people would love him for it. And our boy motors, our sweet, soft little boy motors. Not that they're boys, we can tell, but we'll play along. Just yeah. And I'll be screaming. Not gonna lie, that'd be kind of cool, Mel. It'd certainly be fucking funny. Yes, mandatory Trump boy removal. He'd send the boy motors to the boy removal camps where the black hoodies would be tossed into a pit and burned. People would be cheering. Anyway. Oh, a lot of info here. More than I expected for a relatively small county. What does any of this mean? Don't worry about it. Um, Overwhelmingly Democrat voters. Nice. Oh, if they updated this is the position that he was running for. District 2, right? Yeah. Ended his campaign on the District 2 race. Yeah, okay. Nice. Racism is bad. Explain. I'm going to. What are his policies? Trans Trump? DeSantis? Which bit are we doing right now? What act are we on? The KKK guy? Oh, fucking trans mass Trump. No, he's not trans. He would be like the cis ally, right? I feel like so we already know that Donald Trump is a chaser, right? Because all reactionaries are. I feel like he would I feel like he would be one of those like really horny supportive chasers as the like pro trans Trump or whatever. Like he would talk about girl cock all the time or something like that. Or he would like talk about that Estfolo Monster Energy drink can. That's what they call you. Unfortunately, I'm never beating the chaser allegations because as a product of my audience mostly being trans, I now follow like mostly trans people on Twitter, which means that other trans people are exposed to me on Twitter, which means I follow them because I follow back after 1,000 followers, and then it's like this runaway cycle. Excuse me. Yeah, I saw the Rudy Giuliani drag thing. It makes me uncomfortable because I'm transphobic. Republicans are in favor of supporting assaulters and clowners. Who the fuck tweeted this? That's crazy. Tweeting a graph? Republican voters are 3 times as likely to vote for a Republican candidate accused of sexual misconduct and 3.5 times likely to vote for a Republican candidate convicted of sexual assault than a Democrat would be for a Democrat candidate. Yeah, Republicans really don't give a fuck if the guy that they're voting for is a rapist, like at all. The Republicans are like in basically in every category. The only yeah, like in every category basically, except for committed a felony, where Democrats are 1% higher. In every other category, it seems Republicans are more likely to not give a shit how bad the person they're voting in is. Effective sexual harassment allegations on a congressperson. Yeah, where Republicans are all like, let the voters decide. Because Republicans love rape. They love rape. Republicans love rape. Republicans still voted for Roy Moore in Alabama when he was accused of being a pedo. Yeah, they're credible allegations of him fucking like a 14-year-old or something. And then he lost by 1 point to a Democrat. And there were Republicans being like, listen, he's raped a child, and that's not good, but Democrats are evil, so we gotta vote him in. Oh, sorry, she was 13, my bad. My apologies for downplaying the severity of the crime. I guess we shouldn't be surprised with the Alabamans. He also used his office to stalk a 16-year-old. Yeah. Is this a different moral framework where we can only use a stick? My moral framework involves a stick. Um, Roll Tide. Ah! My coffee. Fuck, I didn't finish my coffee. YouTube, find something. I need 2 minutes. I want to enjoy this. Where? Something. Anything. Anything. Just, I want to... New folding ideas video. Poggers, PogChamp, Champ Pog, Pog, PogChamp, Champ Pog, Pog, Champ Champ. Today's the day, folks. It's gonna be one of those days. I can feel it. Man, can't I find like a video about biking or something? Name that infrastructure. There's no way practical
Have you ever
engineering...
seen smoke rising from a sewer?
Shut up. There's no way practical engineering would DMCA their videos, right? Okay, let me drink.
Manhole? In some cities, this might be steam, but in many places, there's another explanation. Can you name that infrastructure? Pause the video here if you want to make a guess. Most wastewater systems are separated from storm drains, which carry away rainfall and snowmelt, but precipitation can still make its way into the sewers through cracks and breaks. That's a bad thing because rainfall during a storm can overwhelm the system's capacity. Municipalities work hard to find and repair defects that allow rainwater to enter the sewers. The obvious way to inspect these lines is using cameras, but there is a simpler and cheaper way: smoke. Introducing non-toxic smoke to the sewer allows a city to visually identify cracks, breaks, faulty manhole seals, and illicitly connected stormwater drains. Fixing these problems, identified through smoke testing, saves the city money, and it protects the environment from overflows.
That is so cool. I didn't know that. Yeah, that's pretty clever. I am very fond of the work that engineers do to make the modern world, like, workable. I like this channel a lot. Strong dad energy. Yeah, I was talking with some trans female friends of mine recently, and they were talking about how he's got strong daddy energy and that they want to fuck him. And I don't have the brain damage of a trans femme, so I'm not entirely sure what their preferences are. I get an intensely asexual energy off this guy. Because he's so professional in his presentation. But you know. Yeah. Yeah, ace coded, not actually ace. I'm sure he fucks. More like how I can't really imagine Bob Ross having sex, but like I know he did, you know. Excuse me. Oh god, I drank the coffee too fast. Oh my god. Does he shit? Maybe. Maybe. What about Vsauce, Ace? No, Vsauce fucks hard. Absolutely. Anybody who doesn't think that Vsauce fucks hard is retarded. Vsauce obviously lays mad pipe, like, all the time. There's no fucking way. Vsauce and Bill Nye. Vsauce and Bill Nye, okay? These are two people, okay? Yeah, silent professional cock, all right? Just demolishing holes on the reg, all right? Um Absolutely. Bill Nye? Yeah, Bill Nye. I mean, he's pretty old now, but you know. What about Veritasium? I don't watch many Veritasium videos. Trump saying the N-word to rally. Hey, me too. Oh yeah, I saw this. He didn't say the N-word. I wish he did. Very funny.
The N-word. You know what the N-word is? It's no. It's the nuclear word. He mentioned the N-word yesterday, the nuclear word, not supposed to be mentioned. The N-word.
I love him so much. I can't wait for him to win again, for us to all die. I'm ready to die. It's over. You said it was too early to be horny, Lamau. Yeah, I was completely wrong on that. I was so fucking off on that. It's 100% inaccurate of an assessment on my part. In Omaha, New England. Wait, Omaha, Nebraska. Sorry, I'm so okay. Mayor Gene Stother. Wait, Omaha, Nebraska. Destiny. He did this. Decided to remove the only protected bike lane in the city despite unanimous council support. What the fuck? They're going to make me disable ad blocker to read the Omaha World Herald? Fuck that. Absolutely not. Who the fuck do you think you are? What, do you think you're a fucking coastal city? The Omaha World Herald? You're going to make me turn off ad blocker for this? Fuck you. Jesus fucking Christ. The unbelievable fucking conceit. Omaha thinks we're a big deal. I mean, you guys have that, like, separate, the separate elector seat, which is cool, I guess. Yeah. Vosh, here's some good news at least. New HIMARS just dropped. Support local journalism? No! Fuck local journalism. You know why? Because it's dead. There is no local journalism anymore. All local rags have been bought up by mega conglomerates that hand down stories to be told by these people. Local journalists do not do investigative journalism. They do not bring insight or truth to their local community. They are just pencil pushers for, like, multinational corporations that control broader narratives. There is no independent journalism. Or if there is, you're going to find it on Twitter. We're sending 18 more HIMARS rocket systems to Ukraine. Fuck yeah. 18 HIMARS, 150 armored high mobility multi-purpose wheeled vehicles, or HMVs. 150 tactical weapons to tow vehicles, trucks and trailers, radars, body armor. Hell yeah. Where are we on the deep state map? Deep state map? Deep state map. Have you talked about Dakota Pipeline protester sentenced 6 years? Probably not. Because I'm racist or something. I don't know. Fill in whatever excuse you want. Have you seen the value of the pound? Yeah, it's collapsing. It's fucking funny. We're getting pretty close to it being worth $1. God damn. Man, it's really gone down. Only a year ago it was like worth $1.4. Now it's worth $1.1. Jesus. Yeah, Truss just announced tax cuts for the wealthy and it just dropped. I don't really care. Fuck England. Or fuck Britain or whatever. I don't care. Can we just recognize that Britain is like the worst country? Because it doesn't have a purpose anymore. Unified Ireland could. Scotland could. But the problem is, like, all Britain has right now is being a dying empire. They're too arrogant to be a part of Europe, which is where the future lies, in prosperous trade and unity with your regional neighbors. They're too arrogant and high fucking snooty. It's like, Britain, you aren't the only former colonial power, okay? The fucking Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, Spain, France, all of these countries had vibrant overseas empires, and some, France, still do. And you're over here like, we've never really considered ourselves a part of Europe. What the fuck are you talking about? Listen, there's nothing sadder than a dying empire, okay? Like Russia did the same thing. America is a current empire. We're still an empire. We have the power to justify our conceit, which, not to say that means it's like good or anything, but it does sort of justify. I mean, the dollar is still like the global fucking reserve currency. But if we're talking about like national identity, England, Britain, whatever, I use these interchangeably even though I shouldn't, should just be a part of Europe and accept that. This is the same thing with Russia, right? Look at all the harm that's been done from Russia trying to cling onto its colonial ambitions. Right? Like if Russia just like fallen in line, you forgot about Wales. I don't think Wales can really exist like independently, right? I don't think it's large enough to like Scotland and Ireland can be like separate things. Yeah, I don't think Wales really can. Maybe like in the future someday, like some kind of like weird city-state thing. I don't know. That's not true. Wales has a pretty big independence movement. Oh, I know that. I just don't know how much it could, reasonably act autonomously with its size. Whatever. Would globalism, i.e. a one-world government, be legit preferable? Yeah, that's communism. Yeah, a stateless society would mean a world with no states, would mean one single... Yeah. Absolutely. Labor is killing Tories in the polls. I'm not surprised. Speaking of killing. My God. Oh my God, it's disgusting. Oh, it's fucking nasty. Holy shit, they're backing him up to the fucking river again. It's a horse? True. God damn. Advances are being made here, too. The Russians have around 3,000 men encircled around Lyman, as in they have Ukrainians encircled. Where's Lyman? Liman? Probably somewhere around here, right? Area you just looked at? Ah, here. Right here. Well, the Ukrainians wouldn't be encircled here. The Russians are here. So you're saying the Russians are encircled. I hope they surrender. I want to make it clear, I don't really get any joy out of like these poor fucking Russian conscripts with like dicks for brains being hurled at Ukrainian like superior munitions or whatever. I want them all to surrender. It's just no, these are the professionals. Well, they're currently deployed, which means that these aren't the conscripts, but they're still like dipshit Ruskies with dicks for brains. Even the non-conscripts have that problem. Where's that fucking recruitment ad, dude? This thing aged like... What ages faster than milk? This aged like milk in a fucking hyperbolic time chamber. Where is it? Ah, yes, the army recruitment ads, China versus Russia versus America. When all the right-wingers, all the fascists in America were jerking themselves off about how, like, manly China and Russia are. This is the Chinese one.
Не имеет значения. То, кем ты был прежде, уже никого не волнует. Теперь важно то, кем ты будешь сегодня. Что ты знаешь о себе? На что ты способен? Вопросы могут остаться без ответов, но разве ты сможешь потом спокойно спать? Узнать себя, познать границы своих возможностей. К черту границы. Ты готов ломать себя до изнеможения. Каждый день здесь боль закаляет. Шрамы, повседневность. Это ты решил себе что-то доказать. Командир здесь только для того, чтобы ты мог увидеть в нем врага. Потому что без врага нет боя, а без боя нет победы. Но на самом деле... Главный враг.
Pictured VDV troopers being deployed directly into the sea.
Это ты. Вчерашний ты. Твоя задача выследить врага, догнать его, превзойти, стать лучше, чем он, и вернуться назад победителем. Потому что завтра первый день твоей новой жизни.
Jesus Christ, it looks like a video game parody of a military ad. It looks like something that you would see in Starship Troopers or like those cinematics in StarCraft 1. You know what I mean? Or like, here's a fascist society, here's like the Imperium of Man, or here's the like Confederacy or the Earth Directorate or something. Here's their fascist recruitment ad or something, you know?
Победителем. Потому что завтра первый день твоей новой жизни.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so that didn't work. It turns out that like filming a muscular guy doing push-ups and running around doesn't actually like mean your military is that good, actually.
Вернуться назад.
Let's look at the US ad. The they, them army.
Потому что завтра первый день твоей новой жизни.
Fuck yes, dude. Absolutely. Get my gay ass, like, undead, like, Telltale Games opening cinematic shit in here. It's so gay.
This is the story of a soldier who operates your nation's Patriot missile defense systems. It begins in California with a little girl raised by two moms.
I love modernity, dude. I love modernity. Yeah, it is ironic that despite literally having a gay couple here, the Russian one is somehow still way the fuck gayer. This is so funny. This is so fucking funny, dude. The funny thing is, this actually serves our political interest, because the more the army puts out ads like this, the more right-wingers aren't going to want to join the army because they think it's gay and cucked and Jewish now. And that way, when the big happening happens, it's all libs and leftists who are in the military, and they have no shot. When the happening commences.
Although I had a fairly typical childhood, took ballet, played violin, I also marched for equality.
If I had a daughter who had talent in music and dance and was interested in you know, social happenings, and they went and joined the army, I would have no fucking daughter. Holy shit.
I like to think I've been defending freedom from an early age. When I was 6 years old, one of my moms had an accident that left her paralyzed. Doctors said she might never walk again.
Had to fill
she
another...
tapped into my family's pride to get back on her feet.
Tick on the checklist.
Eventually standing at the altar to marry my other mom. With such powerful role models, I finished high school at the top of my class, and then attended UC Davis, where I joined a sorority full of other strong women. But as graduation approached, I began feeling like I'd been handed so much in life. A sorority girl stereotype.
As graduation approached, I realized that freedom isn't free, and every moment of peace I've enjoyed must be bought in blood from Taliban insurgents. So I joined up to fire $600,000 rockets into the sides of mountains to collapse their tunnels.
Sure, I'd spent my life around inspiring women, but what had I really achieved on my own? One of my sorority sisters was studying abroad in Italy. Another was climbing Mount Everest. I needed my own adventures, my own challenge. And after meeting with an army recruiter, I found it. A way to prove my inner strength and maybe shatter some stereotypes.
Like how the recommended next video from watching this channel is literally like, watch black people loot a store. I wonder what kind of channel I'm looking at.
Along the way. I'm U.S. Army Corporal Emma Malone Lord, and I answered my calling.
Isn't it crazy how in animation she looks nice, but the moment she turns into, yeah, Gally, the moment she turns into like a real person, it's like, oh, she would absolutely like call the cops on a black person who's walking around in her neighborhood.
I'm U.S. Army
right
Corporal
there, you
Emma
know?
Malone Lord, and I answered my calling.
The Karenification. Yeah, back in mid-2001. Chinese army, are you brave enough? Russian army, are you strong enough? American army, are you gay enough? True! The trick is, though, is that the real, like, qualifier for being a strong soldier is actually just being gay, and the Russian army was not gay enough. They failed the test. They are all spot on at nailing their national character. Russian, intimidating survivalist dark Slav warrior. American, sexually confused infantile cret living in a cartoon world. When I've said before that fascist societies will always fall apart, it's for this reason exactly. It's because as long as the fascist abhors empirical reality, the way like a bat stays in the cave to avoid the light, like they will look at like a muscular guy doing jumping jacks and think, ah, that's a strong military. Meanwhile, America is like 50 times stronger than everyone else put together all the time. They don't care about reality. It's not about reality. Watch the China one? Yeah, I guess, yeah.
我们已经习惯打倒。
啊！
转类动员大会现在开始。
一声道，是一句承诺。
军长同志，一方前准备完毕，请指示。什么？战！
Dude, he's
一
right
声道
there.
是一种割舍。
Fuck, dude. I cannot tell you. Okay. Pardon my goblin energy here. I cannot wait for China to get embroiled in its first real ground war of the modern era. I cannot wait because like it's the two big countries that like people test against American hegemony are Russia and China, and we've thoroughly proven that Russia does not exist. There is no such thing as Russia. So the first time China gets involved in a ground war, okay, and at first you're going to have all the conservatives who are like, glorious Chinese society, which does not have gay people on television, will destroy, like, whatever, this or that, you know? And we're just going to get videos on TikTok of like, fuck, I don't know, what's a conflict other than India? What non-nuclear country would they go in for? Taiwan, they get involved with us because we defend Taiwan. What other country? No, we get involved in Taiwan. Mongolia? Do they even fight with Mongolia, like, at all? Vietnam? Vietnam, okay, Vietnam or Mongolia, decide. Which hypothetical conflict? Let's just go with Vietnam, okay? Wait, no, I don't want Vietnam to win. Luna Oi would be really smug about it. God damn it. Vietnam is more likely. Okay, let's just say they get in a ground war with Vietnam, and we're going to have TikTok videos of the greatest warriors of Ho Chi Minh, like, flossing over all of these pieces of Chinese armor that were duct taped together to look good during military parades, you know? Yeah, I don't know. I just think this is very funny.
一声道，是一次重塑。
India is a nuclear country,
各
guys.
作战局已兄弟完善作战计划。
At least this actually shows military hardware, as opposed to the Russian thing, which just showed, like, one muscular guy on a rifle, you know? Like, at least this actually shows equipment. Do you think maybe the US isn't as strong as we posture? No, we're incredibly strong. It's insane how fucking strong we are. To give you an example of how strong we are, the Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan, stayed there in a quagmire, and it broke their economy. We invaded Afghanistan, stayed there for 20 years, and we were fine. We posted record gains all the way through. Our economy and our military are so strong that we can casually sit on the rest of the world and maintain domestic production. Lefties constantly underestimate the United States because it's kind of politically expedient for them to, like, prop up other countries outside the hegemon. But if you want to be a good leftist, you have to understand there's only one superpower. Nobody else even comes close. Like, not even remotely. Our military is so beyond Like you will literally see, like, this has happened so many times. You will literally see like other countries brag that they just developed some technology like that, like, or you'll see like news articles like new Chinese plane or something, and then like later it'll be leaked that the Pentagon has had access to that technology since like the late 90s. Like it's genuinely ridiculous. We're so far ahead of everyone else militarily that it's unnecessary, and I don't want us to spend this much in our military, not even close. But while we are spending this much in our military, it's very important to understand how insane the discrepancy is. Genuinely insane. Yeah. Like, keep in mind, okay, to give an example, you know how right now the Ukrainians are doing incredibly fucking well against Russia, despite the odds, and they're doing it mostly with American gear? Those javelins are from the 80s. Russian tanks are melting to equipment that we produced during the Cold War. We have better guns now. We're giving them our surplus. Like, literally, yeah. The Russian army is being broken against our, like, old tech. Nothing comes close. Nobody comes close. And again, this isn't like chauvinism or whatever. If you're an American and you want to, like, deplete the American empire, you have to know how strong it is, right? You don't want to delude yourself like all the right-wingers did into believing that, yeah, even the HIMARS rocket system is in the late 1990s. This is literally, like, cutting edge in terms of deployed equipment, and we came up with it like 30 years ago. Like, what do we have now? We don't even, like... Sheesh. God damn, I didn't know that about HIMARS. Yeah, like, these are, like... Yeah, yeah. What about USA versus the rest of the world? People have given me shit for this take, but I genuinely believe it. If you took nuclear weapons off the table, in which case, of course, any global war means the world ends. If you took all nukes off the table and you're limited to, like, conventional weaponry, I still think the US would win against the rest of the world, in large part because of our defensible position. We're in the middle of the ocean. Canada and Mexico are both weak, and to our north and south. A lot of them would have to come through the sea or come through, like, defensible passes. I think, yeah. That's, like, kind of jerk-off, like, Hearts of Iron 4-tier shit, but I do believe it. Like, people do not understand what America is like. Like, it is so fucking wild how much money we spend in the military. It is insane. It is unimaginable how much we spend. Like, how many aircraft carriers are there in the world? Total aircraft carriers. 46 aircraft carriers in service worldwide, 20 of which are ours. So we're nearly half of the aircraft/helicopter carriers in the world, and ours are bigger than everyone else's. Most of ours are nuclear powered, and we have carrier groups. How many U.S. carrier groups? Do you know what a carrier group can do to most developed countries? It's like that whole, you know, the world's largest Air Force is the U.S. Air Force, and the second largest Air Force is the U.S. Navy, you know? A naval carrier group is like, do we have any One Piece fans? This is the Buster Call. Yeah, exactly. No, this is the fucking Buster Call. Oh, it's the other way around? Wait, the U.S. Navy has a larger Air Force than the U.S. Air Force? Hell yeah. The One Piece is real. Yeah. We have 11 nuclear carriers. Yeah, our nuclear carriers are pretty cool. Very big. The fucking Buster Call. You just... imagine if the military worked like that. Just fucking anime, dude. You just have, like, one, like wandering, like, U.S. corporal just somewhere in Syria or something, and they scream into the radio, like, yeah, Buster Call activate or something, and 6 hours later, like $4 trillion worth of military equipment is assembled, like, off the shore, just liquidating the fucking... God. Thank God it doesn't work like that. It kind of does work like that. We had a lot of really close calls with nuclear submarines during the Cold War. It kind of actually works a little bit like that. Sometimes. Wild stuff. Oh, wait, Sookdon said something. Wait, what? Wait, STL, retype what you said? I saw that you said something. I didn't see what you said. Yeah, I love starting nuclear Armageddon. This is one reason I think first worldism is in trying to turn America socialist, rather than focusing exclusively on third worlders trying to achieve revolution in their poor countries, is so important. If the US goes fascist, it can really destroy the world. Yeah, at the very least, it's important to, like, hold off the first world, right? Like, you can't just leave the first world like, oh, if it goes fascist, whatever, we're already fascist. Like, no one in the world can be socialist as long as America is militarily anti-socialist. We will not allow it. No one can survive. U.S. largest aircraft carrier. The USS Gerald Ford. $13 billion? Dude, Elon Musk could have like 20 of these. What the fuck? Why, as a billionaire, would you not simply have an aircraft carrier? Look at that. Gerald Ford? I always fuck this up. Gerald Ford? Gerald Ford. I always fuck that up. There's like 7 viable pronunciations, and I fuck it up every single time. What's the crew for this ship? About 2,600 people. God damn. That's a lot of people. Oh, do you want to hear something really wild, by the way? Back during the Age of Sail, some of the largest battleships that were constructed, like the 4th-rate ship of the lines, I think they actually had a comparable crew size, despite literally being like wooden sail ships. What was the largest Age of Sail warship of the line? It was from the UK, the HMS Victoria. Yeah, and the HMS Victoria had a crew of about 1,000 officers and men. Yeah. Just kind of interesting to think that, like, the largest aircraft carrier in the world had a crew size that wasn't that much larger than the largest Age of Sail battleship. You know? There's a lot of people. Oh, sorry, 1st-rate ship of the line, not 4th-rate. It counts up, not counts down. 1st-rate, 3-decked ship of the line commissioned for sea service. With a displacement of 7,000 tons, she was the largest ever wooden battleship. 260 feet long, and 121 guns. On the lower deck, 30 on the central deck, 32 on the upper deck, 26 on the upper deck, including a 68-pounder gun. A 68-pounder gun, which I assume is used to sink cities? God, perhaps? Most cannons used back then were 12-pounders. What the fuck are you doing with a 68-pounder? Jesus Christ. House the homeless in aircraft carriers? True! Sorry, we're rolling it back right now. Hold on. Did you know the USSR sold billions of dollars worth of naval ships to the Pepsi Corporation in order to settle debt? Yep. For a while, the Pepsi Corporation was the 6th largest navy in the world? This didn't really happen? Yeah, it did. Don't try to make reality less cool than it is. Obviously, Pepsi wasn't, like, arming and deploying these fleets. I'm not saying that Pepsi was, like, sailing around the Atlantic in a naval group, but they did own those ships. That was their navy. You know, the Soviets were selling, well, I guess the Russians were selling off Soviet scrap because they were in debt, and they wanted sweet, sweet Pepsi.
使人民军队不断发展的康庄大道。人民军队的力量来自 改革创新。人民军队的胜利来自改革创新。
中国召唤，我必到。一声道，一声道。
This is so much better than the Russian ad. Could China beat the EU in a non-nuclear conflict? China on its own? I don't think so. No, I do think that I do think that China is more competent than Russia, but like massively so. But I think that the EU, like of the EU forces together, I think they would be able to pull through. That might be closer though. That might be closer. Yeah. Yeah. No, it isn't. They never own the ships. Really? What the fuck is wrong with you? Vosh, no, it isn't. They never own the ships. As remarkable as it may seem, Pepsi did indeed own Soviet warships. What the fuck? Why would you link this to me? Labor you! Labor you! It has often been suggested by owning these ships, Pepsi became the largest name in the world. In reality, it never took possession of the vessels acquired. No, I never claimed that Pepsi staffed the ships, but they owned them, yeah. They didn't have like Pepsi, like minimum wage employees, like rearming the like 12.7 millimeter like fucking autocannons or some shit. You know, as fun as that would have been for a vacation job, you know. Doesn't China have very little actual war experience? Yeah, they kind of don't. What wars has China been in? I don't remember the last major conflict they've been in, where they've really been tested, you know? Of course, there was the Chinese Civil War, obviously. They fought Tibet in 1950. How many people died? A few thousand? This isn't a real... We're looking for something that would, like, test their modern military capabilities. The Korean War, but that's so far back. What here? Wait, let's go from the modern era down, okay? China-India skirmishes, no. Standoff, no. The Mali War, which I know nothing about. Oh my fucking god, what's happening here? The forces of France, Mali, China, Benin, Ghana, Cape Verde, Gambia, Ghana, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Ivory Coast, Liberia, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Senegal, Togo, Chad, Burundi, Gabon, South Africa, Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, Germany, versus the heroes of the story, the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant, Ansar al-Sharia, and Jamaat Nasr al-Islam wal Muslimin. Okay, ISIS, gotcha. I didn't realize that I didn't realize this was still happening. I think I just like read something about this fight. I didn't realize it was still happening. 10 years? Can they just stop? How many people have died? Okay, most of the people involved have had like 1 or 2 people dead. There's constant war in Africa. Yeah, I know that. Operation Ocean's Shield against the Somali pirates. Victory. Number of Somali pirate attacks reduced dramatically. Woo! Oh, look, NATO's involved in this one. The Somali pirates are pretty bad dudes. It's okay to celebrate victory against them. The War on Terror. Yeah, okay. How about a real war? NATO and Russia? Nobody likes the Somali pirates. Literally nobody likes them. Seriously. The Somali pirates, I think, were kind of like a unique political force in that basically nobody sided with them. Like, there are governments who are, you know, not the ISIS, but like Al Qaeda, you know, the Taliban, like they've had like kind of state involvement, you know. The Somali pirates, just nobody fucking liked them. They were poor, yeah, and they were assholes. Not to say that they weren't a, you know, a product of like colonial, you know, power or whatever. Just Sino-Vietnamese conflicts, temporary Chinese occupation, and the Sino-Vietnamese War. How many people? Here we go. This is a real conflict. 42 to 57,000 killed. So many and so many wounded. Okay, yeah. I like how we have the Chinese, Vietnamese, and Western estimates for all the death counts because like they're all like making shit up. The Chinese say they lost 7,000 people. The Vietnamese say the Chinese lost 48,000 people. Yeah. Vosh, think about this. Ha! Yes! Exactly. Who's really the bad guy here, huh? Oh, wow. Okay. So you've got the police, the district attorney, the courts, the judge, and the federal government all against one rapist serial killer? Who's really the bad guy here? Yeah, the plucky underdog, exactly. I saw someone earlier in chat say that earlier aircraft carriers actually had like 5,000 to 6,000 people, and that the reason the modern one only has 2,000 is because of a lot of automation, which is probably good. You know, if the ship ever gets sunk, you want fewer casualties, I guess. So how gay did China do in this conflict? Was this a real test of their logistical and mechanical capabilities? Was this a real test for the Chinese military? Yeah, they got fucked. This is too far back. It's true, like, China has changed a lot since 1979. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, if their last real test was in 1979, nearly like 50 years ago, I don't think you can say the Chinese military has been tested. Yeah. I guess we just have to see. By declaring war on China. Oh, speaking of. All right. Oh, we missed the beginning part where he gets his head shaved.
Первый день твоей новой жизни. То, что было вчера, не имеет значения. То, кем ты был прежде, уже никого не...
The overall point is that China's had no real test or experience. Okay, okay. I'm obviously not a vet, but I do know vets. And from what I've heard, the thing that like makes a good military isn't so much experience. Obviously, you want officers with experience, but what I've heard a lot of it is like expectation. If you have like a reasonable chain of command where the officers are given realistic goals to like manage and act through and succeed in, then you can have like an operationally effective military. Whereas if you have like a bunch of like touted up fascist officials who have 17 medals pinned to their chest, who are like, yes, simply capture this depot 60 miles into enemy territory and we'll pick you up, you know. Or like, if basically, if like, are the officers above you people who like are with you? Okay, it's really, are your officers with service or with management? That's the question. Do you know what I mean? Do you get what I mean when I say that? Like, is your officer like some political kiss ass who's just like looking to pin 50 medals on their chest and like everything that they know about military like operational, you know, like capabilities comes right out of like the fucking red book where they're like saluting every like paragraph they read and they're like oh yes, glorious, you know, advocate for Marxism-Leninism should have no trouble capturing territory from dirty, you know, Slavic, whatever. It's just highly ideological, highly illegal, as opposed to people who actually like give a shit. Officers aren't as big of a role as you think. NCOs and logistics are what win wars. Well, obviously logistics too, but like all that stuff, like the ability for logistics to keep up with the movement of troops is determined in large part by like officers directing those troops, right? Like it's way easier to plan out like logistics when you have a realistic like set of expectations for your soldiers and how far they can go and how quickly they can move and what they can realistically do, you know? Basically, I guess the broader thing is like the more arrogant your officers are, the worse things are going to pan out, if that makes any sense. Like to give an example, how quickly did we take over Iraq in 2003? Like Iraq 2003 was a shit show, but didn't we like we took over them in like no time at all. It was like a very clean sweep. Fuck, I want to see if I can find like a map or something. We basically like as fucked as that invasion was, we just like we went in, we put up a tent, we expanded the territory, put up a tent, expanded blah blah blah, and then like we had it, you know? I'm trying to find like those two are incomparable. I'm not meaning to the only point I'm trying to make is that given the military the US military being relatively competent, even in our quagmires, we still have like a there's still kind of like a beat by beat plan for like handling things that gets carried out more effectively than you see like this flailing being done by the Russian army. What is all this? What is all this? Kuwait, Iraq? Well, if it involves Kuwait, wouldn't that have been the Gulf War? Check out Desert Storm. Happy 4th of July to the only superpower in the world. This is going to be an extremely American chauvinist NCD post, isn't it? Also, this is going to have copyright music, isn't it? Actual superpower doing superpower things 30 years ago. Close your eyes if you're Russian. Okay, this is probably not copyright. Yes, as I understand it, basically back in the day, we simply we engaged in geoengineering by turning the air above Iraq into 30% steel. The Highway of Death was a very apt name for one area of the conflict. Yeah, we do a little war crimes, casually. We casually and indifferently end human lives with no regard for morality. Here's the OG video, it's so good. Anyway, the point of this video is that Russia was never able to establish air superiority over Ukraine, whereas we just filled Iraq. We just replaced their clouds with planes for the Gulf War. Are Day One animated? Holy shit.
Nations send a total of approximately 1 million military personnel to Saudi Arabia.
Hold on, wait, I'm sorry, just a second. I'm sorry, hold on. I've never seen this channel. If other people know what this is, then...
Take off from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana. In 35 hours' time, when they return, a war will have started, and they will have set a new record for the longest bombing raid in history. A year prior, in 1990, high levels of oil production in the state of Kuwait and other Arab nations are depressing global oil prices. Because of its economic dependency on oil revenue, Neighbouring Iraq is struggling to pay $14 billion debts on loans used to finance its war with Iran.
Wait, can we watch... Wait, hold on. I'm kicking in. If this isn't copyright, can we watch this for a bit? I want to watch this one. I want to watch maybe one other war. Not a big one like World War II or something. Yeah.
In the 1980s. It has come to the point where Iraq is now even struggling to pay for basic government spending. Dating from the fall of the Ottoman Empire after World War I, Iraq has maintained sovereign claims over Kuwait. An accusation that Kuwait is slant drilling Iraqi oil fields gives Iraqi President Saddam Hussein an excuse to invade and annex the small nation on the...
That was a totally bullshit claim, by the way, right? Was there ever any evidence found of that? That the Kuwaits were literally using some underground fucking silly straw to, like, sneak out the... slurp up the Iraqi oil from under the border? Yeah, that was some fucking bullshit right there. Drink your milkshake.
On the 2nd of August 1990. Following international condemnation and sanctions, British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and US President George H.W. Bush begin to deploy forces to Saudi Arabia, urging other countries to do the same. A UN resolution passes, giving Iraq a deadline of the 15th of January 1991.
So you guys understand the real politics at play here. We supported Kuwait depressing global oil prices because we like it when oil is cheap. Iraq didn't like that because their economy is totally dependent on oil. The only reason we intervened to defend Kuwait is because we wanted to keep oil cheap and keep Saddam Hussein from keeping it artificially high. This is only being done for economics. Saddam Hussein could have personally raped and killed every single Kuwait citizen, and we would not have cared as long as the oil prices remain low.
To completely withdraw from Kuwait. The buildup of coalition forces in Saudi Arabia is called Operation Desert Shield.
So this was a war over oil? Yes. I don't think Iraq 2003 was that much over oil. This was a war over oil.
Over a period of 6 months, 35 nations send a total of approximately 1 million military personnel to Saudi Arabia, the largest military alliance since World War II.
Jesus Christ.
2,230...
That's what it takes. All the massacres around the world since World War II, all of the death and suffering, what brings the world together to delete a country off the map? Keeping oil cheap.
30 coalition aircraft are sent to bases in Saudi Arabia, and 6 carrier battle groups are deployed in the region. The coalition war plan is first to wage an air war to achieve dominance of the skies above Iraq, and to strike targets to degrade the Iraqi military for when the ground invasion is launched some weeks later. The first day of the air assault will be the most risky. Iraq has a very dangerous arsenal of air defense systems. 154 SAM sites with 16,000 missiles defend Iraq, alongside a further 972 anti-aircraft artillery guns, 2,404 fixed AA guns, and 6,100 mobile AA guns.
Do AA guns even threaten, like, modern bombers? I could be totally off on this. Aren't, like, all modern anti-air systems missile-based? They do? Okay, I don't know if, like, modern bombers are just, like, 5 billion miles above the ground or something. Or, like, there's no reasonable way to hit them reliably.
Baghdad is likely the most heavily defended city in the world. 478 early warning radars watch the skies for coalition aircraft, with command and control centres ready to scramble the Iraqi Air Force's 550 combat aircraft to respond. The priority for day one of the air campaign will be to degrade the enemy's air defence systems. The deadline passes, and a day later the Great Air Assault on Iraq is put into motion. H hour, the start of the air war, is scheduled for 2:38 AM on the 17th of January. 2 hours before H hour, the B-52s are nearing the end of their long journey from Louisiana, and an enormous armada of aircraft is taking off all over Saudi Arabia and from carriers in the Red Sea and the Arabian Gulf. 2 flights of helicopters, each with a single Pave-Low Special Operations helicopter and 4 Apache attack helicopters, cross the border at low level. Their call sign is Task Force Normandy. Their job is to sneak up on and shoot up 2 key enemy radar positions.
There.
This will cut a vital gap in the radar coverage through which the coalition strike aircraft can stream into Iraq to hit their targets. E-2 and E-3 airborne warning and control aircraft, referred to as AWACS, are orbiting near the border, directing operations and keeping an eye on Iraqi airspace. Air-to-air refueling tankers are now refueling the aircraft of the enormous 1st Striking Force over Saudi Arabia. For the last few months, large formations of coalition aircraft have massed every night near the border, so as not to cause a specific alarm in the enemy command structure when the air war does start. What Iraqi radars can't see tonight is the further formations of aircraft massing further away from the border.
If there's any lesson we should be taking from this, it's like comparing this to Russian logistics 30 years later.
At low level. F-117 stealth aircraft have also crossed the border unescorted and head for Baghdad. It's unclear whether their stealth technology will be potent enough to cloak them from the massive fire control radars around the heavily defended city. They are to hit key communications infrastructure in the city, hindering central military commanders' ability to coordinate their air defense sites around the country. One of the main targets is the International Communications Center in central Baghdad, through which 50% of all military comms traffic is routed. These vital strikes are needed to protect the main assault aircraft when they attack in the coming hours.
We bomb the other side of the planet with non-stop flight, and Russia can't fight 50 miles from their border. Yeah, like do you guys remember the picture from Mexico that I showed, where like Russia getting bagged down 50 miles from their border would be like us invading Mexico and getting like stopped in the desert before you even hit the cities? Yeah, it's and meanwhile from the other side of the world, we just casually vaporized a country.
In the end, the stealth bombers circle Baghdad undetected, waiting for H-hour. A few minutes before H-hour, the US Air Force fires the first shots of the war, launching 35 AGM-86 cruise missiles from the Barksdale B-52s at communication sites and power plants. Simultaneously, coalition naval battle groups begin launching Tomahawk cruise missiles at mainly communications targets in Baghdad.
Oyo.
Two of the ships launching Tomahawks, the USS Missouri and Wisconsin, are battleships that first saw service in World War II, and will serve their country once more. The Tomahawks will navigate to their targets using an onboard system that identifies and follows known landmarks and terrain contours on the route to the target. Because much of the direct route to Baghdad from the Persian Gulf is flat desert, the cruise missiles must follow a longer easterly route over more hilly, trackable terrain near the Iranian border. The missiles fly at subsonic speed, so while these are the first shots to be fired, the US Army would have the honor of the first shots to explode. The two groups of Apaches arrive near two radar sites 30 seconds.
You know they timed it out for that too. Like somewhere in the coalition planning room, the war room, there's some like American general with a flat top haircut, a gigantic cigar that he's chewing on, where he's like planning everything out to make sure that no matter what, it's American munitions that detonate against their targets first. 100%.
Seconds early, and come to hover in lines of 4 abreast. As they wait for precisely 2:38 AM, they watch the compounds through their infrared cameras. At first, it appears that the Iraqis are oblivious to their presence, but with 10 seconds to go, the compound's lights go out, and figures are observed running around outside. At 2:38 AM, H-hour, Desert Storm begins. The Apaches unleash a furious rain of destruction on the radar installations. Hellfire missiles are first aimed at power generators. Further Hellfires and 70mm rockets are fired on radar dishes, command vehicles, and communications antennas, as the attack helicopters move in closer.
Do we know how long they planned it, or they just have plans for attacking every country pre-made? It's probably reasonable to assume that the Pentagon has plans for managing the invasion of most countries on Earth at any point in time, and they probably get updated as felt needed. And like countries will never reasonably need to invade. They probably have some ancient plans from like the 50s or something, you know? But we probably keep pretty modern plans on invasion for countries that there's a reasonable likelihood we might actually do that for, yeah. I mean, they get paid a lot. They're in an office all day, you know. Gotta do something.
They expend everything they have on the site. Such is the importance to knock out the radar. The Apache crews then move in closer still, and engage whatever is left standing with 30mm cannon. An enormous explosion ends the attack when an ammunitions dump is hit by cannon fire. During the 4 minutes of destruction, 27 Hellfires, 100 rockets, and 4,000 cannon rounds have been unleashed on the sites. The crews report in total destruction of the 2 sites for no loss. They turn back to the border. The first aircraft of the first strike wave screams overhead. The air war is underway. 3 EF-111 radar jamming aircraft rush towards Baghdad to provide jamming support for the F-117s in case they are detected. With coalition aircraft streaming into Iraq, it's crucial that the stealth bombers knock out comms infrastructure. To maintain stealth, the F-117s are unable to use their radios to report on progress. Commanders at the Coalition Tactical Air Control Center, the TAC, won't know if the crucial task has been successfully completed until the aircraft are near the Saudi border on their return journey. The strike aircraft will be deep inside Iraq by then. But this is the first major war to take place during the new age of communications and international live television. Believing the imminent start of the new conflict after the UN deadline passing, live news channels have sent reporters into Baghdad. At the TAC, they spot that a reporter is live on CNN, reporting hearing aircraft over the city. The news streams almost definitely route through the International Communications Center.
I have so much fucking respect for wartime live correspondence, dude. Holy shit, that's got to be a very stressful job. Shout out to Dylan Burns over there near the front in Ukraine. Yeah, the just being anywhere near that shit, man. This is a ton of info on direct plan/info. How'd someone get this? Isn't this kept uber classified? No, not at all. Once a war actually begins, it's almost impossible to keep operations top secret. Once stuff actually happens, it's pretty easy to know what. There's always ways to track what's going on. You can't really hide it. The usually like stuff that's kept secret, you know, it's not like part of the main like battle group or battle plans or whatever. This happened like 30 years ago, yeah.
Primary target for the F-117s. CNN is put up on the large screens in the TAC. At 0300, the precise moment the first bomb should be falling on target, CNN loses.
US command was waiting for the CNN feed to cut to know they were successful. That's fucking wild. Imagine being like in the fucking Pentagon coordinating this shit, and you're you're like waiting to like get back returns or like results on whether or not the attack on the broadcasting tower was successful, and the fastest way to do that is just be watching CNN, because as soon as that feed cuts, you know the tower just went down. That's insane. That's some like phenomenal Heart of Darkness, like real war shit right there. Isn't that super illegal to bomb media sites? No. Like the communication infrastructure, not the like broadcasting center itself. They didn't kill the CNN journalists. They were destroying the towers that broadcast the radio signal, which you always want to do, by the way. Yeah, no, they didn't bomb the office. They hit the broadcasting tower. But you always want to knock out comms. You know, if you're doing a military.
The live feed from their reporter on the ground. A cheer erupts at the TAC. The first F-117 strikes stir the hornet's nest, and 2,000 anti-aircraft guns in Baghdad open fire into the night sky. Stealth can protect the aircraft from radar-guided missiles, but blindly fired anti-aircraft fire in such volume will be equally deadly if a lucky direct hit is scored. They drop 17 paveway guided bombs on 13 targets, radio towers, command bunkers, and a palace just outside the city, incorrectly believed to have been housing Saddam Hussein himself.
Whoops.
Shortly after, the first of 116 Navy-launched Tomahawks begin to fall on Baghdad, hitting party headquarters, a Scud ballistic missile factory, another presidential palace, and other targets of importance. A British journalist watches from his Baghdad hotel window as a Tomahawk screams past him at eye level down the street and hits the Ministry of Defense building at the end of it. Some Tomahawks carry special warheads which contain long strips of carbon filament. These missiles fly over power transformers and switching stations and release these strips into them, causing the electrical components to spark, short out, and burst into flame.
What the fuck? That's insane! I didn't know that was a thing. Holy sh! I have to hear that again.
These missiles fly over power transformers and switching stations and release these strips into them, causing the electrical components to spark, short out, and burst into flames.
This was 30 years ago. Can you imagine the insane bullshit we have now? Yeah, it literally might as well just be magic. Yeah, like, oh yeah, dude, we put like magic metal in our missiles and it makes all of your computers explode if it even gets close to them. Okay, sure, great. Thanks, America. Thank you. Thanks. Great.
5 electrical facilities are hit. The B-52 launched cruise missiles fall on further communication sites and power generation facilities, including the Al Musayib Thanal power plant. After a grueling flight across the Atlantic and Mediterranean to get here, the B-52s will now fly back to Louisiana without landing. The 14,000-mile mission takes 35 hours, requiring 57 tanker sorties, a demonstration of American global reach.
Literally, take off in Louisiana, fly to the opposite end of the planet, do a bombing run, fly back without landing. Insane!
With Iraqi command and control seriously degraded, the 668-strong first wave of strike aircraft with fighter escort begin hitting military targets across Iraq. SAM sites, Scud missile sites, command and control bunkers, and airfields. RAF Tornado and US Navy F-14 interceptor aircraft. Yeah,
these graphite bombs. Intended to be a non-lethal weapon used to disable an electrical grid. The bomb works... This is why they didn't want to use pencils in the ISS, by the way. The bomb works by spreading a dense cloud of extremely fine chemically treated carbon filaments over air insulated high voltage installations, causing short circuits and subsequent disruption of the electrical supply in an area, a region, or even an entire small country. Jesus fuck. It's like it's not really an EMP. But it's still really fucking cool like one. You know? Jesus.
Patrol the Iraqi border and orbit Iraqi Air Force bases waiting for the enemy fighters to come out to fight. One formation, a strike package of F-15E Strike Eagles, escorted by F-15C fighters and an EF-111 radar jamming aircraft, hit Scud missile launch sites in the western desert, attempting to prevent Scud launches against nearby Israel. With the alarm now raised, the Iraqi Air Force is in the air defending their nation, setting up combat air patrols near key installations. With the strikes against the launchers underway, an F-15 detects a single Iraqi Mirage fighter nearby and destroys it with a Sparrow missile. Another Mirage moves in close behind the low-flying EF-111 and fires a missile. The 111 makes a violent turn and evades. At this point, an F-15 above spots the hostile aircraft and dives in to engage. Spotting the attacking Eagle, the Mirage itself makes a violent maneuver to evade the American fighter, but in doing so crashes into the ground.
No!
The unarmed EF-111 pilot is credited with a maneuvering
kill.
Hurricane
Ian's made contact.
Another F-15C Eagle has just crossed the border into Iraq, and the pilot...
But how can Hurricane Ian have made contact while I'm live streaming right now? Or is this pre-recorded?
Detects a distant, unidentified contact on his radar. Rules of engagement require the pilot to ask one of the E-3 command and control aircraft for permission to fire. The contact begins to maneuver aggressively, and the E-3 grants permission to fire. The long-range Sparrow missile flies into the distance, and the pilot sees the fireball as it detonates. The enemy aircraft downed is a modern and dangerous MiG-29 Fulcrum, piloted by a veteran of the Iran-Iraq War with 3 kills on his record.
Oh.
A flight of F-4G Wild Weasel aircraft are some of the many aircraft on their way to Baghdad to attack radar sites and SAM sites. Because of the volume of coalition assets in the area, the escorting F-15s are constantly investigating potentially hostile contacts that turn out to be friendly. After a few false alarms, Captain Steve Tate finally finds an enemy Mirage. He engages with a Sparrow...
So many goddamn planes. Yeah, it's weird to think about, but if I remember correctly, the Gulf War actually contained the single largest mechanized infantry conflict in the history of humanity. I think more tanks were deployed and doing battle with each other in the Gulf War than in any other human conflict. You know, Saddam Hussein did what he could with his military, and there were some real fucking battles there. I think we lost something like 20 tanks, and 17 of which were to friendly fire. Our tanks were so hilariously overbuilt compared to theirs that their shells would literally ricochet off direct hits, and ours would just like vaporize them through. And they would, and most of the ones we lost were due to friendly fire. Hold on. Tanks lost in Gulf War. We destroyed over 3,000 tanks, 1,400 APCs, and 2,200 artillery pieces, along with countless other vehicles. This was achieved at a cost to the United States of 96 soldiers killed in action. Yeah, this was this was like the big conflict for the M1 Abrams. Hold on. A total of 23 M1A1s were damaged or destroyed during the war. Of the 9 Abrams tanks destroyed, 7 were destroyed by friendly fire, and 2 were intentionally destroyed to prevent capture. None of them were actually destroyed by the Iraqi army. None of them. Not one. Every single one that was destroyed was either through friendly fire or to keep them from falling into enemy hands. The M1A1 Abrams is like an indestructible bunker. Yeah, I don't even, like, they're insane. It's insane. Why so much friendly fire? Usually because people in the air don't always have perfect info on what's going on the ground. I mean, you're like flying overhead and you see something really scary looking. I mean, destroy to prevent capture is basically a kill. No. The distinction is that, like, the Iraqi army literally did not have the tools capable of breaching the armor of these tanks. Like they were so strong. Like, you can knock out the treads on an Abrams. Like, any tank can have its treads knocked out, right? Like, if you're fleeing a position and you are leaving tanks behind, right? But, like, these things are so strong that they just could not. Yeah, the A-10s cause most of the friendly fire, yeah. Fuck, dude. These are the same tanks being used in Ukraine? I don't think there are no, there aren't M1s in Ukraine. Do we give them M1s? Did we give Ukraine M1A1s? No, right? I don't think we've yet invented a device capable of lifting these things over. I think we should. No. No, I don't think Abrams would work that well in Ukraine. They'd all, like, fucking sink into the mud or some shit. Yeah. I meant the Russian tanks they had. Well, the Russian tanks that are being used are Soviet tanks, and Soviet tanks wouldn't be able to scratch these things. Sorry, that sounds a bit chauvinistic, but I actually do mean that. Technology has come a long way. Soviet tanks made in the 60s would not be able to do anything against modern American battle tanks, or at the very least, it would not be a very fair. The Iraqis were using Soviet tanks, yeah, and look how it worked for them. And look how it went for them.
Missile, and the fireball confirms the kill. Multiple flights of aircraft are inbound to Baghdad to attack salmon radar sites. Given the heavy air defences around the city, this could be a treacherous task.
This is nonsense. Please stop being cringe. Okay, guys, holy shit, stop. You're so fucking annoying. Obviously, an explosion from a tank shell can destroy an Abrams. It's just, it doesn't happen because our tanks are so good, okay? Like, yes, it is possible for a shell fired from, like, a 72 to destroy an Abrams, but it is a hilarious mismatch in terms of the effectiveness of these vehicles. That's all I'm saying. This isn't chauvinism. You have to know this, right? Like, this is why you can make a T-72 with scrap parts in your backyard. I hope you can tell I'm joking. Whereas an Abrams is like the product of the world's most wealthy society pumping trillions into its military. It's like it's a hilarious mismatch in terms of the capabilities here. Again, 3,000 tanks lost by the Iraqi army, Soviet made, and they didn't destroy a single Abrams. Yeah, the big key, though, with the expensive tanks like an Abrams is that you need to maintain them constantly. Especially with that ablative armor, right? Because, like, modern battle tanks have ablative armor, which means that rather than just having, like, a metal plate on the side, if it detects a rocket or whatever heading towards it, there will be an explosive fired from the armor that will pre-detonate the explosive midair rather than allowing it to penetrate the armor. And you need to replace that. Maintaining an Abrams is really expensive. Yeah. What, for real? Yeah. That's, oh, sorry, nope. Ablative armor is the wrong thing. It's reactive armor. My apologies. Ablative armor is also a new and cool thing, but reactive armor is what I am thinking of. Ablative armor is when the armor, like, sort of gets shelled off in a specific way to minimize damage to the armor.
Tank is explosive warhead, like or RPG. The explosion is focused on the copper lining, creating a jet of molten copper that punches through armor.
We're going to have about 10 inches of armor, fire the warhead right next to that armor, and cut a jet.
Is on high-speed cameras.
Woo! That's why you gotta react to your armors, boys.
It's all over in a flash. The only way to see what's happening is on high-speed cameras.
You did.
At an incredible 10,000 pictures a second, we can see that the copper jet slices through the 10 inches of steel, examines the armor. Once the metal has cooled, Romero examines the armor. The jet has cut a small hole in one side, but has not pierced the whole way through.
See? Because it blew up preemptively.
outward. Exploding armor is triggered by the initial impact of the shell. It blasts outward, neutralizing the effect of the impact before it ever reaches.
Wacky.
US Navy aircraft make their first major play of the night. A-6 intruders to the west launched decoy glider drones towards the city, intended to trick the defending SAM sites into switching on their radars. It worked.
Abrams don't care about anything. Oh fuck, combat footage. ISIS RPG gunner scores a track hit on Iraqi M1A1. Good luck. Warrior of Allah. We're rooting for you. Get those fucking infidels. Oh no 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 no! Wow, that didn't do shit. That didn't do anything. Holy shit. You know that's how that guy felt when the tank stopped for a second and then just started backing up slowly, like, I fucking rolled over a rock. The treads are fucked, surely? Maybe. Treads on modern tanks are pretty pretty strong. God, that's fucking, oh god. Whew. No, that was a really good hit, too. That was a hit on the track, and then the track kept moving. Like, that was a hit on the weak part of the tank, you know? Probably an export model, so not as good as what the US uses. As a general rule of thumb, you can assume that if you see a piece of equipment being used by the US military, we probably have a better version of it somewhere in a lab.
And many surface-to-air missiles are launched against them. The Iraqis believe they've scored multiple kills. What they don't see are the US Navy FA-18 Hornet.
Fuck, you guys are linking videos that I know are going to be funny to watch. Warriors of Allah, this is your chance. Take out these Imperials. This is not an Abrams. This is, what is this, a Bradley? Is this a Bradley? Yeah, M2 Bradley. This isn't even them getting, this is just them getting shot at. There's no comedic value here.
It's armed with high-speed anti-radar missiles, HARMs, coming in behind. The HARMs lock onto the radar signals coming from the SAM sites on the ground.
I thought BMP-2 stood for Bradley.
A further 37 BQM-74 jet-powered drones
MP2
approach from the south and orbit the city. Some are shot down by MiGs, but the rest are tracked and engaged by the SAM sites on the ground. The F-4s and FA-18s move in and launch 75 HARMs, destroying approximately 35 installations. The idea of offering bait drone aircraft to the air defences for the Wild Weasels to engage is that of Brigadier General Larry Pooh-Bah Henry. The engagement during Desert Storm becomes known as Pooh-Bah's Party. Another flight of 4 FA-18s are approaching the large airbase H-3 in western Iraq with an E-2 Hawkeye carrier-launched early warning aircraft above. A pair of MiG-29s move to engage the Hornets, but F-15s dive in and easily add 2 more kills to their impressive and growing tally. With 30 miles to go, the E-2 calls out 2 elderly MiG-21s aggressively attacking head-on. The Hornets are impressive multi-role aircraft. Lieutenant Commander Fox switches from ground attack to air-to-air mode with a flick of a switch. He locks onto one MiG, while his wingman locks onto the other. Fox fires a Sidewinder missile, and his wingman fires a Sparrow. Both hit. Both pilots calmly switch their aircraft back to ground attack mode, and almost without breaking step complete their bombing raid on the airfield. A powerful demonstration of the efficiency of multi-role aircraft in modern warfare. Further B-52s and F-111s drop conventional bombs on the elite Iraqi Army Corps, the Republican Guard, to soften them up and as a show of the military power that they're up against. It's claimed that fear of the B-52's conventional bombing capability caused mass Iraqi surrenders later on in the war.
Yeah.
The B-52 is hit by a US missile in a friendly fire incident.
Sorry, there are actually a lot of GIFs and videos out there of Abrams not being hurt at all in the Gulf War or like in Iraq. It's like a fucking firecracker. Huh? What? Oh, it moved to the next GIF? Why would it loop a GIF 20 times but then move to the next one? GIF cat, why? Whatever.
And crashes on the way home. The air assault is going nearly perfectly at this point, but the TAC planners know that statistically their luck must change. And it does. A squadron of FA-18s from the USS Saratoga, known as the Sunliners, are on their way to take part in Pooh Bar's party, when the leader detects a MiG-25 interceptor in front of them. He requests permission from the AWACS to engage, but the AWACS radar can't find the bandit, and so permission is denied. There are hundreds of coalition aircraft in the air, so rules of engagement are tight to reduce friendly fire. The MiG slips away, but later shoots down another Hornet in the squadron, killing Lieutenant Commander Michael Speicher.
No,
Dawn
we
breaks
lost
in the desert,
one
and
guy
further waves move in.
while destroying
The
their
British
country.
Tornadoes have perhaps the most dangerous job of the first 24 hours. 12 aircraft scream over the desert at just 200 feet towards Talil Air Base. The RAF's two-seater Tornado GR-1 is a specialist in runway busting. In the first day of a hypothetical hot war with the Soviet Union, Tornadoes would maraud over the border into Eastern Europe to neutralize enemy airfields. Today they carry their specialist weapon, the JP-233, a system that drops a combination of 30 runway cratering bomblets on the runway and 215 anti-personnel mines to hinder the repair process after. Anti-aircraft fire is not...
Don't do anything don't do anything mean and anti-humanitarian in your nationwide bombing campaign. Come on. Play nice.
Much heavier than expected, as they line up on the two parallel runways at 180 feet. Pushing through the barrage, each aircraft releases its two JP-233 dispensers. The runways are shredded, and the anti-personnel mines are scattered across both runways and across the airfield, waiting to punish any repair workers who attempt to make the runways operational again. All aircraft make it out, but the crew report that the flak was heavier than forecast, and that they were in fact very lucky to make it back undamaged. A short time later, in the southeast of Iraq, another wing of 4 Tornadoes approach Al Ramallah airbase at low level, each this time with 8 conventional 1,000-pound bombs. Just before the target, the aircraft will pull up into a climb and release their bombs, thereby throwing the bombs in an arc at the target. The downward momentum when they hit allows the bombs to penetrate into the ground before exploding, maximising damage. Because the bombs are released at range, a target computer calculates the precise release moment during the climb. Flight Lieutenants John Peters, the pilot, and John Nichol, the navigator, begin their attack run. Ferocious flak opens up on them, and their aircraft is physically buffeted by the nearby explosions. They begin their climb. There's a problem. They have some kind of fault in their targeting computer, and it's not releasing their bombs.
Can we add a palate cleanser after this segment? It's not a segment. We're learning. I feel like I'm learning. It can't be a stun lock if you're learning, right? Check out this helicopter launch missile bounce off a tank. What? Boink. Boink. Imagine being a tanker and feeling a donk against your hull while driving around, and then later on, like on the internet, you see this video, and you're like, oh.
They continue to climb as they try to quickly rectify the problem. They're now almost twice the height they should be, and very vulnerable.
Looks like it didn't detonate. Yeah,
Peters
that should have
aborts
gone off.
and rolls the aircraft nearly upside down to bank and dive away. Descending and accelerating, they make for safety. But just after they level out, they're hit.
These are the helmets the Iraqi elite guard wore? Okay, I don't feel bad for them anymore. Are you kidding me? What the fuck? Why? Never mind. Listen, okay? I take it back, alright? The Gulf War was not about oil. We were the fashion police, alright? Because this is some corny-ass shit.
By a shoulder-launched SAM. Both men eject, but are captured by the Iraqis, suffering severe maltreatment. The airstrikes continue without rest throughout the day, against military and communications installations across the country. By day, A-10 Warthogs hit radar sites along the Iraqi border, similar to those that the Apaches had hit during the night. U-2 spy planes overfly Iraq to search for mobile Scud launchers. Special operations helicopters loiter near Baghdad to pick up downed aircrew. Further coalition aircraft join the strikes from bases in Turkey. 12 French Jaguars attack the Scud missile facility at the Ahmed Al-Jaber Air Base in Kuwait, and 4 take heavy damage from flak. The coalition takes some further losses throughout the day, mostly from
You know what's fucked up? Flak, like flak guns, are very outdated, but they're also super cool. That's what's fucked up. I just think they're cool. That's it. But they're like they're not useless, but like they're just not like the trajectory modern arms have taken. But they're cool.
anti-aircraft fire on low-level missions. In the evening, 4 elderly A-6 intruders are the latest to approach Airbase H3 with laser-guided bombs. They split into 2 pairs and attack from different directions at low level. One aircraft is hit by a SAM. The crew eject and are later captured. Another aircraft is hit, but makes it to Saudi Arabia.
The H3 pod.
Over the first 24 hours of the air war, 2,775 sorties are conducted against strategic Iraqi targets. The Iraqi Air Force flies just 120 sorties, losing 8 aircraft. Some of the Iraqi jets flee to their recent enemy, Iran. 19 coalition aircraft are lost or damaged in day 1. Saddam Hussein declares that the mother of all battles has begun. The air assault continues for 5 weeks, pounding the Iraqi military at a rate of 2,500 bombing sorties per day. Largely, the Iraqi Air Force, the 4th largest air force in the world, doesn't come out in full force to fight, and therefore the dangerous low-level attacks on airfields are reduced in favour of hitting mobile Scud launchers. 39 coalition aircraft are lost in combat during the air campaign, with another 36 lost in accidents. Gradually, attacks are shifted towards degrading the Iraqi military itself. The ground invasion of Iraq to liberate Kuwait will begin on the 24th of February.
Yes, that's what we were doing. Yes. This is what flak looks like these days? I take it back. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen. I'm fully in favor of it. It's just a giant machine gun. Fuck yes. Absolutely. Alright, I'm good with this. We're good.
On the measured muzzle velocity and the
don't be gay. I just want to see combat footage. Or not combat.
Oh,
like, what the fuck?
Technology uses
What the fuck? Hey, I gotta get some hearing damage being within a mile of that shit. Holy fuck.
Technology.
That's okay. It's got to return to tradition, okay? Return to fucking Soviet era Cold War propaganda. Paranoia. Anytime a radar picks up a suspicious signal somewhere in the air, I just fill the atmosphere with like 30 to 40% lead fragments. And you're good. This is boring. Can you jangle keys instead? Are you literally gay? We're looking. Did you see how big that gun is? This is boring. Oh my god. Fucking women in my chat. Jesus Christ. Sure, you want other stuff? You want to feel good? Active shooting in a hospital. I saw a tweet earlier today from a woman who was saying, in an active shooter situation, tell my family I love them. Maybe she was here. You like that? Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, thanks, chat. Now, instead of the death being abstracted and sort of channeled through military fetishization, now we simply deal with the reality of human suffering. Thanks. Active shooting situations unfolding at the hospital Northwood, Arkansas. Law enforcement officials said Wednesday. Sherman police are urging the public to avoid the area. The scene events in North Hospital, but are not releasing any other info. It's a developing story and will be updated. It's been a little while. 12:50 p.m. EDT? Last up. It's been like an hour. I mean, the article would be updated if there was more. What the fuck is this outfit Kim Kardashian is wearing? Why does it look like that? It looks like somebody crimped like a big metal like band around her and then didn't finish the job. What's with the trans stuff? What about trans stuff? What is the Mars thing? Guys, this is clickbait shit. It's CNN. The eyes of an uncaring god looking down on us? Oh yeah, they found organic material with the Perseverance rover.
This beautiful mosaic is the most detailed image ever taken on the surface of Mars. NASA's Perseverance Mars rover is now exploring a really important part of Jezero Crater.
Hey, Shu. Gotcha, King Jojo. So aliens? No, organic material doesn't mean life. It just means like residual chemical and molecular compounds that are organic. Like when you hear the term organic chemistry, it doesn't mean biology. Organic chemistry refers to like carbon compounds, right? Because carbon-based life? Yeah, carbon-based. Organic chemistry is the study of structure, properties, composition, reactions, and preparation of carbon-containing compounds. Yeah, so, yeah.
This is the site that brought us to Jezero Crater. We have rocks that were deposited in a habitable environment in a lake which carry organic matter. We don't yet know the significance of these findings.
Microbial life. I think the odds that Mars might have once had microbial life are probably pretty high, right? From what I've heard. Like there's a decent chance. You know, we don't know, but the science seems to indicate it's a reasonable, you know, yeah. Had water, it used to have different sort of climate conditions. I don't know, yeah, could be cool. Definitely nothing there now, though. Here's a video. Is this real? Oh my god, apparently this is real. Wow. Sorry about this one, guys. Wow, here's Hurricane Ian, I guess. Wow. I thought this was like a CG render at first because it looks so overtly apocalyptic that it's kind of like overselling the case. But it's just reality.
Wow.
Cool. Wow. That's in person height? Here we go. Thank you, Shu. This is why we're a superpower. This is why we're the only superpower. Oh, my family ends up okay. I've got extended family in Florida. Video from Matt Tillman at the Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa, the baby being sucked out. Oh, no. Oh, God. Where'd that water go? Yoink. You do not want to be here, by the way. You want to be away from here. You want to be somewhere else. Actually. Isn't this the moment you run? Actually, from what I've heard about Hurricane Ian, the moment you run was like a while ago, actually. Jeez, hold on. Yeah, the moment you run is yeah. It's been here for a while. Let me look up videos. Let me see if we can find anything else prominent at the moment. Yikes! Video circulating shows houses floating off their foundations. Remember, guys, this is the best it's ever going to get again. Yeah, 2022's weakest storm. True. There are a lot more videos. You know, call me a bitch, but I don't want to, I wouldn't want to be here. I wouldn't want to be on the 10th floor of this building either, you know? I wouldn't. Yeah. This thing could collapse the foundation of a larger building for sure. Well, far be it from me to not look through this crap. Oh, this is live. Live hurricane footage. Through a camera that seems to be damaged. Yep, if you go back far enough, there's... Yep, okay, yeah, see? Oh, wait, this is a different camera. Oh, I bet these camera feeds are getting destroyed, and they're moving to different ones that are also in various states of destruction. Look at this. There's no way this camera is operating, in an intended fashion. Oh my god, there's a vehicle. Oh my fucking god, dude, get out of here. Go, 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 go! Jesus Christ. Go, white boy, go! Ah, yes. For reference, the bay. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Remember this? Here's the bay normally. You can't see the sand normally, not even a little bit. Ooh. Where'd the water go? Good, Sasha. Keep staying home. New video just in from Fort Myers, Florida shows swimmers getting in the storm surge as Hurricane Ian approaches. What in the ever-loving fuck? Average Floridian. Yeah, you go, dude. Yeah. Return. Enter the retard soup. Become one. These 3 are all dead. That water's super toxic. It's not impossible that they could survive, but they sure are pushing the limit. Yeah, keep in mind that storm water is incredibly dirty. It overflows the sewage systems in a city and is sort of, you know, it dissolves all the shit and piss, and then it gets into your body, and then the, you know, it sort of, returns from solution, and you just have other people's poo in you. It's not great. This is why women live longer. That is not at all inaccurate, Shu. Risk propensity is a big factor in why men tend to die younger. Plus some heart stuff. Time lapse on the Stern shows coming on Sanibel Island. So like 30 minutes condensed down. This is a time lapse over 30 minutes. Cool. Cool. 30 minutes, and that's at least like 3.5, 4 feet up. Yeah, it's just the ocean now. Not even sped up. Real-time footage. Hold on. I wonder how this is going to affect DeSantis politically. I don't think it's going to have that much of an effect because Republican voters are all pretty convinced that, like, this is the end of the world. So, like, it doesn't matter or whatever. But, yeah, I don't know. ETA until you see a prominent Republican politician saying that the hurricane is God's punishment for Disney going woke. So that's why they hit Orlando. Hey, my dude, do you want to? God damn it. Fucking Floridians. Nah, dude, whatever. Just jump in. It's so much better than I thought it would be. Holy shit. Absolutely, he looks like this. Fuck yeah, dude. Turn your back to the water and pose for the camera while facing away from the death water. Absolutely. Yeah, it's all of the white mermaids in the ocean angry that Disney's disrespected them with a black mermaid by blackwashing them. Cool. Guy swimming in dirty-ass stormwater that flooded his house. Please don't do this.
Beautiful day for a swim.
Don't
Oh my God.
do this. Don't do this.
Oh my
Don't.
God.
Stop. Do not do this. This is the filthiest water imaginable. You cannot... It would take somebody with a PhD in chemistry working with somebody with a PhD in biology to explain how bad it is to even be in the zip code of this water. Haha, cool. That's what I'm talking about. Aquaman's about to get a killing on the housing market. Shark spotted in the surge waters in Fort Myers Beach, Florida. We're returning to tradition. To be clear, this water is not particularly clean for the sharks either, you know? They might be a little bit more biologically robust than we are, but they also probably should not be swimming in the poo water. Somebody saves a cat in a hurricane. If I watch this video, I'm going to sob. God damn it.
Look at Michael saving the kitty. Aww.
I hope the kitty lives a good life. Cayman Islands after hurricane? Cayman Islands hurricane. What was it? Ivan damage? Hurricane Ivan was the gay one. Yeah. Not an expert, but I think hurricanes tend to be pretty bad actually. In general. Ivan and Ian. What a pair. Overhead imagery Fort Myers. How long do you think it'll be before the live satellite maps of Florida are noticeably more blue than before? Like what we saw with Pakistan, we're probably going to see some receding from the coast. Weatherman's saying it like it is. Oh, I saw this.
Daytona Beach. See this? Melbourne, Daytona Beach, all the way up to Jacksonville. This moves 20 miles to the west, and you and everyone you know are dead. All of you. Because you can't survive it. It's not possible unless you're very, very lucky. And your kids die too. See this?
Love this guy. The thing is, if you're a Florida weatherman, you need to say stuff like this. Because as we've seen in these clips, Floridians are very thick, and you need to be very direct with them. You know, you really cannot go light with the language. That was years ago. This is a different one. I don't even care. Ian is now at 155 miles per hour, trying its best to become a Category 5. This will be one of the strongest hurricanes in Southwest Florida in history. Cool. That's pretty cool. Wait, is this top-down satellite footage? No fucking shot. Is this top-down satellite footage overlaid over a stencil of the map? Or did somebody do a 3D render? I have a feeling this is a 3D render. It's too clean to be... Yeah. It's a good size comparison, though. Cool!
Good afternoon from Fort Myers, and this is the worst of Hurricane Ian. We have come up here for safety from the surge. Look
Are you safe?
Wind howling through here, and where we were earlier, it looks like there's 3 or 4 feet of water. Waves crashing over the area from this morning. These winds are howling hurricane force plus and gusting over 100 miles an hour. The entire area, everything that's not up 20 feet is underwater right now. And it's just, this is one of the worst hurricanes I've ever been in, and maybe the worst as far as covering. Over 25 years and 90 storms, to be right in the eye wall of a high-end Cat 4. And the wind, let's just listen to the wind.
If this glass shatters at this speed, it could literally, like, speaking of flak guns, like, if the glass shatters at this speed, it could literally, like, just kill them. And it could easily shatter. It would take a tiny rock picked up by the wind.
This just amazing. And the issue is we're going to stay in this eye wall for a foreseeable...
That's hurricane glass? Okay, so is this glass specially treated to be more resistant to hurricane forces? That would make sense for Florida. If that's the case, I don't know. All of the glass, like, half-walling in, like, California is just regular glass, of course, because we don't have hurricanes.
Future, so this is going to continue. I got to believe Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, Captiva, it's going to look like Mexico Beach after Hurricane Michael 4 years ago. I'm seeing debris floating in the Caloosahatchee River.
Really?
If you can see it, it looks like a North Atlantic Ocean storm here in Fort Myers. But let's turn back around and show this wind. Now it is getting channeled a little bit, but boy, this is just incredible.
You have to understand, even the glass aside, like, all it would take is a bit of debris flying at these speeds to potentially fly into you like a bullet. Like, this wind is 100 miles per hour plus. Like, if it catches a rock or a bit of, like, brick or, like, anything, and it hits you in a, you know, in an infortuitous way, like, that's it, you know? Infortuitous, unfortunate, Jesus.
A hurricane season we thought wasn't going to even turn on, and look at this.
Really, right?
Late September, and we've got our first landfalling hurricane shortly here in the continental United States. I'm going to go right around the corner here, stay out of the wind. Oh my gosh. The ocean, the river and the Gulf and...
Like, the wind is bad enough that you can see the wind. There's not even rain. There's just the wind is wet.
Just taking over everything. Water out here looks like about 4 feet deep. The pool has been completely annihilated by the surge.
Cool. He nearly dies.
Like underneath the roofing, maybe in the roof. It just came flying by. All right, you know what? I think I'm just gonna come in here for a second.
Yeah? Are you gonna? Yeah? No, please.
Give me a second.
Oh, no. No rush.
I'm all right. I'm fine. I'm fine. You just can't stand up.
Dudes will literally get blown at an upward angle 50 miles into the air and slammed into a rock wall hard enough that their organs turn to liquid, rather than accept help from the other people there.
All right. Styrofoam and things like that are like underneath the roofing, maybe in the roof.
I can't fucking believe this guy, dude. Holy shit.
It just came flying by. All right.
Fuck. It's only funny because he lived, right? Every week I discover some new level to American suburban hell. Artificial waterfront properties that cut off traveling anywhere in a reasonable amount of time and are also in a state with regular hurricanes. Yep. This is a pretty direct consequence of capitalist housing initiatives. The construction companies build out the properties, and once they sell them, they get to skedaddle the fuck out of there, you know? In no sane society should this be allowed to be built, like, at all, you know? The average consumer is not, like, savvy enough, I think. Also, they're retarded, they're Floridians. Is not savvy enough to understand that this is a death trap. You know? So, like, they construct it, they hype it up, it's a death trap, they make their money, they get out. Can you explain it to me like I'm 5, I don't get it? You die here. That's what I'm saying. Imagine trying to escape a hurricane condition in a system like this. These are like artificial waterfront properties. They're built out, they're like canals. Yeah. Where is this? This is Florida. Yes, it is the die zone. It's the dead zone. Look, as you see, the die zone. This is the future Aquaman, real estate front. I mean, if the water level was all static and there were canals dug, this would be cool as hell. Yeah, but the water level isn't static. That's the problem. Like, well, if weather didn't happen, yes, but sadly, weather does happen, so... Oh, is this Atlanta, not Florida? Is this Atlanta? No, wait, for those who don't know Florida, Cape Coral is the city where every house to waterfront. No. No, yeah, I thought so. This is Cape Coral. Look at it from Google satellite map. Ooh, yeah. Look at this, guys. Fuck me. This is all artificial waterfront. If you were playing a game as the hurricane, this is what would be known as a critical damage zone. You would inflict double damage to America if you hit this part. Sorry. Yes. Okay, this is from the NOAA satellites account. This is another one of those things that look like a 3D render, but it says, GeoES East captured this incredible view of the inside of Hurricane Ian's eye as the storm approached Florida. I think this is an actual satellite view. I think I was wrong before. I don't think this is a 3D render. I think this is just a satellite capturing this and overlaying it on a stencil of the map. This is literally what it looks like. This is the actual thing currently destroying Florida. That is wild. Not just bikes! Your last video was a banger, man. Hey! Oh, yeah, not just bikes. While we have you in chat, can you give us your opinion on this, Where is it? Can you give us your opinion on this artificial waterfront property in Florida? See, look, it was all water, and then they shoveled a bunch of dirt into the ocean, and then now everyone gets one single lane. Looks perfect. I don't see any single problem. Yeah, no, me either. Okay, just making sure. It's great, you know, because everyone gets the boat that they'll never use. That is, by the way, all of these boats that you see here are now a single shipwreck right here. Just so you guys know. The 5,000 boats down in that artificial waterfront area are now a sort of amalgam, like that one Castlevania boss right over here, you know? In exiting this town, you actually have to battle the Omniboat, you know, which arises from the wreck, a sort of, you know, spiritual, yeah, force of all the neglected suburban boats that get left in the driveway of their dipshit owners who went into debt buying them and never used them. Jesus fucking Christ. Every house there has their own swimming pool anyway. Oh, great. Guys, this is a, yep, yeah, there's an indoor one. This is a survival tip, by the way. If a hurricane is happening, just go in your swimming pool, okay? And then you're fine. You're already underwater. You're already underwater. What can happen to you? Dude, the hurricane's gonna flood. I'm already in water. Oh. Huh. Guess you've got it. Don't do that. That's not a good strat, actually. It's a bad strat. I know it seems like it'd be good, but how would an M1A1 Abrams do against a hurricane? How many M1A1s have we lost to a hurricane? 0? I don't know. American hegemony might win out on this one, too. Yeah, surviving a hurricane is a lot like surviving a plane crash or a broken elevator line, where if you jump right before you hit the ground, you survive. Except in a hurricane's case, if you dive into water right before the hurricane hits you, you're actually kept safe. It does work. No, me too, not just bikes. I actually have like some elderly relatives who live in Florida. And a couple days ago, I got a call from one of them, my grandpa, with a voicemail like, stop, call back, you know? So hopefully he doesn't die. If he does die, he lived to like 95, and he's also super cool, and like really accomplished and like cool. So, I mean, he definitely like checked off the lists, you know? But I still hope he doesn't die, you know? There's always extra checkboxes to fill, I guess. Wait, who? My grandpa. Is it Gun Grandpa? Yeah, the one that gave me that commemorative gold 1911. Yeah. Irish or Polish? I believe Irish. Yeah. You know, the roots really are there. You know, my father, above his workplace office at home, actually had his great-grandfather's, I think it's called a shillelagh, like sort of mantled over the door like a sword would be. You know those like Irish walking sticks? Yeah, the Irish clubs, yeah. It was my great-grandfather's. And I'm pretty sure it was like ancestral to him as well or whatever. It's just like a club walking stick thing, but it's, you know, it's traditional, I guess. Not a walking stick, it's a club. I've heard it can be used. You know, I mean, we never took it off the mantle, so, you know, whatever. Yeah. You have any leprechauns in your family? No, we're all tall, I'm afraid. Walking stick. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so anyway, to summarize the hurricane situation, excuse me, Florida is non-existent and the world is over. What is this? Ron DeSantis says he's thankful for Biden's help with the Hurricane Ian response. Is that true?
President spoke with mayors, but not you. But apparently the president reached out to you tonight. Can you tell us about that conversation? And in the aftermath of the storm, what support Floridians can expect from the federal government?
Well, Sean, you know, what I said today is, you know, my phone line's open. When people's lives and their property are at risk like this, you know, we all need to work together regardless of party lines. The Biden administration has approved our request for a pre-landfall declaration and did that very quickly. So we're thankful for that. You know, obviously, as the impact.
It's true. Compare this to Katrina. How long did it take for them to declare Katrina a disaster? I don't know.
Are known, you know, there's going to be more requests, particularly for individual assistance for Floridians that may have been displaced. You know, and it's my sense that the administration, you know, wants to help. I think they realize that this is a really significant storm, and there's a lot of people that, you know, we're working with the local.
God damn it! At least Trump was funny. Trump would have said something like he would have declared an emergency 3 seconds faster than Biden, and also if he was in charge right now, the hurricane wouldn't have even happened. He would have convinced it to not come. Different demographics, Fosh. Yep, that's true. Remember when Kanye used to be based? Remember remember when Kanye had slightly less brain damage? I remember. Fuck, all the clips that I see of it are like relatively long, and I didn't want to get in. I just wanted like the 2-second clip, whatever. When he said Bush didn't care about black people, which is true. Hold on. Last few clips. Wait, fuck! Oh, I just closed the tab right as I saw a funny one, but it was in a search queue, so I have to look again. No, that one looked funny. The boats were moving. The boats were sailing on their own. They were looking to join the Omniboat. Yes! The fucking Omniboat. Yes!
That was 4 boats. 4 of them. 4 boats. Holy crap. That's why you don't go outside.
Did you get that?
There's like 3.
Yeah, on their way to form, Oceanic Voltron. Defender of the Deep. This is the Hurricane Ian, in taking with my CIA roots, is actually just a government project to construct a boat amalgam capable of fighting Gojira. That's all it is. We're simply in a very Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood-esque fashion, using tragedy and sacrifice to build something greater. And you know, hopefully it works. Hopefully this wasn't for nothing. Yeah, like an Ava mech, you know. And so and so many people need to die in order for you to construct these things. What is this? Don Lemon tries to blame Hurricane Ian on climate change. NOAA's hurricane director shuts him down. Is this a conservative thing? Probably.
Can you tell?
How do you have a blue check mark at less than 1,000 followers?
Tell us what this is and what effect climate change has on this phenomenon?
Well, we can come back and talk about climate change at a later time. I want to focus on the here and now. We think the rapid intensification is probably...
He has to stay apolitical, doesn't he? This guy feels like he has to. Yeah, dude, let's not talk about the factors that led to this and also will make it happen more in the future. Let's exclusively talk about every incident like a completely isolated thing, so there's no chance of addressing the broader problem.
Almost done. There could be a little bit more intensification as it's still over the warm waters of the eastern Gulf of Mexico, but I don't think we're going to get any more rapid intensification. If you look here, you can actually see, pretty interesting for your viewers, you can actually see a second eye wall forming around the inner eye wall, and that's basically the second eye wall has overtaken the original eye wall, and that...
CNN wants you to say no to systemic analysis? No. The CNN guy, Don Lemon, is trying to ask him. This guy is from the NOAA, which is a government meteorology branch. Yeah.
It should arrest development.
So listen, I'm just trying to get that. You said you want to talk about climate change, but what effect does climate change have on this phenomenon that is happening now? Because it seems these storms are intensifying. That's the question.
Wait, warm water is making it worse. Where'd water get its heat from? Water is of different temperatures all around the world due to a complex series of surface and deep ocean currents that carry water around due to a bunch of really complicated forces that we don't totally understand. And meteorological factors like, you know, like the sun warms some parts of the ocean more than others. And it depends on a lot of stuff. but it's usually whenever big like weather shit like this happens, it's usually due to temperature differences in the air or in the water, because temperature differences means that there's a you know, the molecules broadly, the temperatures in the fluid or air will try to reach equilibrium, which means that energy circulates through a system, and that tends to cause problems.
Question.
I don't think you can link climate change to any one event.
Okay.
On the whole, on the cumulative, climate change may be making storms worse.
Maybe.
But to link it to any one event, I would caution against that.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's not shutting down anything, he's dodging it. He doesn't want to talk about this either because he's ideologically biased, or because NOAA hurricane director, or because he's trying to stay apolitical. Ken Graham, director of NOAA's National Weather Service, assistant administrator for weather services, and blah blah blah. When was he appointed, and how was he appointed? Wait, I'm looking at a different guy. Or am I? Okay, wait, I'm looking for hurricane director. Maybe not director over the National Hurricane Center? Jamie Rome? Oh, does it say right there? Sorry, I have it. Okay. Jamie Rome. Jaime? Jamie. How many times can I misspell this in a row before Google just stops letting me type stuff? You know? I'm not getting any results. So this is the acting director. I'm not getting any results for Jamie Rome. Does anyone have a link? Does anyone have a link to like his professional? Thank you. There we go. Acting director, which he filled in June 2022. Wait, seriously? That's pretty recent. Bad day to get the job, I guess. Whew. Well, it looks like he's been doing this for a while. My personal guess is that he's relatively agnostic on the climate change activist side of things, while aware of its effects. He doesn't want to like proselytize, or he feels like it's not his role as an official, which I strongly disagree with and consider not just like negligent, but like actively harmful. No, this is just how scientists talk. No. Saying stuff like may have made it worse. No, he's not just a scientist. He's a leader of a government org. You know, it's not just his job to like publish science papers. He's delivering information. He's communicating, and he's doing so in an irresponsible and inaccurate fashion.
Well, listen, I grew up there, and these storms are intensifying. Something is causing them to intensify. So this storm is it's a massive one. Its effects are also being felt in the southern part of Florida. What about the areas that may not be taking a direct hit or experiencing the storm surge, like on the West Coast? How much will the rest of the state be impacted?
Yeah, that's actually a good question, because we flip out to this other graphic. You can see this orange area is the size. So if you
Okay, so he didn't shut down anything. He just dodged the question. Okay. We have a free indoor pool. So that's cool. I guess this is great. You know what's funny? This water is like instant suicide juice, but nobody wants to commit suicide in a hurricane. Think about it. All the clinically depressed people in chat, I know you're there. You got to know, right? If you're in the middle of a hurricane, the other parts of your brain that are meant to keep you from getting eaten by tigers kick in, and you suddenly don't want to kill yourself. It's usually malaise, disinterest, and sort of emotional atrophy that motivates suicide, more so than like suffering itself. So it's like the grand, you know, the contradiction of the universe is that God gives you the suicide juice right when you don't want to kill yourself. Crazy, huh? Hmm. 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 Is this live? Yeah, it is. Though it's obviously a simulation. What is the swirl in the northeast? Over here? Oh, just, you know, air currents are complicated. I imagine that's always there, at least to some extent. Mm-hmm. Cool. Oh yeah, we've got space video. Hurricane Ian is seen about 260 miles below the space station as the storm is gaining strength. Here's the ISS footage. Love being on the ISS and getting to see my the drive-by. Has everyone seen that the music video? I think it's like OK Go or something, where it's the Chinese the Chinese astronaut goes to the moon, and as soon as he reaches it, the Earth explodes, and it's just him like coping. Let's Go. Yeah, Let's Go. It's a pretty dope song and dope music video. Sad though, and a little weird at the end, you know, but maybe in a defensible way. Let's go. Bum, bum, dun, 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 yeah, Stuck in the Sound. Yeah, it's a good song. Oh my god, can you imagine this being your job? Just like, oh yeah, there's the death cloud. Yeah, OK Go is the treadmill choreography music video. Yes, yes, yes. They do like the wacky like Rube Goldberg stunts, which I also like. I like OK Go. Can weather ever affect the space station? Not really, no. The atmosphere up at the ISS level is so sparse that it doesn't really affect the orbital trajectory of the space station. There are some bits of atmosphere that kind of float off from Earth, but it's not a not that appreciable amount. Yeah, volcanic eruptions will push stuff up out of the atmosphere. Oh, sorry, I'll mute the video. You're right. It's kind of whining. Volcanic eruptions will. Nuclear eruptions will. It can knock stuff out of the atmosphere. And stuff that's lighter. Okay, so the way it works, the way we lose matter from Earth is the lightest stuff floats to the top of the atmosphere, and then solar winds carry it off. That's why we're running out of helium. Once helium gets into the atmosphere, it's basically like lost because it's all going to float up to the top. And then once it's at the very tippy top of the atmosphere, solar winds carry it away. And it's gone to us forever, basically. Yeah. But, you know, helium's not going to fuck up the ISS, probably. Seems unlikely. Yeah, the sun's stealing all the helium. Damn, you can even see, like, little plumes inside the hurricane. God damn. God damn, man. What an existentially clarifying experience. The temperature at the ISS is hundreds of degrees, but you'll still freeze to death. Well, right, because it's not being conveyed through anything, right? Like you're still being lost to the vacuum of space. Do you mean like direct sun exposure? Like that would heat like the outside materials of the ISS, like really hot, but it wouldn't do anything to you because there wouldn't be like a convection? I'm not sure. I'd have to look into it. Damn. The ISS goes around Earth every, like, what, hour? Is it like 12 times a day? 90 minutes. So they get to go around the Earth, yeah, 16 times a day. So they're going to fly by the fucking hurricane 16 times a day. Jesus Christ. One especially long League of Legends game, and then kablamo, you're back over Hurricane Ian. Thank you, whoever linked this. Very important. As billions die, you know, we appreciate the cat pun. Oh, hello, Artemy. Speaking of cats. How do you feel about the end of the world? Ooh. Ooh. Aw, he rubbed his head against my hand. Ooh. Ooh. What a good baby. Ah, yes, and finally, to conclude this long meandering recognition that the world as we know it is coming to an end. Invasion is imminent. They're taking advantage. Chinese Russian warship spotted near Alaska. While we're distracted in Florida, Hurricane Ian was just a feint. Finally, you know why they're putting shit munitions and logistics in Ukraine? Because they're saving the real stuff for us. All right, they've deployed their weather manipulation machine to strike us in Florida, so they can go in for the sneak attack on Alaska. It's happening. Yeah, Chinese weather control. Trump actually believes China has weather machines. Yeah, I know. A story in 2 parts. There we go. There's some good news. My hurricane supply car. There it is. There. Have some good news, okay? This is a very arbitrary bias on my part, but I've always felt like anybody buying a sports car on its own is something that I can like they are shiny. But buying them in yellow, I don't respect. I do not respect. In terms of like the colors of a sports car that I respect, like the basic colors, for me the top one is green, then red, then like black, silver, white, like any like hue that's non-colored. Then blue, and then at the bottom, yellow, I think. What about purple? Well, that's not like a main one. I haven't seen many purple cars. Orange? Orange is close to yellow. I just like green cars. Explain your reasoning? There is no reasoning. It's just what I like. Can we just agree on one thing? Nobody should ever use this shade of blue for literally anything. Anybody who uses this shade of blue for literally anything should be shot immediately. Can we all agree on that? Should be instantly shot. No trial. If you want to go for like a lighter baby blue, or like an electric blue, or like a darker blue, that's all fine. Blue's fine. But the like just blue, like capital B blue, is revolting. Cyan is best. Cyan is best. Electric blue's dope, though. Dude, if I saw a sports car in electric blue, I'd suck their dick if they had one. They probably would. Electric blue, it's a powerful color right here. Very, very, very confident, you know. That's not electric blue. I don't care. I mean this color. Anything in the turquoise spectrum, honestly. Anything like turquoise adjacent as well. Look at Cobalt. Nope, we're done. I see a future stun lock. And I'm avoiding it. Let me take a piss. Then we got more stuff to go over. Wow. Ooh. Good baby. Yeah? Are those bumps on your chair a bunch of scratches from the babies climbing up it? No, it's them deliberately scratching it. Like assholes. It's the only furniture in the house they scratch. Dick Wizard Supreme, thanks the $5. Congrats on your first Goodwill job. QWERTY, thank you for the €5. Am I allowed to say the R word, Vosh? Only if you're confident and well-intentioned with it. Shadow Angel, thank you for the $5. Did you see the news about the diesel ship outside Puerto Rico can't dock due to a 100-year-old law? No, I did not hear about that. That sounds very wacky, though. Artemy, what are you doing? D with the $5, thank you very much. Wada with the tier 2 sub, thank you kindly. Emeraldus, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Happy upcoming birthday. That's true, we're oomphies now. Hell yeah, thank you for the sub. It was all for the sub. Bad Dragon Love 69, thanks the tier 1 sub. Ali with the $10, thank you very much. Do you think the lack of a capitalist economy in America could affect its military? No, I think that any economic system is capable of taking care of its military, in large part because maintaining a strong military is such a natural priority of a nation state that I think the economy will orient itself towards that. Sake, thank you for the 10. Miak Danon, thank you for the $10. Vosh, the USS Enterprise carrier, carried almost 5,000 personnel. The Gerald R. Ford class freed up most of the need for crew due to automation. Yes, I saw that earlier. It's interesting. Artemy, what are you doing? What is this? Yeah? Oh my god, Artemy. Pardon me. Hug and Raven with the $5. Thank you, Vosh, for inspiring me not only to move left and become less reactionary, but also doing live streams now. My latest video got me 1K views. Hell yeah, I'm happy to hear that. That's awesome. Charlotte96, thank you for the $10. Bring back the Sacred Band of Thieves. True. V-Raptor, thanks the gifted tier 1 sub, hopefully. Nanachi, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I have played Inscription. Yes, I enjoyed it very much. I played it on my own. I do got to play Receiver too. Horrible Ham with the $10. If you want to understand how insane U.S. military funding and power is, just look into the SR-71 spy plane. We literally don't know its upper speed limit. That's so fucking dope. Hell yeah. Ham's a prime number. Thank you for the $5. Wouldn't hold your breath on rapping with me one day. The Juice, thanks the tier 2 sub. I hope that you, being in Florida, don't die. NPC Porky and Normal Saline, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Zigabiz, the $5. Thank you very, very much. Luke Took, thank you for the $5. Bronx Bjorn, thank you for the 5. Very kind of you. Syria Runstedler, thank you for the 669 Canadian. Uh-oh. Sake with the $10. Guns are dumb and cringe. Cannons are based and awesome. Yeah, sadly, you can't carry those real easy as an individual. Okay, let's run it through. How has it been 3 hours already? These last few streams have been passing by in a breeze because I've been having so much fun. Going over horrible things like war and climate disaster. As long as the information is being presented in an informative and entertaining way, then I guess that's the kind of the limit of my platform, but, you know.
And so many of you know so much about this as well, and you're committed. And I want to thank all of you here for including bipartisan elected officials like Representative Governor, Senator Braun, Senator Booker, Representative Jackie, are you here? Where's Jackie? I didn't think she was going to be here to help make.
Jackie's dead. Biden, Jackie's dead. This is an awful and gross mishap. I'm calling on all House representatives, both Democrat and Republican, to officially ask Biden to step down. Dude, as much as liberals are the biggest fucking pissy Karens in the world, Republicans are so much worse. Like, Biden will cough and they'll be like, this is outrageous. We must ask him to resign now, you know? What is this? Gulf War every day? What what is this? Oh, it's the map. I don't think that's a very informative map. Okay, yeah. Russia raises price of vodka amid nationwide protests over conscription. Yeah, I saw this. This is such a desperation move. It's genuinely like unbelievable right here. I guess this is one of the like drawbacks of a more command economy. Well, this isn't a command economy. It's just an authoritarian government with a capitalist economy. But, you know, giving the state the power to do stuff like this can have, you know, negative consequences, I guess. The ministry said the measures are a response to increasing production costs as a result of sanctions imposed after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I don't know if I fully believe this. Oh, wait, hold on. It's such a small increase. The minimum price of strong alcohol, including vodka, will rise per 0.5 liter bottle from 261 rubles to 281 rubles. That's a pretty minor raise. Isn't it really stupid, though? I mean, taking vodka from the Russians, yeah, I don't know how much it's like making Ruskies mad at the West. It's possible. I don't really know. I can't really say. It ain't good. Every Russian buys 3 bottles a day, but so it adds up. That's true. It's a complicated question, Jin Suresh. Oh yeah, somebody linked this. Apparently, oh wait, doesn't Joe Rogan do DMCA stuff now? Man, Dave Smith breaks down the reasons Russia invaded Ukraine. He does. That's so gay.
Who were telling you Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction stuff.
Oh, immediately, like a brick to the face, the fucking low IQ analysis right off the bat. Yes, thank you. Phenomenal. The only person who did anything equivalent to lying about Saddam having WMDs was Russia, when they claimed that Ukraine had secret biolabs developing a pathogen that specifically targeted ethnically Russian people. That was the only time in this incident that like a state has put out an unbelievable, easily falsifiable lie with regard to the production of mass weapons of mass destruction to justify an invasion. Yeah. Whatever happened to those labs? Yeah, crazy. Russia, you know, Russia took over a good bit of territory and never found them or produced evidence of them. Dave Smith is dumb as shit, but even he made Tim Pool look good. Yeah, he seems pretty dumb. I don't know. His vibe. Fuck, I wish they didn't do the DMCA shit.
But I'll tell you, Osama bin Laden hates us because we're free. And this is what he was saying, and he's absolutely right, is that the promise when the Soviet Union collapsed in 1990, and then he was like, well...
Oh, there'd be so much to tear into here if it wasn't for the DMCA. God damn it. Okay. You should watch this video instead. No, I don't like going over Jimmy Dore videos because he can say literally anything and it's boring and nothing matters. Like he could literally just do a video where he talks about how Hitler wasn't a fascist. He was actually a progressive who was trying to free the German people from like debt bondage, from international Jewry. And like it would be like the same as his other videos. There's no I guess I'm just very bored of the Nosbol vortex now that the Nosbol vortex has collapsed and all the people who are part of it are literally just saying fascism is actually communism. Fascism is actually communism. In order to get communism, we need to do fascism. We need to support fascists and do death camps and hate Soros and hate Jews to do communism, you know? And it's like, well, there's nothing really here. It's just, they're just fascists, but it's boring. The Ground War. Desert Storm, the Ground War. Sub to the channel if you like them. No content, Steel Arena.
Late on the 23rd of February 1991, 10 Special Forces reconnaissance teams of the US 3rd and 5th Special Forces groups crossed the border into Iraq by helicopter. They are to join Green Beret, Delta Force and British SAS operatives already in Iraq.
God damn.
In just a few hours' time, the ground invasion to liberate Kuwait will begin, and these invisible eyes in the desert will report on Iraqi division movements.
Liberate Kuwait.
Operation Desert Storm has been ongoing for 5 weeks. A 35-nation-strong coalition formed...
So this is after 5 weeks of 2,500 bombing runs a day.
...as a response to the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, has been engaged in a massive bombing campaign against Saddam Hussein's Iraq. With an average of 2,500 bombing sorties per day, the command and control structures and logistics lines to Saddam's army in the east have been severely degraded. More recently, the bombing has shifted towards Iraqi troops themselves, aiming to soften them up and weaken their resolve to fight such a superior enemy. Coalition Navy ships have also blasted Iraqi positions near the Kuwaiti coast with naval gunfire. President George H.W. Bush issues a final ultimatum to Saddam Hussein: leave Kuwait by 8 p.m. on the 23rd of February, or face a ground invasion.
He probably should have done that, probably.
The ultimatum preceding the air campaign, this is no bluff, and G-Day, the beginning of the ground invasion, is scheduled to begin at 4 a.m. on the 24th. General Norman Schwarzkopf, Commander-in-Chief of Coalition Forces, arrives at Central Command in Riyadh.
Checking his own pulse for some reason.
Coalition forces are split into 5 corps along the front line. On the west flank, 18 Airborne Corps, made up of 4 divisions. The French Daguet, a light armoured division of tanks, recon and armoured infantry, including 2 regiments of the prestigious and recently battle-experienced French Foreign Legion. The infamous US 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions. The 82nd will support the French Daguet as motorised infantry. The 16,000 paratroopers of the 101st will ride into battle with 350 helicopters.
Jesus Christ.
The 24th Infantry Division and 3rd Armoured Cavalry Regiment, bringing a combined 333 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles and 333 Abrams main battle tanks. The two formations bring an armoured capability to 18 corps. 7 corps, in the centre, are the heavy armoured fist of the coalition. The US 1st and 3rd Armoured Divisions and the British 1st Armoured Division are the centrepiece of the battering ram, using Abrams and Challenger tanks. Supplementing the 3 Armoured Divisions are the US 1st...
You see, Operation Desert Storm was actually just the rumbling. The mangaka for Attack on Titan copied it. We just lined a bunch of Abrams up, like, hole to hole, and just rolled forward, and just reduced all of Iraq to dust underneath the treads.
1st Cavalry and 1st Infantry
We didn't
Divisions,
even fire.
and the 2nd Armoured Cavalry Regiment, with further Abrams and Bradleys, helicopter, engineering and artillery support. 1st Infantry, known as the Big Red One, were the first wave to attack Omaha Beach on D-Day in 1944. 7 Corps will roll across the border with 1,487 main battle tanks, 1,384 infantry fighting vehicles, 242 attack helicopters, and 146,000 troops. East of 7 Corps, on the border with Kuwait, is Joint Forces Command North, made up of divisions of Egyptian, Saudi, Kuwaiti, and Syrian armour. Marine Central Command comprises the US 1st and 2nd Marine Divisions, armed with the older M60 tanks and a brigade from the 2nd Armoured Division. The east flank is another joint command of mechanized Arab forces from Saudi Arabia, Oman,
Our great allies, our warriors in the battle for democracy, the Saudis, arm in arm for freedom.
UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain, Morocco, and Senegal. With the Iraqi Air Force neutralized, overwhelming air power can be brought to bear with many hundreds of coalition strike and close air support aircraft, ready to react at a moment's notice. Coalition ground forces number nearly 700,000. The Iraqi
Okay, dude. Yeah, whatever.
military can't boast such firepower. Of the approximately 350,000 Iraqi troops in the region, it is estimated that 140,000 have already deserted, with another 26,000 killed in the ferocious and unhindered bombing leading up to G-Day. The 700,000 coalition troops, with modern tanks and air power, will face roughly
What was so funny? 700,000 soldiers. Not to mention backed up by 5 weeks of intensive bombing and like the largest assembled coalition armored military force like ever. Jesus.
180,000 Iraqis, armed with tanks that mostly date from pre-1980 and with no air power. Even the
to be fair, nobody could have stopped that. That's correct. Desert Storm, Iraq never had a chance. Nobody could have stopped this.
Most modern T-72 tanks have an effective range of just over half that of the Abrams and Challenger tanks they'll be matched against. Saddam has positioned his weakest divisions on the border. His elite Republican Guard divisions are positioned further north, with the Tawakalna division the nearest on the Iraq-Kuwait border. If they're to liberate Kuwait, coalition armor will have to face the Republican Guard in the desert. The coalition war plan is as follows. At 4 AM on the 24th of February, G-Day, the left and right flanks will advance into enemy territory. On the right flank, Marine Central Command and Joint Forces Command East will carefully carve entry paths through the dense mine.
My dad did describe the sheer overwhelming display of force in the land invasion. Yeah, this is literally the shock and awe doctrine. American military doctrine, because we tend to fight numerically and technologically inferior opponents, is to massively overwhelm them with way too, because we have a lot of equipment, we have a lot of money, so deploy 10 times as much equipment and as many people as you need, and just overwhelm them. Get it done with as quickly as possible to minimize the damage done to our own forces, and realistically also to theirs. Another benefit of the shock and awe doctrine is that it causes enemy soldiers to desert, and it does make the fighting last less long. Apparently over 150 people, or 150,000 people on the Iraqi side already deserted by this point. And that's part of the idea. Yeah, it's a very basic doctrine. It's been done like throughout all of human history. Like, charge with massive forces to break their lines, like do it as quick as you can, mop up afterwards. Yeah. This is a very effective doctrine. It does not tell you how to occupy a country full of insurgents for 20 years, though. That's the problem. Very effective at one thing, but that one thing that it's effective at is not the thing we've been doing lately. And it's very ineffective at handling what we have been dealing with.
Fields on the Kuwaiti border and engage the enemy beyond. On the left, the Mobile 18 Corps will blitz north. The 101st Airborne will perform a massive helicopter assault to capture an area 155 miles behind enemy lines, named Objective Cobra, hold it, and build a forward operating base, potentially under fire. Meanwhile, the rest of 18 Corps will advance north by land. The French and 82nd Airborne will capture Objective Rochambeau, another supply route near As Salman, and then As Salman Crossroads and Airfield, so that ground supply trucks can reach the 101st further north. On G+1, the Armoured Fist of 7 Corps will advance across the Saddam line and move north. On G+2, on reaching Al Basaya, 7 Corps will wheel right into Kuwait, where they'll face the Republican Guard en masse. The Arab forces on the right flank will have the honour of liberating Kuwait City. At 5:30 AM on the 24th of February, the US Marines on the right flank advance across the border. They're immediately met with Iraqi artillery fire. Because they don't have any forward observers or helicopter support, the shells are being fired wildly at the American line, and no hits are scored. To cover their advance, Marine artillery returns fire with 140 artillery pieces.
What the fuck? Dude!
Met with Iraqi artillery fire. Because they don't have any forward observers or helicopter support, the shells are being fired wildly at the American line, and no hits are scored. To cover their advance, Marine artillery returns fire with 140 artillery pieces and 9 multiple launch rocket artillery systems.
Yeah, returned fire by simply projecting a wall of lead a kilometer wide forward at them.
Pairs of Marine jets bomb the enemy positions every 7.5 minutes. A deadly display of superior firepower pounds the Iraqi positions, and they very soon crumble for no US loss. In just 30 minutes, the Marines cover the 12 miles to the edge of the first minefield in Kuwait. 500 engineers will clear 6 individual tank-width lanes across the minefield. 3 M60 tanks fitted with specialist mine-clearing equipment known as combat engineer vehicles and a Mark 154 mine clearance launcher move to the head of each prospective lane. The Mark 154 launches 3 cables laced with explosive 35 yards into the minefield. The explosive cables are then detonated, thereby detonating any mines beneath to carve a line through the field. After each detonation, the 3 combat engineer vehicles use plows and rakes to clear and smooth the route. Within 45 minutes, the first lane will open. Expecting an Iraqi counterattack within hours.
That is fucking insane. The idea that there are whole minefields that within an hour we can clear paths large enough for tank lines to fit through safely and efficiently is insane. That is absolutely insane.
None materializes, and Marines and tanks start to stream through the lanes as they open. Meanwhile, on the left flank, 18 Corps have no minefield to contend with and advance into Iraq. The French Daguet are the first across with a brigade from 82nd Airborne. They encounter only sporadic enemy artillery fire from scattered elements of the Iraqi 45th Infantry Division, who are dispersed thinly over a wide area to defend the western flank. Coalition artillery returns fire. The American paratroopers transmit a message to their French colleagues. Side by side, French and American soldiers will write a page in history. They roll north slowly and carefully to minimize casualties. To their east, the first wave of 106 helicopters...
I will say that, as I understand, and I'm certainly no expert, while Operation Desert Storm was 100% like Western hegemony, keep the oil prices down, yeehaw, yeehaw, I'm not denying that. I will say that as long as an invasion is happening anyway, I think this shock and awe doctrine generally leads to fewer casualties overall. Because the idea is that if you send fewer troops and you let the fighting drag out, not only do you take casualties, but you give the enemy the impression that there's value in fighting, which encourages them to keep fighting. The idea is you break them so quickly and so like overwhelmingly that you only have to do the fighting for a couple of days or weeks at most, and then after that, it's like most of them are just fucking fleeing to the mountains, which means they get to live. You know, it's kind of like I guess it's kind of like if you're like getting in a bar fight with somebody and there's like a bunch of dudes and you're like a super cool martial arts badass guy, it might be better to just like break one of their arms right away and hope the rest of them like fuck off than trying to draw it out into some kind of like back and forth escalating violence thing where they just continuously get more and more hurt, you know? I don't know if I'm explaining it very well. Yeah. Is that what Putin tried? It is what Putin tried, but it doesn't work with Russian army because they're weak and we're strong. If the strategy, but you can see right now, right? The casualties in the Ukrainian war are mounting up massively because the combat is protracted, you know? If the fighting had literally been over in 3 days as they'd taken Kyiv and that had been it, that would have been the fewest casualties. Obviously, I don't support the Ukrainian war in any fashion, so I'm glad that Ukraine's been given the chance to fight back. But if your goal is to minimize losses and that's it, I do think that just being super overwhelming and decisive tends to reduce casualties.
Of the 101st Airborne, known as the Screaming Eagles, sweep over the border just 10 feet from the ground. They follow a trail of radio beacons dropped by a pair of Apaches and Blackhawks during the night. The two Apaches wait for them at the objective area and engage Iraqi anti-air forces nearby. Lieutenant Colonel Richard Cody is commanding the pair, the same pilot who commanded the flight of Apaches that attacked the radar sites on day 1 of the air war. He was also one of the first to cross the border during the ground invasion. Before cautiously moving forward, the area in front of the French advance is blasted by artillery and airstrikes. Kiowas and French Gazelles attack enemy vehicles ahead of the front line and also guide in A-10 strikes. This Vietnam-like tactic is repeated with each advance. And
isn't that the logic a lot of tankies try to use with Ukraine? Yes, but they did the descriptive, prescriptive thing. Even if you acknowledge that a decisive, quick attack to break morale and overcome them and win might lead to fewer casualties, that doesn't mean the other side should just surrender. Like, just because trying to break them quickly and being over with it tends to end the conflict quickly, does not mean the other side should just give in or whatever. That's ridiculous.
So progress is not the blitz-like speed that Schwarzkopf was hoping for. A nasty sandstorm and rain slows progress further. Almost immediately after engagement, encountered Iraqi forces begin to surrender. These are Saddam's weakest divisions. They're malnourished and not interested in fighting. Processing 2,000 surrendered troops slows progress even further. The French and American force continues to crawl forward. The first of the Screaming Eagles disembark from their helicopters a mile south of Objective Cobra at 8 AM. They roll 105mm howitzers.
Also, it's worth pointing out that the Russian army never even got close to establishing the shock and awe doctrine. They couldn't even establish air superiority. We had air superiority over Iraq like 8 seconds after we arrived. Every single fight between us and the Iraqi forces was so unfairly and unreasonably skewed in our favor that it was a joke. Like Russia never even got close to being able to deploy that doctrine in Ukraine. They pretended they could by marching 1,000 tanks over to Kyiv, and then all of them ran out of fuel and just fucking collapsed on the road because they were taking single lane roads in occupied territory where all you had to do was blow up the front and the back vehicle and then kill everyone in between and none of them could move or do anything, you know? Like, okay.
Out the back of the Chinooks and immediately start lobbing artillery shells at the defenders. F-16s and A-10s arrive overhead to help the Apaches hammer enemy bunkers, tanks and vehicles. Under relentless
Russia
aerial
has the
bombardment,
Suka and
300
Bleh
Iraqis surrendered just 1 hour after the first boots landed. Wave after wave of helicopters stream into Objective Cobra over the next few hours, bringing more troops, artillery, Humvees armed with wire-guided anti-tank weapons, enormous underslung rubber sacks containing a total of 1 million gallons of fuel, food, water and ammunition. The Humvees set up a defensive perimeter while the base is constructed. To the south, the French and 82nd arrive at the area of land known as Objective Rochambeau, at midday having met almost no opposition but sporadic artillery and mortar fire en route. French helicopters move in from the west and destroy 12 bunkers, 1 tank, 5 armoured personnel carriers and 8 trucks. Another pounding by artillery precedes the armoured assault.
How evil were the Iraqis in this war? Well, I don't like saying the Iraqis because, like, they had a dictatorship. Saddam Hussein was a really bad guy. super bad dude. There are bad dudes all over the world, though. The reason we invaded had to do with like maintaining Western control over, I think, like the production of oil, you know? I don't think anyone in the region wanted Saddam Hussein just like getting to fucking attack people over like, you know, oil production or like dropping oil price, whatever. Like, I think it was in our interest to keep him from being a bad dude over there, like in an economic sense. So we invaded for that reason. Saddam's a pretty bad dude, though. Yeah, yeah. Kill and torture political dissidents, would use chemical weapons on his own people. Kurdish genocide. He's not good. He's not good. It's not good.
Assault on the objective, provoking another mass surrender by the defending Iraqi troops without engagement. The time is 2:30 p.m, and the French and Americans have moved into Iraq and taken their first objective, overwhelming all opposition immediately, accepting 3,500 surrenders and losing only 2 soldiers. Schwarzkopf is unhappy that this walkover wasn't performed fast enough, and demands that the advance on As Salman is sped up.
What are we, Germans? No, do it again and better. What the fuck? Oh, sorry, we just vaporized their armored fortification in like 45 minutes instead of 40. My bad, you know, we'll do it all over again.
It's a similar situation on the right flank. M60 tanks and Marines are now through the first and second layer of minefields. Artillery continues to batter enemy positions, including aircraft-directed counterfire against enemy artillery pieces. A captured Iraqi colonel describes the dispositions of his remaining forces. The minefield itself claims 9 tanks, but no Marines killed. On the left flank, a convoy of Marine vehicles is attacked from behind by M60 tanks in a friendly fire incident. With 55 rounds fired, 2 trucks and an assault vehicle are destroyed, killing 1 Marine. A strange case of luck that the tank gunnery was so poor in this case. To the east of the Marines, the Arab forces of Joint Forces Command East are also through both minefields, and have also met little opposition and mass surrenders. The Iraqi forces in this area are of similarly poor quality to those facing 18 Corps, made up mostly of enforced conscripts who don't want to be there, especially given that they've been thrown into such a hopeless situation.
We need a downfall-style movie about Saddam Hussein. Do we have that? You know, like 999. Like, we need that, except with Saddam Hussein, I think.
Against such a superior enemy. The ease and speed of the Marines' advance presents a problem for Schwarzkopf. Even before midday on G-Day, he estimates that his right flank is 8 hours ahead of schedule. The Egyptians of Joint Forces Command North on the Marines' left, and the armour of 7 Corps further west, are not scheduled to cross.
Yeah, Saddam Hussein has about 250,000 arbitrary killings given to him, which probably isn't good.
Across the border until the next day, G+1. However, the speed and depth of the Marines' advance has left their left flank vulnerable to attack, or worse envelopment, by Iraqi armour divisions just west of them. Schwarzkopf makes the bold decision to move the central assault forward to today at 3 p.m, just 2 hours away and 15 hours ahead of schedule. British 1st Armoured Division rushes to join the rest.
I'm so sorry, I'm just reading the wiki page right now, okay? After Desert Storm, well, of course we liquidated their military, obviously. As part of the ceasefire agreement, which we forced on them, Iraq agreed to scrap all poison gas and germ weapons and allowed UN inspectors to inspect the sites. UN trade sanctions would remain in effect until Iraq complied with all terms. Saddam Hussein publicly claimed victory at the end of the war. Unbelievable. We should have hanged him a decade early, I think. Jesus Christ. The smug bastard. Look at this smug piece of shit. Fucking guy. You run it back just for the audacity, exactly. He was handsome when he was younger. That's the case for a lot of dictators, yeah. How can a country defend itself against such an onslaught? You can't. Fairness has nothing to do with it. If the United States leads a coalition army to take you down, that's it. It's like, at that point, like, the best thing you can do, like, realistically, the best thing that you can do, is, like, negotiate the terms of your loss, you know? That's it, right? Like, that's a pragmatic way of thinking about it, you know? the only way you can meaningfully beat back an empire like America is through insurgency. But that's not the same as maintaining a state army and presence. That's a different thing. Yeah. Yes, the insurgency route is like the long-term strat, you know. Does anyone know why we didn't kill Saddam before? Did we not kill Saddam after Desert Storm just because we didn't want to destabilize the region further than we already had? Like we thought by leaving him alive, he would just like we'd spank him and then he'd like be a good boy or something? Saddam routinely cited his survival as proof that Iraq had in fact won the war against the United States. This message earned Saddam a great deal of popularity in many sectors of the Arab world. Dude. I mean, I think the fact that we let him live is a pretty good indication that we weren't there to really save the Kuwait people, right? Like, we were just there to establish our interests. Because if this had anything to do with protecting, like, minorities in the region, this guy's like a mass-murdering, genocidal dictator. Probably would have taken care of him, too, you know? Why'd we just... I'm really asking, why'd we... The U.S. government also feared an occupation could splinter their coalition. If U.S. hegemony has taught me anything, it's that destroying a country is easy, and, like, changing a country is hard, you know? Like, destroying a country is just a matter of physics, you know? A certain amount of lead and explosive material will do the job anywhere on Earth. Changing something about a country is unimaginably difficult, which is why sociology is the hardest of the hard sciences. Yeah.
Of 7 Corps on the front line from their staging area 60 miles behind the line. The last-minute time change carries logistical risks, but the enemy is weaker than anticipated, and the advantage needs pressing. Scout helicopters begin to move into enemy territory to spot Iraqi units. Across the front line from 7 Corps, 2 brigades of the Iraqi 26th Infantry
Sociology is not a hard science. I know, I was joking.
Division have set up defensive positions in the shape of a triangle, looking down a slope towards the line, with mortars and towed artillery to the rear. Similarly entrenched, the 31st, 46th and 48th Infantry Divisions lie in wait northeast of them. They occupy a system of defensive fortifications, trenches, bunkers, minefields and barbed wire known as the Saddam Line. At 2:30 p.m, 30 minutes before the breach is to begin, the most ferocious artillery barrage in recent history is unleashed against Iraqi positions.
Jesus Christ.
13 artillery battalions fire 11,000 rounds. Multiple launch rocket systems also open fire, launching rockets that travel to and dispense 650 bomblets over the target area. 10 batteries devastate the Iraqi lines with 650,000 bomblets. The bombardment lasts until 3 p.m, and 7 Corps crosses the line into enemy territory. The 334 Abrams...
Do you have any idea how confident you have to be to maintain an artillery barrage for only 30 minutes and then move in? They said they assembled at 2:30 and then at 3 they moved in. Artillery barrages tend to last for a really long time to soften an enemy position. We had so many artillery units that we just, after 30 minutes of hitting them, were like, okay, we're ready, and moved in. This is still day one.
And 224 Bradleys of the first bombardment lasts until 3 p.m, and 1,000 bomblets that travel to 13 artillery battalions fire 11,000 rounds. Multiple launch rocket systems also open fire, launching rockets that travel to and dispense 650 bomblets over the target area. 10 batteries devastate the Iraqi lines with 650,000 bomblets. The bombardment lasts until 3 p.m, and 7 Corps crosses the line into enemy territory. The 334 Abrams and 224 Bradleys of the 1st Infantry Division are the first to engage, firing fearsome volleys of rounds into the Iraqi trenches and bunker positions.
That hasn't been true since World War I. Modern doctrine since World War II has been short bombardments followed by assault to prevent revealing where exactly you intend to breach defenses. Okay, I guess that makes sense. I still feel like 30 minutes is a really fucking short bombardment time, though.
For the first time, the defenders don't surrender and return fire with tanks, artillery, anti-tank guns, small arms and RPGs, albeit disorganized and inaccurate. 2nd Armored Cavalry lead the left flank's advance and meet similar resistance deeper in Iraq.
Can you imagine being this guy right here? I know this is just like a simplified representation, but this guy right here was a real guy. Like, there was the front tank in the assault on the fortification, you know? But just like, just absolutely blasting Unfortunate Son at like 140 decibels. While the 4 guys in you who are all drunk and high as shit are overdriving directly towards the Iraqi fortification. Yeah, sorry, Unfortunate Son's Vietnam. Yeah, what would it be? Iron Maiden? Yeah.
Fire. Combat engineers hastily clear lanes across the thin minefield, and vehicles of the 1st Infantry move across.
Some guy wearing like a Bart Simpson t-shirt, like Don't Have a Cowman, with the world's worst haircut that you've ever seen smeared against the inside of his dusty helmet. Just on speed, reloading the shells from inside and vaporizing positions. Oh, God. Yeah, the fucking mullet, yeah.
On reaching the Iraqi trenches, the Bradley infantry fighting vehicles don't dismount their infantry to clear them. Instead, armoured bulldozers turn left and right and move up the edge of the trenches, using ploughs to push the piled up sand and dirt back into the trenches, filling them in. This tactic is controversial, because 150 Iraqis who don't surrender are buried alive.
That's not good.
By sunset, the 1st Infantry have broken through the Saddam line.
I'm glad he mentioned that.
In multiple places, capturing 550 troops for only 2 casualties. With safe lanes marked through the line, the armoured divisions begin to move up to the front, ready to begin their mighty punch into Iraq and Kuwait. While Schwarzkopf is happy with the almost unbelievable lack of casualties sustained on day 1, he is unhappy with the slow speed with which the French have advanced in the west, and 7 Corps in the centre. The rain and sandstorms have certainly slowed progress, but the common theme across the whole front is that the weak and unmotivated conscript divisions on the front line are surrendering in such high numbers that it is taking time to process them. But the invasion as a whole is still...
it's an Iraqi tactic. You see, they will simply, by surrendering hundreds of thousands of troops, the sentimental and naive Westerners will take so long processing the surrendered troops that we won't have time to move in. Yeah, I mean, honest to God, if you're an Iraqi soldier during Desert Storm, surrendering to the onslaught of armored vehicles moving towards you probably will slow them down more than you fire at them. If you fire at them, they just turn their turrets towards you and reduce you to a pink mist smeared across the stand. If you surrender to them, then there's like their guns have to be taken from you, and you have to be like brought back to like the logistics lines behind you and so on. The whole process.
Hours ahead of schedule, and most importantly, many of the coalition's armoured divisions will be across or crossing the minefields and the Saddam line during the morning of day 2. The ground war of Desert Storm has got off to a near-perfect start, but in day 2, the coalition will face motivated and armoured Iraqi opposition, including...
Fuck, I'm actually so gripped by this. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm not sorry at all, actually. I don't even care a little bit if you don't like it.
This video is sponsored by Conflict of Nations, a free online player versus player strategy game where you can lead your nation in a modern-day global conflict. Set in the present day, research and make best use of over 100 cutting-edge weapons and vehicles to fight with up to 64 real players at a time.
Oh shit! This is a stylized depiction of what's happening to Florida right now.
An exciting real-time combat. Platform. The offer is room in Riyadh. General Norman Schwarzkopf returns to the War Room in Riyadh at 4 AM on Monday the 25th of February 1991, G+1, after a few hours sleep. He observes the large war map.
Oh, just remember, by the way, this is a fact of all military history, like in the past 100 years, okay? During big days like this, everyone is on cocaine. The soldiers, probably on cocaine. The officers, 100% on cocaine. 100%. There is no reason for them to be sleeping.
The live dispositions of his forces.
Or meth.
Nearly all Iraqi divisions on the
Sorry,
front
I take that back. It's meth for the soldiers and cocaine for the officers. My bad.
line, mostly made up of conscripts, have been annihilated. The 240 Abrams tanks of the 24th Infantry.
Where'd they get it from? amphetamines were actually literally a part of soldiers' rations. I think up through... Wait, how recently did they stop doing that? Did they stop in World War II, or did it keep going into the Korean War? That stopped during World War II? 70s? You know what? Personal opinion, I think they still do it. My dad bought them off in the 70s, yeah. These vids are amazing, but you're adding very little and you're just stealing content. Please watch this video in your own time. I'll mail him a check.
Division of 18 Corps have marauded across the border and aggressively penetrated 80 miles into Iraq. After slow progress securing objective Rochambeau on day 1, the French Daguet is preparing to launch its assault on their objective at As Salman Crossroads and Airfield. After their daring helicopter assault behind enemy lines on day 1, the legendary and respected...
Pilots still take modafinil currently now? That makes sense. I mean, the beginning of this this campaign, the beginning of Desert Storm was like a 36-hour bombing run, right? Yeah. Prescription needed. What is the active ingredient in modafinil? It prevents sleep apnea. I don't know.
The 101st Airborne have progressed the construction of their forward operating base at Objective Cobra and prepare to launch a new advance to take and cut off Highway 8 in the Euphrates Valley. Highway 8 is not only Saddam Hussein's main supply line to his forces in Kuwait.
Dude, we're in like the fucking Euphrates. We're in like the bedrock of civilization right now. That is insane. It's just wild, right? Like, I mean, how far back can you go and find writings on the Euphrates? You know what I mean? It's like it's the fucking cradle of humanity here, and we're like doing tank battles over it.
So controlling the road will allow the 101st to destroy any Iraqi military vehicles in retreat. The US Marines and Arab forces in the east continue their excellent progress towards Kuwait City. Marine helicopters perform mock attack runs towards the coastline at Faylaka Island. This is a feint, and gives a portion of Iraqi troops the false impression that an amphibious assault could be incoming, keeping some of their attention focused in the wrong direction. As well as the liberation of Kuwait...
Dude, it's literally like checking you or whatever, like fly at them really fast, then turn away, you know? Like when you like run at a person like, and then you like turn away, you know? Actual feint.
The other coalition war goal is to destroy the Iraqi Republican Guard, neutralizing it as a potent force for years to come. For this reason, the heavy armoured divisions of 7 Corps need to be making fast progress north to cut off any divisions that try to escape Kuwait. The difference in progress between the left and right flanks and 7 Corps in the centre is vast. Furious, Schwarzkopf demands to know why they're so slow. In reality, the 24th Infantry Division of 18 Corps has met minimal resistance in their march northwards, whereas 7 Corps had to breach the defences of the Saddam line. The logistical pressure placed on 7 Corps by moving the main assault forward by 15 hours on day 1 has been significant, and so logistical chains can't reasonably be expected to be at full efficiency. Some in Schwarzkopf's circle of staff officers believe that he knows more than he lets on, and is simply exaggerating for effect to light a fire under his generals. The first action of day 2 takes place on the western flank of 7 Corps.
That's the classic, like, cunty military officer move, right? Like the, I need this done 5 hours ago type thing. Like, oh, you didn't move your, like, mechanized brigade, like, 500 miles in one day while also obliterating, like, these 3 armies you came across on the way? What are you, fucking gay? What are you, gay? Are you gay?
The 1st and 3rd Armoured Divisions are manoeuvring across the desert to catch up with the 2nd Armoured Cavalry Regiment already in Iraq. They hope to reach the supply depot at Al-Bashir
Distracted by guys' buttholes over there? What are you doing?
1st Armoured's Divisional MLRS battery covers the mass of Abrams tanks as they roll forward. The conscripts of the Iraqi 806th Infantry Brigade are the unfortunate souls to be the first unit in their way. The display of firepower brought against them is short but very violent. Like the other conscripts on the front line, their resistance to the tank assault is minimal, and they surrender as soon as possible. The 1st Infantry Division advance beyond the remnants of the Saddam line to clear the area beyond of Iraqi units. Once they're happy that the area is clear, they begin to guide the British 1st Armoured Division through the breach at 10 AM. The plan is to line up the divisions of 7 and 18 Corps in an echelon right formation, stretching from the Kuwaiti border to Highway 8, and then wheel the 2 corps in a right turn to hit the Republican Guard armoured divisions en masse.
Just so you guys know, this is what it actually looked like. Like, this is what we're seeing sort of abstracted in a top-down map. Ignore the fucking music.
Sandstorm with no air
This is literally, like...
support.
It tanked that rise and came down on the other side. The whole enemy position really came into view. And I was up out with starting to rather my tank. Occurred. And if you get the jump on the...
We started after that, once we thought of that.
I don't want to see, like, in the shit shots or whatever. Just, wild.
On the 24th of February 1991, coalition forces launched a massive ground assault to destroy the core with organized infantry division and substantial core formations. Coalition also contributed substantial armor support.
Oh, here's the fucking Saudi forces. Allies in democracy, right here.
US or British Army divisions. The Arab forces of the coalition also contributed substantial armor support.
Thanks.
Besides Saudi tank brigades, forces the Soviet T-55. The best Iraqi tanks, the T-72s, were used by the Republican Guard. U.S. Army tank formations, although outnumbered, were much better equipped than their Iraqi counterparts. In the early 1980s, the M1A1 Abrams had advantages in nearly every category over its best Iraqi opponent, the T-72. It was more thickly armored. During tank-to-tank engagements, hundreds of Iraqi tanks were destroyed, while the M1A1 proved virtually indestructible. Very few M1A1 tanks were hit, and there were no fatalities as a result. The Abrams 120mm gun, combined with a more advanced fire control system, allowed it to engage and destroy Iraqi tanks at long ranges before the Iraqi tanks were effective. The British counterpart to the M1A1 Abrams was the Challenger tank. Elegant role during the ground campaign. Allied tanks could fight at night or in poor weather conditions.
Yeah, the main benefit that we have is that we have sights. Like M1A1's modern tanks have like magic seeing eyeglasses that you can fucking use to see people from 1 billion miles away, even in the nighttime.
Weather conditions when the Iraqi tanks were virtually blind.
Like that. It's so unfair. You could have the best fucking Iraqi tanker over there in the universe or whatever, and it wouldn't matter because of the equipment they're using. They can't see in the dark, and we can.
Or in poor weather conditions.
Pay to win,
when the Iraqi tanks were virtually blind.
Obviously, we'd rather conduct defensive operations at night, taking advantage of our night vision devices, taking advantage of our ability to move undetected and get in behind enemy lines and disrupt their...
This is the guy with the Bart Simpson t-shirt.
The greatest Allied advantage in infantry rides counter-battery fire from Allied artillery. To deal with this threat, the Allied forces had a wide variety of weapons.
Hope you're wearing earmuffs. Sheesh.
The M109 self-propelled 155mm howitzer was the primary weapon of coalition artillery.
This is the artillery they were firing.
Units. Although it could be outranged by many Iraqi guns, superior fire direction and intelligence more than compensated. Artillery is no longer a contest of gun barrels alone. Targets must be accurately located and identified. The U.S.
Jesus.
The two groups of the French daguet are continuing.
The reason why I've been having an increasing interest in stuff like this in the past couple of streams is because I feel like the world is going to be returning to a state of regional lawlessness sometime soon. The Caucasus, parts of the Baltics, Russia, like literally falling apart. I have a feeling that like a general understanding of modern warfare might be useful information. And, you know, the Desert Storm, that is one of the most recent, you know, like major military conflicts that we can learn from. Certainly if you're looking at American, you know, logistics and vehicles.
Continuing their cautious advance north. Group East advance up
Yes,
the main
we're
road towards
entering the
Assalman.
cool zone. Do
Group
not
West
forget.
approach an area of land west of Assalman airfield. At 9:30 a.m., French Gazelles of the 3rd RHC attack a few scattered Iraqi armoured vehicles with anti-tank missiles and fire short bursts of 20mm cannon fire near trenches. Again, the defending Iraqis have no desire to fight, and this is enough for them to surrender. The Gazelles continue to hammer bunkers. A short artillery burst covers the French tanks moving unopposed into the objective. An Iraqi with his arms aloft holds out a surrender leaflet dropped on his troops days earlier, furious that his comrades had to endure an hour of artillery and helicopter attack before being given the opportunity to surrender. Group East encounters a company of Iraqi T-55 tanks. 2 Gazelles and an A-10 batter the column, destroying half of the 15 vehicles, and French tanks roll forward to finish them off. Given the hopelessness of their situation, nearby Iraqi infantry show courage standing up to the French tanks, firing RPGs at close range. However, they are eventually overcome by machine gun fire from the tanks. Group East continue moving north.
I don't even know how much RPGs can do to modern tanks, right? Like, assuming by RPGs they mean like the RPGs, like literally just the grenade from a tube. I don't think those can do anything. Like, you can potentially do something, but I don't think it's like an effective weapon. I mean, if you hit the right place in the tracks, I guess, but I mean, you can kill a person with a spoon, right? Like, obviously, but yeah.
Continuously in Kuwait, the Arab forces of Joint Forces Command East are moving up the coastal road. They're about 12 miles southeast of the northernmost US Marine elements. The commander of Task Force Papa Bear of the 1st Marine Division believes that a series of overground pipelines and sabotage burning oil wells to their east are enough to deter an enemy attack to their flank. They're wrong. Thick morning fog covers the advance of a recon unit of T-55s against Papa Bear's command post. Nobody spots them break through the fog, and the Iraqi tanks open fire into the command post tent. Miraculously, nobody inside is hit.
How?
Chaos erupts as Marines return fire with anti-tank weapons and small arms fire. Had the Iraqis taken advantage of the chaos and continued to press their attack, they could very realistically have overrun the command post. An American corporal bravely charges at the tanks on foot and destroys a T-55 with a shoulder-launched AT-4.
What?! Jeez, how the fuck did he run out there with the weight of his giant fucking balls? What the fuck? On open ground?
Run the command post. An American corporal bravely charges at the tanks on foot and destroys a T-55 with a shoulder-launched AT-4. As the fog begins to lift, it's clear that a significant counterattack is in motion. 8 miles north, Iraqi artillery zeroes in on the 1st Marine Division.
Literally, like, yeah, this is like the classic, like, bazooka shit. He literally just fucking ran up there. Okay, yeah, dude, fuck, whatever, great. Jesus Christ.
Forward command post, likely using radio direction finding equipment to lock onto and home in on the command post radio antennae farm. This post is currently hosting the 1st Marine Division commander, Major General Mayat. Iraqi BMP armoured personnel carriers open fire through the mist from a tree line to the east. Infantrymen disembark and small arms fire and anti-tank missiles streak into the Marine encampment. The Iraqi force is brigade strength and is now just a few hundred metres away. 7 Marine LAV armoured personnel carriers and 40 infantrymen respond, forming a line and returning fire with small arms and anti-tank missiles.
This is the first engagement that's been even close to like a fair fight. It's still not, but...
And the LAV's 25mm cannon. Realising the seriousness of their situation, the Marines request all available nearby Cobra attack helicopters to beat back the enemy line. The Iraqi troops are too close for Marine artillery support. The first of the responding Cobras scream in and hammer the enemy line with cannon and rocket fire. Seeing the Cobras, Captain Stephen Ray, commanding the LAV platoon, orders an aggressive counterattack against the larger Iraqi force. They roll forward, stopping only to reload their 25mm cannon with fresh belts of 600 rounds. Iraqi gunnery is terrible, and they score no hits on the marauding LAVs. More Cobras arrive to join the Marines lighting up the tree line. The aggressive move forces the enemy to retreat through the woods. Ray continues the pursuit for a kilometre. Satisfied that the majority of the brigade's vehicles have been destroyed, he shows mercy and allows the last of the disarmed fleeing Iraqis to escape. With 38 vehicles destroyed and 3...
I don't know if it's mercy to allow fleeing soldiers to escape. Well, I guess technically fleeing isn't the same as surrendering, right? They could just be fleeing to another position to attack you from. I think it's generally considered bad form to just gun down a ton of people fleeing, which is why. Do you think they're going to cover the highway of death? Oh, did he say unarmed? Oh, in that case, then like you have to. We don't want to do any war crimes during Operation Desert Storm, do we? We don't want to do anything wacky, do we? The Highway of Death is a 6-lane highway between Kuwait and Iraq, officially known as Highway 80. The road was used by Iraqi armored divisions for the 1990 invasion of Kuwait. Controversies. Civilian refugees included women and children, family members of pro-Iraqi PLO-aligned Palestinian militants and Kuwaiti collaborators who fled. Shortly before returning, Kuwaiti authorities pressured nearly 200,000 Palestinians to leave Kuwait. Active and former U.S. Attorney General Ramsey Clark argued these attacks violated the Third Geneva Convention. Yeah. More like the highway of cringe. We killed a lot of people. My step-grandfather has footage of himself firing onto the highway? Okay. All right. Death toll from the attack remains unknown. A British journalist, Robert Fisk, said he lost count of the Iraqi corpses crammed into the smoldering wreckage or slumped face down in the sand. Hundreds of corpses strewn up the road all the way to the Iraqi border. Scores of dead soldiers. Bombing starts. They left their vehicles to escape through the desert. Basically, like, it was like a highway that a lot of people were using, and a lot of them were civilians, and we saw a lot of people, and we went pew-pew. We racked up the points. It was probably bad to do that.
300 Iraqi prisoners of war. Captain Ray is awarded the Navy Cross, second only to the Medal of Honor for heroism. Task Force Papa Bear have M60 tanks immediately available to hit back against the attacking Iraqi forces, and with the fog lifted, a large tank battle is in progress. Marine jets and Cobras have been scrambled and pound the enemy vehicles, with M60s and LAVs hammering the inferior Iraqi tanks. Particularly fearsome is a flight of 4 Cobras led by Captain Randy Hammond. They form a wide line abreast
Randy Hammond. Okay.
And fly northeast at 20 knots. Each helicopter begins the assault with 4 TOW missiles, 14 rockets, 4 Hellfire missiles, and 720mm cannon rounds. They expend their entire munitions load in just 10 minutes. Over the next couple of hours, the Marines wipe out 2 enemy brigades, including nearly 100 armoured vehicles. The US 1st and 3rd Armoured Divisions are making their way north towards Al-Bashaya, sweeping over all resistance. The British 1st Armoured Division is continuing its transition through the safe lanes of the Saddam Line. The 1st Cavalry Division advances into Iraq, skirmishing with Iraqi armour on the right flank. At just after midday, 60 Chinooks of the 100...
I'm suddenly disinterested in this. It's been super good, though. You guys should sub. I'll sub. Beep. New thing. The real threat to American democracy. Is it me? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't seen the video. I don't know why it started in the middle. I have to assume that's because it got linked from chat. And they had a time code. Yeah, see, there's a time code in there. Yeah, okay.
I'm kind of confused. Everyone keeps saying that Republicans are destroying American democracy.
This is a coordinated attack on our democracy.
21st century Jim Crow assault is real.
Okay.
Like, obviously this isn't a great sign for our democracy. Things got really nasty and violent, but ultimately our democracy held, right? Democrats say that...
Okay. Is this something that I even need to tear into? Hold on, wait. Is this going to agree with me or disagree with me? The 2020 election race was not stolen, but Trump and his Republican enablers have been working to rig future elections to their advantage. Wait, I agree with this. Wait, all of this, wait, if the video continues in the logic right here, like, then this, isn't this guy funded by the CCP? He might be, but if the argument in the video is that the Republicans are trying to rig future elections to their advantage, then I completely agree with that.
Scramble retroactively, top down, to claim election fraud and to challenge those votes in court.
We were winning in all the key locations by a lot, actually. And then our numbers started miraculously getting whittled away in secret.
This time, they will be prepared. All of this training lays the groundwork to kickstart the process for challenging the election.
No, this video is the political intentions of this video are quite obvious, I think. Yeah, fine. I guess all glory to the CCP now. All hail. Hoorah. Can we watch the Laserpig video? I don't know anything about Laserpig. What if we talked about racism? What if we streamed late today? That seems good. Hold on. I need a couple of pictures. Just a second. Why do I have to piss again? What the fuck? Wait, what? Wait, literally, I have to pee again. Why? I literally just pissed. Why do I have to do it again? You're having a UTI? That's probably not true. I haven't had sex in a while. Hold on. You're pregnant? Ah, yes. Can I get like a large image file that I can draw over, please? I just want... I feel like Google could do a lot better with their image search preferences. This is not large. This is... Okay, I have to pee, then I'll do it. Hey, Jim! Oh my fucking god, did you know this entire time that Artemy has been in the box? The box is so warm. Artemy, you have warmed the box with your baby butt. Ooh. Got little eye poopies. Get your... Remove eye poopy. There we go. Remove. There we go. Ooh. Oh my god, I love him so much. Okay. Many people on the left have claimed that racism is bad. But why? None of them seem to have the answer. Only I am brave enough to explain why racism is bad by telling you that actually it's because it's wrong. it's bad because it's wrong. It's bad for a couple of reasons. Okay, let's go back to the beginning of the first big bad, okay? The greatest mistake. Right here. Some idiot, like a billion years ago, walked on land to lay eggs or something. And now the rest of us have to pay taxes. So this is like the big starting mistake, okay? Everything from here was downhill. Sometimes literally, because there aren't really any hills if you swim around in the ocean. So the concept of downhill was not even really a thing back then. Yeah. So here's the thing, okay? After this happened, this mistake, time passed, and, you know, animals got more complicated. And some of the higher animals, some of the more evolved animals, usually ones that have a social instinct, developed something that is a general trend you see in social animals, but in humans we call it tribalism. Tribalism is an intrinsic, evolutionarily determined predisposition we have towards favoring some groups over others, the tribes. We call it tribalism because tribe has a really broad, like, cultural and etymological root, meaning that it can apply to, like, a lot of different groups, you know? Like, people can be tribal over the sports teams they like. In fact, sports teams are one of the purest examples of tribalism, because what sports team you like really doesn't mean, like, anything, except usually where you grew up, because people have biases towards their hometown teams. But some sports fans are insane, you know? There's a culture of something called hooliganism in England, where football fans, that's soccer to us Americans, will literally, like, do riots over the results of their games, which is very wacky stuff, right? You know? It doesn't make much evolutionary sense, you know? Like, well, why would animals competing for resources dedicate so much energy and potentially, you know, risk themselves in the process of fighting over something which, like, objectively doesn't matter? And the truth of it is that tribalism, conceptually, is like a vestigial product of certain evolutionary psychological forces that are maybe helpful on their own, right? So if you take a look at tribalism in its historical context, like literally my tribe versus their tribe, because human tribes literally did fight with each other for a very long time, having a kind of, like, instinctual bias towards the things you find familiar makes a lot of sense. Bias towards familiarity isn't even a like a fault in reasoning, you know? It's actually a reasonable thing. You should be biased towards what you know, shouldn't you? You know it, after all. Very helpful in that sense. Fascinating. Cats also demonstrate tribal preferences. Just pattern recognition, right? Most of the things that make us really cool in our heads, it comes down to pattern recognition. The ability for us to learn, form patterns in our brain based on what we learn, and then develop new habits to respond to the patterns we've identified. Really cool thing that we can do, actually. Very, very, very helpful. Kind of simplifying hooligans. Yes, the hooligan cultural stance in chat are angry, but you do fight over your football games. Don't get mad at me for saying that. It's true. Just because there's more to it doesn't mean it's not true when I say that. Pigeon! Shh. Tribal meowing over there. Anyhow, I'm sure you can understand plenty of reasons why people might have cognitive biases that pull them towards things they understand. You know, pattern recognition is right. A whole bunch of the way our brain functions is finding ways to quickly make snap judgments with the smallest amount of information possible. After all, if you never make any assumptions, you're not going to live very long in the wild, right? Oh, what's that bush rustling over there? Who knows? It's just a noise. What's this berry that looks exactly like the last berry I ate right before I got sick? Who knows? It could just look the same. Obviously, the ability to form patterns is really, really, really important for survival. Tribalism is just another kind of pattern-seeking, pattern-forming behavior. It's just a bias towards what you know. Can I help you? Over here, an example of a creature so simple that it actually can't form patterns in its head. For example, she has not yet seemed to notice that when the back room lights are on and the bisexual lighting is in effect, that I don't have time to play. A human would have understood this, but somehow, after years of living with her, she does not. Cognitive biases that lead us towards pattern recognition have been evolutionarily helpful. They're still helpful to this day. The ability to make snap judgments based on basic assumptions is a critical part of basically everyone's thought processes. We do it all the time. How do you identify red flags in a potential relationship? How do you recognize whether or not an area of town is a little bit more sketch and maybe you shouldn't walk down alleyways? Like stuff like that, right? You know, how do you what do you look for? You form patterns. Humans are good at it. Of course, the ability to form patterns and recognize those patterns doesn't always mean the patterns that you identify are correct, right? Like, just because your brain is wired to, identify things that you've seen and try to pull info from it, like assume stuff from it, that doesn't necessarily mean that the patterns you're looking for are accurate. Here's an example. Astrology and horoscopes. People who believe in the power of astrology and horoscopes, like, oh, you're a Capricorn, you're a Cancer, you're a so on and so forth, because they're tuned in to this method of finding patterns, they will find those patterns. You see this all over the place. People who believe in horoscopes tend to find that humans fall into reliable patterns based on the months in which they were born, right? People who believe in ghosts notice a relationship between historical bad happenings in a neighborhood and like spooky noises at night. In reality, none of these things have been scientifically demonstrated, but people will swear by it. Now, we look at that and laugh. We think, oh, ha ha ha. Can't you realize that social conditioning and personal experience are biasing your pattern-seeking brain to the point where you're making like really stupid assertions? Can't you see it? Can't you see that you're doing that? We humans broadly would never do that. We would never allow cultural bias to inform the snap judgments we make about people based on superficial attributes. That would be silly. We are immune to those biases. No chance whatsoever of this happening to most people. The truth is, this bias towards pattern recognition is a universal fault in human reasoning. It is a fundamental problem with the way we form thoughts, in the sense that it can produce negative outcomes. It can produce positive outcomes, but it also can produce negative outcomes. Much like any other process of reasoning, you need an introspective mind. You need to be self-aware and self-critical to find what your brain is doing and try to correct for it. You know what I mean? Like, you may not be able to make your brain be a perfect arbiter of reason, but you can reflect and correct for the stuff that your brain is doing to try to understand when and why it might have been led astray. It's one of the reasons I really like sociological training, because it really teaches you to be willing to go like a couple levels deeper when it comes to stuff that might otherwise seem really obvious. So it's good to be critical about that stuff. Race is something people do when they run really fast, but it's also something that is heavily determined by geography. After all, you know, if you were to ask anyone, where on earth could I find black people? You know, they would circle somewhere here, and where could I find white people? You know, you'd get here, and where can I find Asian people? And just, well, that can get really complicated, I think, more so. But, you know, whole lot over there. Yeah, where can I find Italians? And then, of course, you need two circles, right here and right here. And there you have it, the Italians. There's a lot out there, you know. So what is race? So the problem with talking about race is that there is a biological definition of race and there is a sociological definition of race. Right now, today, the definition we use for race is relatively modern. In fact, it's not just modern in the colloquial sense, it's modernist in the sense that it's part of a broader project humans have engaged in to understand and categorize the world. Our current conceptualization of race is part of a scheme to dominate natural differences with a sort of paternalistic scientific analysis. Or to put it another way, you have the complexities of nature squeezed into very narrow-minded scientific taxonomy, usually in order to make a point. But think about the history of what we might call, if not race in the modern sense, tribe. Because race in the modern sense has not always been important. Most historical empires have been multicultural and multiracial. I mean, that's what it means to be an empire, right? Whether you're talking the Persians or the Romans or the Mongolians, these empires have stretched across vast swaths of land and have encompassed many different ethnic groups. Sometimes the ethnic groups they encompass include different groups of what we would call different races today. So you will have, for example, Moors in the Roman Empire. You'll have a great many people in the Persian Empire or the Assyrian Empire or the Mongol Empire. It goes on and on. I'm not a historian, but this is a well understood and recognized fact. And if you look at texts from these histories, you'll find that the way they cared about and categorized people was not the way that we do today, right? Like, you can go back and read, like, millennia old texts on how different people categorized each other. The classic example is the one of the Romans, who did not have an understanding of race the way we do, but cared more about the distinction between the Roman citizen and the barbarian. The barbarians that the Romans so often complained about were often white and Germanic or Nordic, whiter than the Mediterranean, Romans by far. But Rome today is, held up sort of as a testament to sort of historical Western civilization. This is only partially true. We're talking about ancient empires that stretch very long periods of time. There are always infinite complexities here. The basic truths here, the fundamental reasoning I'm engaging in, is stone cold true. In terms of like how people thought of each other, there's that famous writing. I actually forget who wrote it. I think it was from a Greek traveler and philosopher who said that the Arabs were thin-blooded, which made them quick-witted and intelligent because of the warmth down there, whereas the Nordic peoples were thick-blooded because of the cold, and it made them stupid. Which is an interesting and extremely unscientific way of thinking about how humans might differ from each other. But, people like to make assumptions. We like to do that. Humans like to explain the world around us by looking for patterns and finding explanations. We are biologically driven to do this. Aristotle, gotcha. We are biologically driven to do this. It is a boulder rolling down the hill. The momentum, we can direct the boulder, but it will continue to roll downhill. We must be careful of these things. If you take a look, historical medicine, right? The four humors, right? What is it? Bilic, sanguine, melancholic. What's the fourth one? Phlegmic. Is that phlegmic? Yeah, phlegmic, melancholic, sanguine, and now I forget the second one that I mentioned before. People find patterns, right? People find patterns. It's what we're driven to do. So I'm going to choleric, thank you. I'm going to roll us up like a little bit more towards where we are now, like historically, okay? So basically, as I said, a million billion years ago, a fish rolled on land, and now we have to pay taxes. Well, about 450 years ago, the world order looked, while not exactly the way that it does today, the basic power structure that we understand today has taken a sort of a concrete shape. That is to say, the modern patterns of European colonialism. And, if you want to look on a map, like where in the world Europe colonized, you get the whole map, right? Like, it was a big thing. We were having colonies developed over here, and, we need slaves for the colonies because the purpose of colonies under mercantilism is to enrich the empire that they're a part of, which is why they cared so much about their colonies. And, it's much, much, much more cost effective to use slaves to work these plantations rather than to use just indentured servants because, well, a lot of economic reasons. Obviously, if you own a slave, you own the children of the slave. Also, slaves had no legal rights, which made them more attractive to prospective buyers because they didn't have to worry about mistreating them, leading to legal problems down the road after the indentured servant became free, so on and so on. It's a whole process. We're moving Africans over. It's a whole dealio. But we also live in an era of scientific enlightenment, don't we? Along with the Enlightenment comes an interest in empiricism, an interest in understanding the world through scientific processes. And, I'm going to hit you with a hot take here. People today and people back then were able to notice empirical differences between the white Europeans and the black Africans. Namely, to start, the Europeans were more pale-skinned. That's a big one, They didn't speak the same language, generally. Different levels of broad civilizational development between most European colonial nations and African nations, which, can be charted up to a bunch of really complicated anthropological stuff. There were differences. And here's the thing. When you are identifying differences between groups, pattern recognition is one thing. The question is, what do you do with the patterns you find, right? So, personal bias can explain a lot on how people arrive at the patterns they seek and what information they derive from it. Let's take, for example, economic class, okay? In the United States today, 2 children are born. One is born to a very poor single mother, and the other one is born to a billionaire family. Who then is more likely to become, at the end of their life, wealthy? Well, there is a statistical answer to this. If you're born wealthy, you're more likely to stay wealthy, and if you're born poor, you're more likely to stay poor. So if you sort of take this information in aggregate and you look at humans on average, a person might make the reasoned, assessment that poor families are likely to die poor and rich families are likely to die rich. But what you do with that information says a lot about you. It's a frequent libertarian belief that we live in a meritocracy and that everyone is equally capable of becoming rich or poor depending entirely on their actions. This is a delusional belief that is unsupported by all evidence we have on the subject, but it is a belief they hold anyway. But if you do believe that we live in a pure meritocracy where only your behavior will determine your wealth and it's a fair shot elsewise, you might reason that poor families remain poor because of an inherent, hereditary, intellectual inferiority in the poor family. This is not at all an uncommon position. In fact, variations of this ideology have been expressed by eugenicists all throughout, well, the late 19th century to today, actually. The idea that the poor are poor, not because of socioeconomic factors, but because of inherently being lesser. Now, again, this is a really silly conclusion to derive from the information available, but it's one they derived anyway, isn't it? Isn't it? They did that anyway. They did look at poor families staying poor with nothing to do but scrabble for dirt, coins tossed at them in the sand, and look at rich families being born in manors and thought, I wonder why the wealthy family stays wealthy. They must be genetically better. They did that. And much in the same way that the political biases of those eugenicists played a role in the way they interpreted the data they had available, I go back to the slave trade. Leaving aside the relative disparity in civilizational development at the time, and it's important to remember, by the way, that for periods in history, during, say, the Golden Age of Islam or critical points in Chinese and Indian history, these civilizations have been more materially developed than Europe was broadly at that time. You know, we're not at the end of history. We're all currently moving through history. And while it may be the case that in the colonial period, Europe was undeniably the broader power in the world, if you were to cut the line off at like 1700 AD, I don't think people would agree with that. And then you'd have all of those, I don't know, golden age of Islam or India or China supremacists talking about the natural superiority of their civilizational development. Whatever. Anyway, we now have two groups of people, broadly. We have white colonists and black slaves. They're moving on over to the New World, where they can make a lot of money for their colonial powers, okay? The pattern-seeking brain is in full effect. Now, it doesn't take a genius for the average person to recognize there's kind of a difference between your average European colonist and African slave, kind of in two different categories socially. Broad set of differences, visual, obviously, cultural, linguistic, pretty much everything that they, pointed out, pointed to some kind of fundamental difference. Now, obviously, if you really think about it, leaving aside the skin color thing, most of the stuff that made Africans different from Europeans wouldn't have been present if you took a European and raised them in Africa, right? Like, if you took a European baby and they were raised in an African kingdom at that time, they would be speaking the language. They would have adopted the culture of the people around them, obviously. The only thing that would have remained distinct between the two would have been, well, their literal biological race, like their skin tone and stuff. But people like to pattern seek. So, it was believed that there were causative factors between the race of Europeans and Africans and the differences between them. And we live in this time in a period of scientific enlightenment. It's not enough to just, like a Philistine, have categories to differentiate people. You need scientific categories, which is where we invent scientific racism, or the taxonomy of races, if you prefer. Rather than simply differentiating people based on kind of arbitrary cultural, civic, or geographic categories, instead, we make an effort to draw this distinction from a fundamental scientific truth. Do you understand the difference? This wasn't like the Roman abstract citizen versus barbarian line. This wasn't like a kind of collection of cultural forces that they sort of distilled down into a set of categories. This was according to the scientific racists, this was a fully empirical description of the evolutionary taxonomy of the human race. Obviously, the Europeans thought themselves more evolved than the Africans. If you want, you can Google and find a ton of really racist scientific drawings, of like how humans developed. And then you'll have like the gorilla, and then black people, and then like white people, yeah, of course, we all know how scientific racism plays out, both contemporarily and historically. Now, here's the problem, okay? I said earlier that race has a biological and sociological definition. I put forward two things. The biological definition of race is useless, and the sociological definition of race is given completely unjustified import. And separating these two things and understanding why, is really, really important. Obviously, all this could fit into a book and leave plenty of room for a sequel, so I can't cover everything, but I want to talk first very briefly about the biological differentiation of the races, okay? So, way back 300,000 years ago or so, basically all humans were in the cradle of civilization, or Africa, or, we were just talking about the Euphrates. They moved around a lot, When I say humanity, I am, of course, talking about Homo sapiens sapiens. The Neanderthals and other pseudo-human tribes had since been wiped out or were in the process of being wiped out by our, I don't know, superior rock-throwing skills. I don't know. Humans made their way all over the world. We did really cool stuff like walking long distances. You know, it was great. Sometimes land bridges formed, I guess. I don't know. I'm simplifying, like, you know, research that people have spent their entire lives on. You know, people got all over the place. We really moved places. And the environmental conditions that made people over here look a certain way didn't apply everywhere else. So, for example, over here in Africa, it tends to be really hot. That's due to a couple reasons. First of all, it's on the equator, which is where the sun, on average, strikes the earth the most. Got a lot of desert, too. Deserts tend to be pretty hot, cold during the night, but a lot of sun here, you know. It's a toasty area. The Middle East, very toasty, you know. You get that. You're following me. And as a product of that, Neanderthals died out 40,000 years ago, just FYI. Damn, they lasted a while. Wild. Anyhow, to not die in this sweltering heat and the barrage of radiation cast out by our sun, we needed to have darker skin. Melanin is a substance produced by our bodies as a defense mechanism against excessive UV radiation. We have such a robust defense response to the UV radiation that humans are capable of tanning by spending more time in the sun. It's not just a genetic process. It's actually possible for humans to, on their own, you know, well, maybe not all humans. Yeah, I'm Polish-Irish. I've never seen myself tan that much. You know, every bit of info given in chat that's irrelevant to my lecture here, I'm mentally making a note to ban all of you. Please, I have ADHD. When you give me a tiny bit of info on Neanderthals that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about at all, but I look at it, it's like, oh, that's neat. You pull me from what I'm talking about. Have mercy, please, okay? I know you know more than me on a bunch of individual subjects combined. It's okay. You know, let the train run, okay? Here, I'm trying my best. So basically, the sky is toasty. And humans have anti-toast biological mechanisms. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm getting this guy. I'm getting this guy for sure. IP ban 1 Jin Suresh. Wait, here we go. Right after I said it. There we go. That one I had to go for. More importantly, the sky is hot and scary and lasers are being shot at us constantly. And we need to survive. But whoa! What happens when you move all the way up here? Well, the sky is a little bit less frightening over here, you know. Don't get me wrong, you can get skin cancer anywhere. But it is not as evolutionarily necessary for people over here to have super dark skin. After all, there are biological disadvantages to having dark skin in areas where you don't get too much sun. Having higher levels of melanin production reduces the efficiency with which you absorb vitamin D. Vitamin D is a chemical that you need to not want to kill yourself. This is why, to this day, the Swedes, the Finnish, you know, the Dutch, people up here want to kill themselves, like a third of the year or so. Yeah, it's not great, but you know, that's what laser beams are for. They're for keeping you from killing yourself, all right? You move all over the place, and different environmental factors explain why humans look different from each other. I'll try to explain a few, though a lot of this is still ongoing research, okay? I have read people saying that many of the attributes which we consider to be a part of racial taxonomy are direct products of environmental stimuli. Skin color is an obvious one because it's a direct product of sun exposure. Black people, on average, have flatter and wider noses than white people. I have heard this being explained as a very minor but nonetheless useful way of managing both heat and moisture retention in areas that have more sun exposure. I have heard this being more about preventing sand from getting up your nose. I don't know what exactly the proportion of these things are, and I don't know if anyone does. It's really complicated, and as it turns out, really difficult to form experimental studies on, because we're kind of sort of post hoc justifying our evolutionary process. There's a lot of stuff that we attribute to racial differences that is just like kind of a product of circumstance in a region. A good example would be sickle cell anemia in West Africans. West Africans, have to deal with mosquitoes a lot. Kind of cringe. Not great. So naturally, the ways in which they, develop regionally has to have a biological defense mechanism against malaria, which kills approximately 1 billion humans every minute. Funnily enough, given that a lot of West Africans were stolen from their home and brought over on slave ships to the United States, we actually have a pretty direct look at the development of sickle cell anemia in a population once they're removed from the environment that necessitated its development. Sickle cell anemia is not that much of a thing in American descendants of West Africans. Part of this is, of course, because many black slaves were raped by white people when they came over, and that did lead to a kind of genetic dissipation. And part of that is because without the environmental pressure to develop in that fashion, there's no longer a need to develop sickle cell anemia. It makes racial differences feel a bit trivial, doesn't it? At least in my mind it does. Sometimes people talk about racial differences like there's some kind of inherent, fundamental, overriding, categorization to race. Like this very, 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 distinct thing. But of course that's not true. We know that's not true. Lactose intolerance for East Asians as well. It's not just East Asians, by the way. The people who like milk the most, I believe, are Europeans, and I think that's just because we chug milk a ton. Really, historically, the areas where people have more or less lactose intolerance, I really think it's just a bunch of Nordic milk chuggers. Yeah, the winters or whatever. It's literally just a bunch of Horgan, Bjorgen, Jorgen people up here who have their gallon milk barrels that they would chug through during the winter. And now, congratulations, the entire subcontinent gets to enjoy cheese wheels without shitting themselves. It's something like that. It really is a little bit like that. That's really not that much of a joke. Differences in genetic propensity for lactose tolerance and intolerance varies based on what is largely not even just an environmental, but a circumstantial difference. The reason for that is because lactose intolerance is caused by the ability for your body to break down lactose, and that's caused by your gut bacteria. Your gut bacteria, the kinds that you develop, are shaped in part by the way your body has designed itself to attract and cultivate some kinds of gut bacteria, right? This is one of the reasons why it's healthy for young humans to drink breast milk, because breast milk is basically G Fuel Power Cell creatine protein shake powder weight gain for babies' digestive systems. It just gives them the rundown. But is that a racial difference? White people are better with cheese? I guess it coincides with race because of environmental overlap in some cases. But that seems a bit shaky to me. You know what I mean? That seems like if you went into a room full of white people and bonked everyone on the head, and then you went into a room full of black people and didn't bonk them on the head, you'd say the white race has a predisposition towards head bonks or something. I don't know. That doesn't seem very inherent to me. Vosh, there are genetic differences? Well, yeah. The genetic differences would determine the lining of your gut, which allows for the cultivation of the bacteria that breaks down lactose. Are you paying attention? There are people in chat trying to second guess me. Genetic differences can be formed. That's what I'm saying. These genetic differences are a product of relatively short-term circumstantial, environmentally and circumstantially determined factors, not some inherent, like, category difference. Is this different from evolution? No! Evolution can act on very long and short timescales. Populations can adjust relatively quickly. You can see average differences in the heights of North and South Koreans based only on the food they have available. But given enough time, that will cement itself in a more fundamental genetic sense. Keep in mind, natural selection literally happens like generation by generation. You realize that, right? If you have a population of 1,000 blue people and 1,000 green people, and then in one big ethnic cleansing you kill all the green people, the subsequent populations that derive from that now entirely blue population, that is an evolutionary change. It's a bottlenecking process. You understand? Have you never heard of a bottleneck? A bottleneck can happen in a single generation. A bottleneck can happen in a minute. You understand what a bottleneck is, right? Evolutionary bottleneck. The reason I'm bringing all of this up is because I think it's very important for people to understand that genetic differences in a population can be caused by incredibly trivial, circumstantial, and short-term differences, okay? When we talk about the differences between racial groups, keep in mind it's not like all black people have the same gene code. Obviously, there's huge variance, and we sort of take the aggregate. The aggregate can be affected by a ton of conditions. What's a bottleneck? I'm looking at an image of it right now. For real, are people in the US not taught this in schools? Look at my chat. Do you think they are? I don't mean to condescend. I just want it to be very, very clear, okay? Hereditary don't mean genetic, and genetic does not mean, like, inherent fundamental differences, you know? It just doesn't. Here, I'll put it one more way, okay? I'll put it one more way. Let's say that Europeans and Africans both have a 50% chance of a single type of gene expression. We'll call it the cringe gene. A lot of people are cringe, right? Let's say Europeans, Africans, 50% chance that they are cringe. You following with me? Now let's say that the African death squads roll through Europe from one border to the next, culling people who have an expression of the cringe gene, leaving only people with an unexpressed gene. The next generation of Europeans, if we're following through in this incredibly simplistic example, will have no genetic expression of the cringe gene. Do you understand? This is a literal evolutionary change in the population. It's not an evolutionary change in the sense that a single genome code has altered in one generation, though that happens a little bit each generation, of course. Rather, we're talking about population genetics. Do you understand? Population genetics take averages from selections of larger traits, and as long as there are selective forces within those traits, you can very quickly cause changes within a population over very trivial stuff, and kablamo, you've got racial differences. No, not none, because they still carry the gene. You can, much in the same way that individual members of a population can carry a disease but be immune to it, like they're a carrier, it's possible to have in your gene code a gene or an expression, but pass on a propensity to not express that gene. I'm going over a lot of subjects here, guys. Please be charitable here. Work with me, okay? Moving on. Everything that I'm talking about right now is one of the main reasons why biologists and anthropologists really do not use race as a biological marker for human differences right now. They don't. They just do not. The reason for this, I mean, biological race just doesn't, like, tell you anything. Like, if you try to determine a person's race based on their DNA sequencing, you're not going to have a great time. In reality, humans aren't broken up into a collection of, like, distinct racial taxonomies. They're actually broken up into individual and population-based expressions of literally thousands of different traits, you know? And the closer you get to any given geographic point, the more those traits are going to resemble the archetype of what we imagine that racial category to be. Or to put it another way, and this is something that you can literally see in maps, if we imagine that the geographic center point of black racial associated genetics is right here, and European right here, you can literally look at gene markers in between these 2 points and find a gradient of human beings getting closer from one and closer to another. Mods, ban all of them. Ban them all. It is literally like a gradient. And if it's a gradient, then you can't really make an argument for distinct racial taxonomy, can you? It doesn't really make much sense. It doesn't tell you very much. Race has been used historically far more as a sociological categorization than a racial one. Or to put it another way, I want you to think real hard. Can you think of any, and I mean any, lasting, viable research on the scientific differences between the races that has held up to the test of time? Not really. That's because for the past few decades, biologists have moved towards Kleins. We're getting way out of my field here. Kleins. All right. You guys can't behave hard enough to pay attention. A Klein is a biological term, right here, which refers to the, a measurable gradient in a single character or biological trait of a species across its geographic range. First conceptualized in 1938, see, by Julian Huxley. The character of the Klein is referred to as usually genetic or phenotypic. This is the metric by which biologists measure stuff that used to be considered race before. I'm trying to think of a good way to visually demonstrate this. The best way that I can think of is imagine I've got it. Imagine a gradient. Give me the gradient tool. Imagine a gradient just like this. Let's get a little more broad. There we go. No. Even broader. Yes. No, even more green slanted because red is more dominant in the... There we go. Nope, that's too far. And nope. Nope. Good enough. Imagine this. Will you, I ask, find me a line at the exact point where one color becomes red or green from the center? Whoa, well, that time it's a little bit easier. You can't, of course. It's not possible. You know, is this green or red? Is this green or red? It's color. Now imagine if I add another layer. Humans aren't just one gene expression, are they? That's ridiculous. Humans are actually thousands of gene expressions that vary over a population. So if I reduce the opacity of this to 50%, Vosh, doesn't this example kind of work against you? We do use words for colors quite a bit. But Reactor 1001, think for a second. The terms we use for color, are those socially ascribed or biological or physiological realities? Are they categorizations projected from our biased perceptions, or are they empirical things? All cultures have different lines for what they describe to be blue, green, etc. What an interesting and beautiful set of colors that has produced. Now if I create another one, and I reduce the opacity even further, and I go over here, there we go. So I ask you, can you find where one race becomes the other? This might seem like a silly question, but again, human genetic variance trends across thousands of different genes. I've only added 3 layers to this. You really think you can categorize race in a biological sense and have it mean anything? The truth is, if you want to form arbitrary categories, you can. It's not impossible to do so. The question is, are those arbitrary categories scientifically useful? Time and time again, science has shown that race is not, because it was an intuitive, pattern-recognized system that we developed through nothing more than very basic phenotypical differences between ourselves and Africans. I'm going to point this out in one other way that might seem a little bit strange, but I want you to think. I want you to open up your mind chakra for a second, okay? Can you do that for me, please? I want you to work with me. Can you, just out of curiosity, describe to me the race of this woman? But I've all primed you for an answer, haven't I? How do you think most people would answer? You know, take away the sociological education. Given the fact that people are arguing over black elves, I think most people would be comfortable referring to her as a white elf, which is kind of strange because in the Lord of the Rings, here we go. Same with dwarves, right? The lady in the center, this is from Lord of the Rings, is a dwarf, and she's black, or at least the actress playing her is black. But of course, dwarves and elves are literally not human. But does it not seem strange to you that in our world, in the real world, people who are white supremacists are more likely to identify with a white elf than with a black human, even though canonically, in the lore of that universe, elves don't have a race. They're derivatives of nature. What is it about racial categorization that allows us to do that? And can it really be a biological descriptor when people are capable of seeing race in creatures that literally don't have it in the human sense? You can see this all over the place, by the way. For a long time, white supremacists have reaffirmed the perceived superiority of white people by clinging onto cultural signifiers of non-humans who have pale skin. If race was truly a scientific, biological category, how would it make any sense at all for the transcendent cultural weight of light skin to apply to creatures that are literally not the same species as us in fantasy or in science fiction? Do you understand what I'm getting at? Nobody uses race as a biological demarker. Scientists don't, and racists don't either. It's a fundamental taxonomy that transcends biology. It's more akin to spiritual for them. If you want a historical example of this, you can take a look at the Nazis. Did the Nazis like IQ tests? I'm asking you a question. No, they didn't, because a particular ethnic group kept outperforming the Aryan Germans. Eventually, IQ tests were dismissed as a Jewish falsity because they were outperforming the Germans, the Nazis. Oh, I thought they liked it against POC. They did. They liked the IQ tests when they did better than the people who they thought they were better than, and they disliked IQ tests when the IQ test showed that they weren't as good as other people they didn't like. Is this really a scientific assessment of the races? Why did so many eugenicists have to lie about the data they collected while doing research in Africa? Why have so many findings of theirs been discredited historically, not just because they were racist and inaccurate, but because of outright fraud on the people who constructed these studies? If this was purely scientific, why is nobody treating it like a science and everyone treating it like a social category? Right? Nobody treats this like a science. Scientific racists are not educated on modern biological clinal studies. The case for race being a biological reality has been determined. It is. It is a biological reality that different humans have different basic phenotypical expressions. That different groups of humans, on average, have different skin tones and a couple of different bits, their hair, their facial shape, whatever. That has been cemented. The usefulness of race as a scientific descriptor outside of that has not been determined, and every bit of evidence we have determines the opposite. It has consistently been found in every possible faculty, social and scientific, that not only is race not scientifically valid, but no one even really thinks it is. They just pretend it is, because the cloak of scientific legitimacy has been the mechanism through which European white supremacists have legitimized their domination over black people. It has always been a convenient excuse, a half-hearted justification. But do you think then that the white colonial powers would have freed their slaves if suddenly they could have been presented with biological evidence that the black slaves had a higher capacity for intelligence than the white Europeans? If somebody could provide them irrefutable evidence of that fact, would they have suddenly changed their mind? Of course not. They would have said the studies were false, as modern racists do when more and more research indicates that the racial IQ gap is not a product of hereditary genetics. Much of it is, of course, a product of, passed down or hereditary differences, but one must remember that family wealth is also hereditary. Many things are hereditary without them necessarily being genetic in nature. Complicated terms, often misused by people with an agenda. I understand this comes across a little bit preachy, but there's a reason why I'm rambling on like this. And the reason for that is because I want to make it exceedingly clear that the history of race as a scientific concept has been a history of failure, of dead ends, scientifically, sociologically. Every major bit of research, every study, every line we've tried to take, things like phrenology, skull shape science measurement, trying to use people's facial shapes to determine their likelihood of criminal behavior. Wrong, 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 wrong. Whereas modern biological clinal studies are consistent and accurate and scientifically useful. And it really is that simple. But I've only explained why race as a biological construct is wrong. I have not yet explained why racism is morally wrong. See, because as I have just pointed out, the white supremacist most often does not actually care whether or not scientific data verifies their beliefs. The real question for them, the racist question, the RQ, is knowing that they have biased, intuitive, tribal allegiances informing their decision-making here and not any kind of scientific inquiry. How do you change their minds? How do you prove that they're wrong? Well, of course, I'm a moral anti-realist, so I don't believe you can really prove anything to be wrong. You need axiomatic values to attempt to maximize through descriptive claims, or prescriptive claims, sorry, through normative ethics. And in my case, I'm going to appeal to an axiom I think most people have, okay? And that is that humans should be happy. They should be well. Humans should experience well-being. Not everyone believes that. I do. If you're looking to maximize that value, then all the arguments that I'm about to make necessarily follow. Okay. All right. First of all, a common argument made against racial inclusivity is the argument against multiculturalism. This is an argument that's very easy to demolish if you think about it for any length of time ever. We often act out of sort of myopic historicism when we complain about multiculturalism, which, by the way, multiculturalism is and always has been a dog whistle for multi-ethnic and multiracial societies, which is why YouTube channels so concerned with multiculturalism will post videos of Black Americans in America looting 7-Elevens, despite the fact that those Black Americans have literally, down to their family roots, been here longer than the white cops who will show up and ruin their fun. So, again, multiculturalism, we mean ethnic or at least racial hegemony. That's what they mean. The problem with the belief that multiculturalism is bad is multivariate, but I'm going to simplify it because otherwise I'm going to be rambling for a long time. First of all, America, a multicultural society. Oh my God, that is the gradient tool. America, a multicultural society, is also, pardon me for sounding a little bit chauvinistic here, the most powerful and wealthy nation to have ever existed in the history of humanity by far. We are so far ahead of the rest of the world, and we have successfully dominated it militarily and economically. And despite the fact that the world is currently going to hell in a handbasket, we actually enjoy a relatively significant degree of internal stability. The greatest sources of internal instability in recent history have come from the Donald Trump 2020 election fraud conspiracy theory and the political division that it has produced. Donald Trump, as far as I am aware, is white. His followers are majority white. In this case, the line drawn down the union is a racial line, and it is one white people are, sort of driving into the dirt. In terms of social stability, the idea that the American Republic is growing unstable as a product of black people shooting each other is delusional and simply not the case. A lot of racists want to pretend that a marginal rate of local crime is somehow going to take down a global empire. Oh yeah, dude, Atlanta had 3 murders by black people. That's not Atlanta, it's Maria. The other weekend, the empire's done. Shut the fuck up. You have no idea what you're talking about. Just admit you're scared of black people. The grand threats to civilizations are economic and geopolitical. They are ones of political stability. They are ones of civic society. They are not ones of individual acts of crime. It is simply not the case. That's one. Second of all, you could apply this exact same standard to places all over the world. China, multi-ethnic. Most countries in Western Europe enjoy at least a healthy proportion of ethnic and racial diversity and are also on top of the world, right underneath us. Countries that have incredibly high rates of racial diversity, like, for example, Brazil, despite their many problems, have demonstrated a surprisingly robust degree of social cohesion, which is interesting because by all rights, you would think that countries in Latin America have every political and moral right to descend into a kind of permanent race riot. If you know why these countries are the way they are, if you know why there's a white minority and lots of brown and black people, and the white people tend to have more money, and they tend to live in areas that look suspiciously like they might have used to be plantations, it is the fact that this place is not just a permanent racial killing field is an indication that we're capable of getting along. Just want to make that clear. The Romans, the Mongolians, I don't know the exact boundaries of the Mongolian Empire, so I'm just going to Just going to get all of it. Okay, thank you. The Persians, the Ottomans, all empires are by necessity multi-ethnic and multiracial. They're empires, of course. How can you be an empire without being multi-ethnic or multiracial? You think there weren't socioeconomic problems in integrating disparate tribes with different cultures, different levels of development, different attitudes towards crime and social engagement? Of course there were. And they did it. And then they went on to maintain the empires. Did the empires fall apart? Yeah. Everything does. The problem is, if you're looking for if you're looking to history for examples to back up your point on how multicultural societies do or don't work, you're always going to find something that supports your argument, because people are capable of engaging in incredible degrees of historical revisionism to justify the biases they have now. There have been hundreds of prominent civilizations that have risen and fallen. What caused it? If you want to believe that homosexuals did it, you can find evidence for that if you go to the right websites that don't do any research and are also, controlled by people trying to sell you weight gain shakes or whatever. If you want to believe it's feminism, like the Assyrian Empire was brought down by women or something. If you're Stefan Molyneux, pre-getting nuked off YouTube, you can believe the Russian Empire got brought down for completely separate reasons. The Roman Empire was brought down due to feminism. Fuck, he probably believes the Russian Empire was also brought down due to Bolshevik feminism or something. Whatever. You can always find a justification. The historical arguments do not trend in your favor, and the more educated the historian, the less likely they are to make any argument like that. In fact, historians generally are not likely to make arguments like that. Published historians tend to not engage in wild speculation while they project their current values onto pre-modern societies, in large part because it's a really stupid thing to do. Things didn't work the same back then. Things were different, and there's bits of info we just don't have. And also, from what we do know, it seems like most of the time, the most consistent, causative factor in empires declining could actually be addressed through Marxist materialist analysis. Because you will find a pretty strong recurring pattern of class differences between the aristocracy, the peasantry, and the slaves, causing internal agitation that eventually leads to civil conflict, misallocation of political resources, and eventual collapse. That's a pretty recurring trend, actually. Thank you, Marx. Good idea, Marx. Historical materialism beating out other people's explanations for why empires rise and fall since 18-something, whatever. When did Marx come out? Whatever. Fantastic, right. So anyway, another common argument the racists will make about, why racism is good and based, actually, has to do with crime. And when they say crime, what they really mean is black people, of course. Illegal immigrants commit disproportionately lower amounts of crime. Obviously, legal immigrants to the U.S. commit way less crime until you reach their children and their grandchildren, at which point they average out towards the mean. Why is all the crime being caused by black people? Well, a lot of crime is being caused by black people. I've talked about 1350 before, or I guess they say 1352 now, and I feel like I've effectively debunked this. By the way, this is a, how do you say, debunked isn't the right word, Do black people commit a disproportionate amount of crime, violent crime? Yes. Is it because black people are dumb and gay? No. That assertion has been debunked. There's a very simple sociological explanation for it. It's very simple. Okay, I'm just going to go right into it. Are you ready for it? 1350, Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Okay, so over here in the United States, ignore Mexico, Canada, Cuba, so on, in the United States. If this map was updated, this would be blue right now. Sorry, for those in the future, Hurricane Ian's happening right now. I'm currently destroying Miami. So the United States, it's a country that exists, tragically, despite the best efforts of socialists worldwide. And the Great Lakes are really cool. That's cool. What's not cool is slavery. Slavery happened. There was actually a lot of it. Millions and millions of people. By the way, a lot of the folks we stole from Africa, we just dumped into the ocean. Either to, make headway, people got sick and died, killed each other. You know, sometimes they'd be lost in storms. There were a couple instances back when the British Empire banned slavery of them sending out patrol boats, and you'd have slave ships that would have they would just dump their cargo, that's black people, off into the ocean, so that when the patrol boats got close enough, it'd be like, oh yeah, we just have no cargo in our ship. We have like these food provisions, you know. That's our cargo. Hello. And then like there's like 400 people drowning at the bottom of the ocean because they were weighed down with manacles because they couldn't float. If they floated, they'd give the game away, right? So they all had like the chain to each other with the iron ball. You kick off the iron ball and they all go sliding off the ship. Yeah. Not great. Some might call this unethical, you know, if one were inclined to. Yeah, we gave them the cement shoes. Yeah, they got superpowers from it. That's why they're mermaids now. So some of these slaves survived and made it to the States, you know, hundreds and hundreds of years ago. They were subjected to what might arguably considered some of the worst working conditions that have ever been experienced by people on this planet. It's very difficult, you know. I think you can find instances of like Latin American slave colonies sometimes would have like I say turnover rate euphemistically here. I mean they died. But you know, it was pretty bad. It's not great. But you have a lot of slaves, like a lot of slaves. By the time the U.S. colonies roll around, some of these states have like 2/5 of their population just slaves, you know? A good portion of people in the South in the antebellum period owned a slave. I think it was 1/3 of Southern families had one slave or more. Something like that. 1/3 thereabouts, I think. Something like that. It's in the ballpark, you know. Modern Confederate lost cause types will pretend that only like 2 or 3 people in the South owned slaves and they were all Jewish. But that's not true. It was a relatively common thing. There was sort of a difference in experience as well, because while many middle-class white families had a slave, most slaves in the South were on plantations. You know what I mean? Like they were thinly distributed across the middle-class white families, but heavily concentrated in plantations, where they would, of course, be, you know, subjected to, I would say, believe it or not, worse than Amazon or UPS tier labor conditions. They would be worked to death. They would be raped. They'd be beaten to death, you know, in mass numbers. They'd be tortured and humiliated. You know, sometimes they would escape north towards the free states, and then the Supreme Court said, actually, you get to yoink those slaves back over. Fuck states' rights. States' rights are less important than Southern plantation owners getting their freed slaves back. Slaves had no legal rights. You could do literally anything. I want you to imagine the most depraved possible thing you could do to, like, I don't know, like a 10-year-old black child or something as a white slave owner, and just understand that there was literally nothing illegal about it. This is the moral legacy of white colonialism in the United States. There's really just no limit to the inhumanity. Studies have been done on the amount of, not even talking about reparations for damages, just lost labor. How much wealth is lost in the unpaid labor given, or, you know, taken from the slaves. And then if you take that, multiply it by the inflation percentage, you would bankrupt the planet. The amount of material wealth and sort of cultural suffering that has been stripped from black people in the United States is incomparable to virtually any other American project, and cannot be compensated for in any reasonable fashion. It is so great a crime that it sort of transcends the capacity for humans to even like bring restitution. Any amount of effort and any amount of money over any length of time would not be enough. Anyway, then slavery ends. Thanks, Lincoln. And then we go down there and we decide that we're gonna engage in Reconstruction. We're gonna fuck up the South. You know, all these crazy fucking Confederate leaders who loved raping black people so much, they were literally willing to break from the Union over it. We're going to kill them. Sherman is going to go down there. Sherman is just going to just do a red line on the map and just sort of swoop through, just leave his mark, you know? And then we're going to go down there afterwards. We're going to find everyone who gave a slip and we're going to hang them publicly. And then Abe Lincoln got assassinated shortly after the Civil War ended, and his coward pussy bitch-faced fucking reformist, Confederate sympathizing vice president, cut Reconstruction short, along with a few other things. It was bad. Lincoln should have lived. We would live in a better America today. He had correspondence with Marx. Why was he assassinated again? I don't fucking remember. It's a whole thing. Reconstruction never got to be finished. Not good. Not good. And as a product of that, all the people who were running around raping and murdering and enslaving black people and then going to war with the North over it got to live. They got to live, and they got to stay in positions of power. There were plenty of positions of local and state authority. I want you to imagine being a recently freed black former slave in a county where the population is 80% black, but the sheriff, the constable and shit are all white. What do you think you're going to do? Do you think you have legal rights? Like, really think about it for a second. Like this guy, the people who are in charge of the legal system are the same people who were like casually raping and murdering you yesterday. Do you think you have legal rights? No, you don't. No, you don't. Begin the Jim Crow era. Now, obviously, as time went on, material conditions developed substantially, but the gap between black and white people was never fixed. The average IQ and level of educational attainment of American people rose in aggregate, including black people. A lot of this was motivated by factors like rampant industrialization, such as factories opening up in the North. Read this later, you keep messing up the history. Why not just say it? Why not just tell me? I'm not reading this. Just say it. Mods ban them forever, permanently. Will I get banned for sharing the link? Yes. Anyway. What was I saying? Yep, lost my train of thought. It's that easy. Am I correct in saying that if Lincoln hadn't been assassinated, Reconstruction would have gone through better? Am I correct in that? Then that's all that I need to be right about, because I'm talking about race. I'm not a fucking historian. Jesus Christ. I noticed when you drew the red line for where Sherman went burnin', you drew it way too far to the west. He never went... I know! We're talking about race! Anyway, Jim Crow era, material conditions, factories opened up in the North. America became an industrial powerhouse. At the beginning of the 20th century, we were not an industrial powerhouse. Nobody really considered the United States a world power, I think until after World War I, and it was cemented after World War II. We really kicked up the industrialization into high gear for the war effort, and in doing so, you need a lot of people working in the factories, right? Now, here's the problem. How the fuck, especially in World War II, do you get people working in the factories when all the men are over here dying in Normandy? Well, you get the undesirables, by which I mean women and black people. And some other groups, but in large part these groups. This was a last hired, first fired situation where a lot of these people were brought in for emergency labor replacement and were fired as soon as the white people got back from the war, So towards the end of World War II, you're in a very interesting position here where you have, especially in a lot of like larger East Coast American cities, you have tenements that are occupied by ethnic minority groups and black people because they're the ones filling up the factories with these terrible, terrible jobs. And you've got a bunch of non-factory worker black people, all over America, but largely in the South, sharecropping and sort of living in the areas where their ancestors were enslaved. Whatever floats your boat, free country. Not really. It wasn't a free country then. It's still not really one now. Great stuff. It's God. Magitech, you're getting banned too. Do. You people have no self-control. None whatsoever. Absolutely none. Now here we go, okay? World War II ends. Thankfully. And what happens after World War II? We paying attention? What happens after World War II? Well, The GI Bill gets put into action. All these white soldiers come back home, and they get to have their white picket fence, suburban, American dream bullshit. You know who didn't get it? Black soldiers. The black soldiers who fought didn't get that, and thus another incredibly powerful road towards generational wealth was denied black people in this country. This is something, by the way, that other ethnically marginalized groups could benefit from. The Irish and the Italians who served in the war, they could benefit from that, just not black people. So, you know, avenues for wealth acquisition that were available to other marginalized groups were specifically kept from black people. There's a reason for this, okay? For the past, I want to say, 400 years, white people have been really nervous about black people, okay? We're nervous that one day we're going to get what's due. Now, I don't literally believe that any white person should be harmed because their ancestors did bad stuff to black people's ancestors. However, in the grand scale of human civilizational development, it is not unheard of, sometimes when given the opportunity, historically aggrieved groups act out their frustrations. Will this happen in America with black people? No. It won't. Black people are a fundamental part of American cultural development. We're never going to have that kind of... Black people are never going to rise up and try to destroy whitey or whatever. It ain't happening. It's not happening. It is a fear of reprisal, a common white supremacist narrative. You have to keep your boot down because if you give them a little bit of leeway, they rise up. This is why a lot of white supremacists like to talk about South Africa and Rhodesia and shit, you know? Like, oh, you give the blacks a little bit of leeway, and whoop, all of a sudden you can't even keep them as slaves anymore. You know? Oh, you let them have a little freedom, and then those greedy black people try to fight for a regular amount of freedom rather than just 1/10 of the amount of freedom that we gave them. I know, it's sad. So back we go. You know, the American sort of establishment has always been kind of wary of black development, and I think that's one of the big reasons why they were kept out of the GI Bill. A lot of it was also to avoid angering white supremacist Americans, or also known as white Americans at the time, who really don't like it when black people get roofs over their heads. It's a whole thing. They're just very vindictive. They're very emotional, these racists. Okay? So why have I gone through all of this? Well, what I'm establishing right now are the material conditions that lead to a set of economic realities. Where are black people in the United States? What are they doing? And what's about to happen? Well, a lot of parts of the United States right now, at this point are caught in a kind of economic transitory period, namely between agrarian, sharecropping, sort of rural, semi-industrial, statewide development, and like full-on everyone live in the cities, everyone live in the pod, everyone work in the factory, like industrial revolution bullshit, right? And what this leads to is very densely packed cities that are highly diverse to capitalize on the largest possible labor pool. High labor pool means lower wages, of course, at least that's what it means if you let capitalism happen. If you deign to let capitalists, control the flow of economic forces, then, you can have high labor as a way of lowering the value of that labor. And you've got all these cities with high ethnic populations, minorities, black people, blah, blah, blah. And then what happens? Quick succession, folks. You got it. Death of manufacturing, drug war. Bam, 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 bam. Kablam. These inner city areas that were vibrant hubs of industrial activity experienced a phenomena called white flight. See, when the GI Bill got passed after World War II, all these white families, they're not going to live in the inner city anymore. They're going to go and live away from black people in the suburbs that were built for the white people. So white families, and therefore a lot of wealth that they carry, because remember, it's Jim Crow. Black people don't have equal economic attainment. If white people leave a family, they're bringing a lot of that city's, or leave a city, they're bringing a lot of that city's wealth with them, leaving disproportionately black and disproportionately poor communities at the base of these cities. And then you have the death of manufacturing. That is to say, the Rust Belt, we no longer produce the vast stores of American wealth by building cars in big factories right up next to a river. And point two, the drug war. The drug war was a plot by the Nixon administration to persecute anti-war protesters and people of color by associating them with different drugs. We all know about the 1980s CIA, crack cocaine, whatever, but even if you go back to Nixon, you can't make illegal being black, but you can make illegal having a good time. So, drug war and death of manufacturing and white flight. What does that do to a city? Guys, you've got a bunch of black people in a city. They have no opportunities for economic attainment in their area. They have basically no opportunities to leave elsewhere due to redlining, historical and contemporary. They don't have the money to make big crazy decisions about where they're going to live, at least not on average. And the jobs in their place are driving up because businesses are leaving because there's no money to sustain them. What happens? What do people do to make money? You still need food, water, rent, housing taxes, medical care, gasoline for driving your car. That's right, you turn to crime. You do the exact same thing that the Italians and the Irish did back in the 1920s. If you wonder why there were so many criminal elements to the Irish and Italian ethnic groups back in the 1920s, the answer is simple. We didn't give them other ways of surviving. It is that simple. It's not any more complicated than that. Black people in certain parts of America have been given, through historical social forces, family to family, generation to generation, neighborhoods which are not conducive towards economic attainment. And in those environments, they often turn to drugs as a mechanism for making money. And if you are peddling drugs, you need a gang because you can't go to the police if you are wronged. You need an external system of protection and enforcement. So the gang serves that purpose. And of course, in the absence of responsible policing and police integration that's sort of community-oriented, many of these gangs act as a kind of de facto community police, sometimes to the benefit of the neighborhood, but often not. Because as it turns out, in a material sense, community defense is not best enacted by a bunch of criminal drug runners who have highly antagonistic attitudes towards, the rundown neighborhoods they live in. That just tends not to be like the bedrock of effective community defense. That is what produces disproportionate black crime. It's not all black people. It's inner cities and overwhelmingly gang or gang-adjacent violence. It's that simple. Really, it is. Most crime, especially violent crime, is caused by proximity to economic inequality. Poor neighborhoods on their own, not too much crime. Wealthy neighborhoods, not too much. But the boundaries between wealth and poverty. Take Skid Row in Los Angeles. Where is Skid Row? Right off of Union Station. Historically, one of the biggest transportation and trade hubs in the city. A lot of wealth runs through there. 2 blocks away, you've got people dying in the streets. It is the adjacency. It's areas carved out by wealth and left to rot. It's areas that don't have the civic, communal culture to care for one another because of mutual distrust and predatory behavior on the part of the police and the gangs that look to replace them. It's that simple. It happened with other ethnic groups. Everything people say 1350, 1350, 1350, and then they celebrate that fascist bitch who just went up in Italy. The Italians were the 1350 100 years ago. They were the 1350. Before all the factors that I'm talking about, black people weren't all in 1920s America didn't have black people doing a ton of crime in the inner city. That was the fucking Italians. They were the 1350. And what happened? Well, eventually they were able to benefit from systems of economic attainment that weren't available to non-white people. And then they evened out. Do you understand how when people say 1350, they betray their ignorance on the subject? This is an empirically falsifiable talking point. If you genuinely believe that disproportionate rates of crime being committed by African Americans is evidence of some kind of innate biological problem, then be reminded of this. The material role that black people fill in the United States, the underclass, is one that this country has always had and will have, even if you somehow got rid of all the black people. Leaving aside the fact that the mass exodus or murder of all black Americans would cause more suffering, strife, and crime than a millennia of any projected crime rates from that population, more than a millennia. Leaving aside that fact, you know who else? It'd just be the Italians again, or it'd be the Irish, or something. It'd be something. Because it's caused by material conditions. It is that simple. America has a lot of crime. We have a lot of income inequality. There are other countries with less crime and less income inequality. They tend to go along. They tend to work in tandem. It is causative. Those are the two primary arguments that I hear from racists for racism. The idea that it brings down your civilization, it doesn't. And by the way, let's not even talk about how much cultural hegemony America has enjoyed as a product of the culinary and musical contributions of African Americans, you know? Seethe and cope and cry about it. Back in the 1920s, white supremacists were shitting themselves in fear of their white daughters going to Harlem and dancing a jig while listening to a black guy with a trombone. But you know what? Black guys with trombones are more powerful than you, white boy. And so the trombone and the black man persisted. Jazz, blues, swing, rock and roll, R&B, hip-hop, rap. Don't know what it is. If you wanted to make any case for biological essentialism, you should ask why black people are better at making music than white people. I'm only half joking. Seriously, it's like all American musical history. Whatever. Anyway, the two big ones are that it'll destroy civilization, and also that racism is valid because the differences in crime, you know, between different populations, it's like, oh, well, they must be better or worse or whatever. I've already talked about the IQ thing, but to further elaborate on it very briefly, it is impossible to determine whether or not there is any inherent genetic cause of racial IQ differences. Very often, we have been able to control for population IQ differences through environmental forces. There were British eugenicists who wrote on the retard level IQs of the Irish people back in the 1940s and 30s and such. And nowadays, the Irish and the British have like the same IQ. That's because back then, the Irish were not treated as good as today. And now that they are doing a bit better, they read books more. IQ doesn't actually measure general intelligence, of course. If it did, then education would have no bearing on your IQ score, and it obviously does. So we're talking about a variable here that is very, very, very culturally controlled. Same with the Koreans and Japanese. Exactly the same. Exactly. The IQ... Oh yeah, here. In 1850, the Irish were 220% overrepresented in arrests and 550% overrepresented in convictions in New York City. Damn. IQ don't mean nothing. It does determine stuff. Chiefly, IQ tests determine your IQ. What it doesn't determine is your general intelligence, which is what the IQ test, people say it's supposed to do. Your general intelligence, your just genetic predisposition towards problem solving is not something we have any ability to test for. We can approximate that test by testing general stuff in the area, and those results can be informative. A person with an IQ of 150 probably does have some genetic intellectual advantages over a person with an IQ of 80 or 70. Probably. It seems likely, at least. But for population analysis, it has proven let's say at most a self-referential study. Well, what does the IQ difference say? Well, it says that there's an IQ difference between these two populations. That's what it says. We have methodically tested these populations and determined that through IQ tests that the IQ scores in these countries are different, meaning that if they took IQ tests, they would get different scores. Fairly self-contained there, I'll quit hampering on. there are tons of arguments against many historical conceptions of a purely genetic or even partially genetic explanation for IQ differences, but I'm just going to say it real simple. This is a highly researched subject, and it's been researched for hundreds of years. How many studies have determined a causative racial genetic aggregate factor when it comes to general intelligence? How many? Can you guess the number? It's a small number. The answer is 0. It is 0. It's not actually an answerable question, of course. Is it possible that there are incredibly minute differences in average general intelligence between humans that can be ascribed to racial categories? It's obviously not impossible, because we don't know. It doesn't seem likely based on my understanding of the research, in large part because intelligence is determined by a really complicated, multivariate composition of genetic, expression. As opposed to stuff like skin color or nose shape or whatever, which can be determined by a much smaller number of genes. To put it another way, what made human brains special? We are special. We're different from the other animals. What made it that way? A lot of stuff, actually, but here's a couple of things, okay? We use tools, language systems, social engagement, and we're all autistic as a species, right? Shit like that, stuff like that, right? You might notice every attribute that you can find is equally applicable in people, over here as people over here. Problem solving? Yeah, tribes up here need more of it than here, so they would evolve better brains. What? What? Huh? Social attainment. People up here socialized more than people down here, so they would develop better brains too. What? What? People up here had to plan for the winter, which requires brain matter, as opposed to people here who... What? What? Arid conditions don't require planning? You've seen Dune? What? Yeah, it's very stupid. Brains... very complicated. Took a long time for them to get this fancy, okay? Long time for them to get this fancy. Affected by an incredible range of genetic expression. Most of the stuff, no, I'll say it, all of the stuff that made humans smart, all the things that our brains maximized for, are still maximized for in Africa, not just in the Nordic reaches. The idea that there's some kind of like brain evolutionary difference, it just doesn't make any sense. A basic understanding of genetic development makes that sound laughable. So it's just yeah, it's pretty dumb. Yeah. The brain in Homo sapiens sapiens has been basically the same for the past 50 to 80,000 years. Yeah, the complexities of our brain development are significant, and the idea that, okay, let me put it this way. You guys ever noticed how dumb jocks get lots of pussy? You ever notice that? Trust me, the humans as a species do not aggressively select for preferable values in the thousands of bits of genetic expression that make up our brain chemistry, okay? The only actually genetically selected for characteristic is dick size, in which case they always hop on the fat cocks. That's the only thing they worry about. Outside of that, you don't need to concern yourself with the possible downstream effects of, genetic selection, which is great, which is fantastic. I'm being a little bit goofy here. I just want to, there is no scientific evidence to point to any of this, okay? It's like people pull it out of their hats. Oh yeah, as a final one, oftentimes white supremacists will prove that, I should have done the finger quotes, they'll prove through very bad anthropological evidence that, people here are like evolutionarily super different from people here, and there was no connection for 100,000 years or some shit. This is not true. Depending on where exactly you are, and it gets more difficult the more isolated you are, if you're some tiny Philippine island maybe or something like that. But I think I think in terms of like human genetic diversity, there are common ancestors that can usually be traced back within a few tens of thousands of years. Considering how complicated our brain development is, tens of thousands of years of shared ancestry, we're like all the same. We're all the same. Everyone who says otherwise is cope. Funnily enough, the only like empirically demonstrable evidence of a low IQ brain is pointing at like basic phenotypical and circumstantial differences and like trying to ascribe it as some kind of fundamental taxonomical difference. That is unironically an indication of low intelligence, which is why racism correlates with low IQ. Speaking of, consistently, people who are racist tend to be less educated and be less intelligent. They actually tend to be worse off in almost every imaginable metric relative to their their brain, being good. And that is because a lot of racism is exactly what I talked about at the beginning. All the way back in the beginning, when I talked about the original mistake. Hold on. The original mistake that we made a long time ago, right here. This. The original sin. This brain is the part of the brain that is being used by people when they make that argument. The reason is because they are relying on lizard brain, Evo Psych tier, like biological tribalist instincts to inform their decision making. They have a pre-existing bias, which is hundreds of years of cultural messaging on the differences between the races, being informed by a minor set of selected differences that they're identifying, skin color, nose shape, hair type, and then projecting an entirely falsifiable, disproven, arbitrary, constantly goalpost shifting, bullshit set of pseudoscientific standards in order to justify their real position, which is a political and downright like epistemic supremacy for white people. Not all of them do it on purpose. There are a lot of people who say and believe racist stuff, who genuinely worry about stuff like multiculturalism collapsing America or black crime or whatever. I can't tell you how many of them are aware of the fact that they're operating out of a kind of like first principles preference for, one race over another. But I can tell you that they tend to operate under the same basic presumptions. So why is it morally wrong to be racist? Because it's morally wrong to be fucking retarded. That's the reason why. You're disgracing God. You're disgracing our species. You're tearing us down as a people. You're a retard. Your brain is retarded. And that's morally wrong. That's not good. It's literally like dark skin color must correlate with inferior internal parts. You're judging the contents of a computer based on its case color. You are retarded. Your brain hurts, and you should stop. That's why it's morally wrong. Whew. All right. There we go. I thought it'd been a while since we did a lecture style video. I actually got a random email recently which said something like, "You've done a lot of videos on X and Y lately, but it's been a while since you've done a good old why racism is bad video. You shouldn't be presumptive and assume that everyone's always going to agree with you on that because you've got older videos that directly address it." And at first I thought that was an annoying email, but then I think I agree with it. So I decided that I was going to do multiple videos. This is the first one in a series. I'm going to do this on all of the major bigotries. I'm going to do this on sexism, homophobia, transphobia, probably xenophobia, sort of like the conceptual fear of the other, like as determined by borders or boundaries. Ableism, yeah, ableism for sure. I'll try to fit it. Yeah, I'll try to And by the way, the ableism one is going to end with me calling people who disagree with me retarded. So you're in for a bit of a whiplash on that. You know, you're going to have like this protracted explanation on like, you know, human like variance in performance. Then at the end, it'll be like, you know, well, don't do this because it'll make you retarded. End video. Yeah. How about anti-Semitism? I think that'd be a good one, yeah. Islamophobia and anti-Semitism would be good ones. I could do the anti-Semitism one without prior research. I would need to do research for the Islamophobia one, though. I feel like I'm not as... I would need to be a bit more up on that, but I could do it, yeah. Pardon me, oh my god. All right, well, I'm gonna read the remaining donos tomorrow. I'm sorry, I just talked for 2 hours. We're an hour and a half over. Yeah, I think I've more than earned that. Tomorrow's stream's later in the day. We got that debate on Andrew Tate. All right, I love you all very much. Oh, by the way, obviously we ran through like 8 million topics through that, but you feel that was a good run through? I tried to like organize like what circles do I keep running in with racism, right? Well, you know, because I'm American, it tends to be American centric, so I'll talk about 1350 as opposed to like other broader, you know, sort of things. Yeah, I feel like yeah, it's tough to keep it simple, yeah. That's why I got a bit annoyed with chat. It's just like you have to understand because a lot of people want to correct me. And I always want to know more, but like I do get distracted when I see the links or whatever, and it really frustrates me when the correction isn't relevant to the actual thing I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Obviously, if I was doing a lecture on like very detailed historical accuracy, like if you want to correct me there, that's totally bad. It's like, but if I'm doing a thing on like, well, how did slavery end? And I say like, you know, Lincoln died, Reconstruction ended, and then someone's like, you're wrong actually, and then I'm not wrong. It just was like more complicated. You know what I mean? Like that. It pulls my attention away a little bit, and it's hard to focus. But yeah. Yes. Yes! All right. It's time. I am so fucking sweaty right now. Who is streaming? We will ask who is streaming, but I will not look at chat for the answer. Let's go with the Surfs TV. Go, 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 go. Yoink.